Okay, seriously. We have pulled some shit that made Gwuss not like us too much. You sure this is gonna make him feel better?
Yeah, okay, look. We both know Gwuss hadn't been doing too well lately. We both know that he hadn't been making videos out of his scripts lately. So why don't we use this machine, the Jensen, to incept into his brain while he's sleeping and figure out his problem?
Fine, but why's it called the Jensen?
'Cause I heard it was a Deus Ex machine or something. Buffoon, watch this stuff while we go Inception.
Wait, didn't someone already do this? Like a weeb in a coma?
Nah, we're more ripping off psychonauts, no prob. The CC police ain't got shit on us. What do you think it's like in there, by the way? I bet it's like a jungle, or the DKC treehouse from the cartoon, or
Oh, Jesus.
The fuck are you doing in my head?
Oh, don't mind us in this, landscape.
No. I know what you're up to. I'm lucid enough to know that I'm not dreaming like normal. And I know you guys aren't something my subconscious, i.e. here, chews on a lot.
Is this what's wrong with you, man?
Nah, it's just that Xenoclash is super abstract, so it fits this. Look, I'm fine. Let me be.
But you haven't been making any vidges.
Look here, cunt. Unless you took a source with you so I can tackle it here, I'm not playing along. Am scray.
Well, as a matter of fact, we got one for you.
Fine, give it here. Oh, this looks harmless enough. What's this Fuddrucker's problem in the comments?
So, that source will work?
Yeah, let me just change scene by moving this to my imagination, and... Okay, I'll get cracking while you two twiddle your thumbs or something.
You mind if we look around the other parts of your brain? That was really something.
Okay, but don't touch anything important and stay wherever it looks like Banjo-Tooie. I have enough trouble managing everything as is, and my brain can get mean compared to what you saw back there with my subconscious.
First off, I have an issue with your title. Top 10 unique Mario power-ups. Now let's take a look at the definition for the word unique. Being the only one of its kind, unlike anything else. With this definition, it makes it seem like you're talking about power-ups with a very different function, when in fact, you're talking about power-ups that only appear in one Mario game. Sure, this may be a nitpick, but I think a better title would be Top 10 One-Off Mario Power-Ups.
My dude, being unique doesn't really indicate shit about being different in function to something else. You can see the same sort of functional mechanism show up in animal species a la Convergent Evolution, but each form of that mechanism can be unique from the others. Even then, the power-ups here, like the Super Bell, have unrepeated functions like this one letting you climb up a wall. Therefore, there are functionally unique aspects to them as well. That kind of wall climbing, for example, is the one and only as of now. So not only are you arguing to pronounce tomato instead of tomato, but the function point doesn't even do that much.
You won't be missed, Gwuss.
Whoa, what was that?
Inner demon of mine. Just bear with it, I try to.
You know, on that note, I've never really liked the look of Mario's cat suit. I think it's the paws. Like while the Tanuki suit is this full-body outfit, it at least still has normal hands and feet.
Okay, why would you be talking about the design first off? Wouldn't it make sense to talk about what the power does, then discuss the design?
You do know what saving the best for last is, right? Instead of trailing off with less substantial detail after the main point, you can ease your audience into the whole deal with the smaller stuff kicking things off. Telling him to start with what it do before the design quirks is like emphasizing in with in July. Come on, fellas, you're losing your heads.
Gwuss, you're inadequate, you're incompetent, and you deserve to be forgotten.
Quiet! Can't even meme without a grim thought, can I?
Also, why would the design be a major issue? This doesn't really affect the gameplay of the power-up, honestly.
Who the hell said he has to just talk gameplay? Mario platformers have been pretty big on being aesthetically vibrant. Don't tell me the main leads being in colorful costumes doesn't add to that. And once again, that was just to ease people into the bigger content with that entry. 2 or 3 points in, and I'm only hearing non-issues out of you.
Hey Gwuss, where do you keep your memes?
Oh, my medics? Down that way, take the door to the left. That's my mental warehouse of memes.
That aside, it's one of Mario's most versatile power-ups to date. Using the Super Bell, Mario gains all the powers you'd expect for him to have as a cat. These include running faster on all fours, scratching at enemies, a pouncing attack, and the...
Wait a minute. Where the hell does the next point come in?
Yeah, okay. Look, I have a cat. His name is Boomer, by the way. And I know he likes to jump around on stuff and climb things, but this wall scaling is about as true to life as Knuckles the Echidna being about fucking Goliath. Not that I'm to blame, though. This wall climb comes in immeasurably handy for close saves from pits, and it's borderline essential if you want to hit top of the flagpole consistently. It's definitely got its limits, though, and I don't like how slippery it feels. It makes me feel kind of insecure. I've also killed myself an embarrassing number of times with that downward pounce.
You leave damn near a minute of original footage here? Okay, this is not the worst case of this I've seen, you know, where you leave an inordinate amount of source footage for the point. No, not even close. But remember, this was something he said in the intro.
That being said, there will be a lot of skipping, since there's only a few points I want to cover.
Not gonna lie, that kind of lingering footage left in is not what I expected when you said you'd be skipping a lot. Hell, a fast forward would have tightened up the flow of this. Kinda comes off as a bit sloppy on the editing.
Hey Gwuss, is this a good meme of yours?
Oh yeah, that's a goodie. Show that to Gustavo if you see him. Okay, let's see. Next point for me to... Wait, what the fuck? Hold on. He's at number 9, and then... You didn't indicate at all what you were skipping to? And you skipped past 7 entries in the video? That is unbelievably jarring in terms of your editing. And don't get me wrong, you did warn us about this. But the thing is that the combination of being a bit gratuitous with the footage back there and giving severe whiplash here is nothing short of bizarre to watch.
Hey Bobby, I found Gwuss's characters. I heard this Sivian lady is top waifu. Hey, get your hands off my baby girl.
Okay, so... Wait, that's it? I know you told people that you didn't have much beef with the source, but half the footage was non-issues and very minor gripes. I actually got caught off guard when I looked down and realized the time counter on the video. Okay, final thoughts. It wasn't that bad, but I'm fairly underwhelmed. You tried to be transparent with your audience, but things like the jarring skip to number 1 came off as sloppy in the editing department. Half your issues were pretty minor, and even with them, the video totaled out to 4.5 minutes. Maybe this is just me since I've scrapped 3 or 4 half-finished scripts for commentaries in the last month, but I feel like I got little out of this even with the modest circumstances in which this was made. Really? You two went into my brain to give me that much footage? Wait, where'd they go? Oh, fuck.
My god.
I thought I told you two not to touch anything important. That door clearly said madness. What did you think you'd find?
We didn't think you were a psycho.
Excuse me? You go into someone else's brain and don't expect more to be going on underneath the surface? Look here. I've seen some shit, and I've done some things I'm not proud of. You're lucky you didn't see my psychological trophy room, because the amount of people I've left behind and relished when they were worse off without me, that may not be a lot, but it's nothing short of scary that I have one.
Man, this is supposed to be a fun commentary.
A video you two started by invading my damn privacy! I've tried to keep things pretty upbeat in videos, but my life's been a little less lively as of late. I'm sorry you two had to see what it's like when I'm not in a good mood. But hey, at least you have your video.
Well, now we feel bad about this.
Just go. I'll be back with a bigger commentary when the time comes.
How'd it go?
We're not going back there again.
Alright, so I'm not gonna lie, and I'm gonna go ahead and say that finding a source where I'd have plenty to work with is a pain. The problem is that a lot of videos I could critique are ones I can't take seriously, like, I'm gonna cover these 2 commentators because they didn't make me a sandwich, or there's an ew factor that makes me want to stay clear of some messes. But this time I think I found something that would be alright to cover. To put context, here's how the news goes. And boom!
Hey guys, it's time to talk about everybody's favorite YouTuber, Comet Jack.
What the fuck? Okay, time out. Now I have questions here, but I think the best question I have to put forward is how we went from the in the beginning that was actually kind of amusing to an intro with bizarrely out of place audio editing. It just sounds like some metal in the Who Wants to Be a Millionaire theme getting mashed together like potatoes. I mean, what?
So, here's the deal. I'm going to keep score of both Jack and Mike's points. If a good point is made, they'll get 5 points. If they make a bad point or mess up badly, they will lose 5 points. The one with more points is the better video.
Now you may think this is just a simple gimmick to spice up the video, and I'm sure that's what it was intended as, but spoilers, there might be some complications linked to this.
Bread. Is Breadwinners really that bad of a show?
Does everyone hate breadwinners? No, they don't. We're 4 fucking seconds in, and already you've lost 5 points.
Now call me crazy here, but I don't think a rhetorical question about a show's quality is undermined by having people happening to like the show. Especially considering Jack said that he liked the show.
I enjoyed the show.
And the rhetorical question was here to say, does it really seem so bad? Where is the logical contradiction here? You literally knocked off points in your scoring system for a failed argument. What's that argument? Wasn't even there. What?
Whoa.
This show has basically killed Nickelodeon.
Last I checked, the show got #1 in the rating slot for kids. Yes, you can make the point that it failed to capitalize on the momentum, but that's just it. Scores tied.
Okay, you're probably wondering what that bizarre cut was. Well, to prove a point, I took out a minor snippet of Jake the Snake from State Farm's interjection and replaced it as a thought experiment. Here's what you missed.
So, right off the bat, you say that this show has effectively killed Nickelodeon.
Now I'm gonna take a guess here, but if it wasn't for that, you probably wouldn't have noticed if that part was taken out entirely. Restating or paraphrasing what someone said can easily work for a point, such as these situations. But as you can imagine, Jake quoting his source here unfortunately does none of the above and instead becomes redundant. As an example of recapping someone for a point, Socrates.
The dough is then folded and rolled it and molded and doughed it.
Let me show you guys the animation. Here.
Are you being serious right now? Are you serious? This isn't animation. This is just a picture from the freaking pilot. Listen, I know you regret making those videos, but this is starting to get really sad.
Seriously? You're just showing a picture? You're not showing animated footage, just a picture?
This is a big reason why the covering multiple degrees with a point system turns out to be a problem. Now to be fair, he doesn't ignore this.
See? Even Comet Jack knows that this is just pathetic.
But literally the only thing accomplished by saying a point that would have already been made if Jake didn't say anything here would be giving credit to his source doing something right. But the thing is, you can do that while being much more concise. Let me use an example. When TP covered an original source and the degree of commentating done on it for our co-op, he would counter-argue points with the main source that the first degree didn't touch. That's what made TP also talking about meta not repetitive. He found new complaints to make. So with that in mind, Jake didn't end up bringing much new to the table, and his system of going through the video in this matter works against him rather than with him.
I still wanted to do a rant on the show even though I've only seen 1 episode.
And tell me, are you proud of that? You know, judging an entire show for 1 episode.
And this here is the biggest problem Mike's video has. He didn't give the show a fair chance.
What is the point of this interjection? Okay, earlier it was like, oh, Jake makes a knee-jerk response and then realizes that Jack makes the same point afterwards. This just ends up as tailgating a commentator to the point where instead of agreeing with the first line of coverage, the next commentator just makes the point longer. The funny thing is that in this skip footage, Jake from Snake Farm gets on Jack for not putting much effort into detailing his arguments, and I get that. This is not one of those times. He goes on with the point to counter-argue the Mike Kid. This is not how it works.
Damn, that's a cold-ass commentator.
Alright, so I don't have much to add after this point, so we'll wrap it up here. As far as commentaries go, Jake from Snake Farm style strikes me as a rudimentary and less experienced one that unfortunately doesn't get any help from the gimmick he implemented. Normally, a gimmick in a comm could not work from offering little entertainment value. However, this is one of the times where the gimmick seems to hold back the commentator in question. When the Craigentary here retreads territory that was already covered, I can tell it's not because this guy was being lazy or uncreative. No, it's because he obligated himself to commentate the video in a less effective manner. Saying that something is better than another doesn't need numbers in this manner. It just needs an understandable viewpoint where you say all that needs to be said. If you want an example, Jake's final thoughts were doing just that, so you know, credit where it's due. I mean, could you imagine if a guy tried to do an entire series while using out-of-place numerical ratings to score creative works? That would be dumb.
Dude, aren't you excited? Gwuss is returning.
Yeah, and you don't think that's fishy, man? You heard how he felt about Solo stuff, and look where he told us to go. This looks like a set out of Vampire the Masquerade.
Good evening. My fellow commentators, I apologize for disrupting any business or interfering with any prior engagements you may have had this evening. It's unfortunate that the affair that gathers us together tonight is a troubling one. We are here because the common decency that binds our community, the civility which is the fabric of our discourse and socialization, has been broken. As a veteran commentator, I understand how scenarios can grant or deny breaches of intrapersonal privacy. Many interactions occur between people in our sprawling social circles, and many of which demand permission of some sort to be publicly exposed. However, the accused that will be featured tonight was not refused permission. Indeed, that necessary permission was never sought at all. The video script of mine was written shortly after a second offense was performed by the accused. It pains me to announce the sentence as, up to recently, I considered the accused a friend and upstanding commentator. But as some of you may presume, the penalty for this transgression is being told off. Know that I am no more adjudicator than I am a servant to the well-being of us all. Let tonight's video serve as a reminder to our community that we must adhere to the formalities and respects that stabilize our disputes, lest we fall out like the ranters. Forgive me, Hiten. Let the penalty commence. Theatrical homage aside, I want to also add that I'm not really supposed to be here since I only want to do co-ops and cameos now. However, Hiten has forced my hand to speak up against a video of hers at length. Why? Because the last person I ever expected to pull this was someone I just co-opted with. You want to know how much it's screwing with me to see a lady I called a pal get away with things that she should not have gotten away with? Yeah, that's why I thought I was best suited to step in here. So let's explain what's up. Far as I can tell, this is a follow-up to Hiten calling out someone who assumed Penegrin was telling the truth about her false Spoctor allegations. As it seems, Fran here gossiped a bit to make herself look better after her call-outs before she formally resolved the conflict with Spoctor himself. Although I haven't been fully versed in this controversy before now, I think I've seen well enough to see big problems with this. After all, something like this didn't stop me when I noticed Lily Pete. So let us begin proper.
I chased electron orbits. You think I can't find you?
So I posted the thumbnail for the video the night before the commentary, something I try to do regularly, something I did with this video. Not too long afterwards, I get DMs from someone. When I wake up, your video has mysteriously disappeared.
Hold up. What is this? If I didn't know any better, I'd assume the entire premise of this video was discussing shit from private messages and group conversations. Hiten, did you not attend lecture when Professor Anyone advised against leaking personal discussions like this? I will confess there are select circumstances to bust private stuff wide open, but I said select circumstances. Considering only 1 out of the 5 times in which you brought up things that Fran said was from a public avenue, you're really playing with fire here. Let me just be real, if you in the audience feel primed for this to get dodgy, I know the feeling. I felt like that when I first saw this. And spoilers, but the following is the only DM or group message here with an obscured name. So, other people are good to get their conversations leaked in full, but this user got a little privacy protection? Wait. I noticed something fishy about this whole deal. Let's compare this to a screenshot of Twitter DMs just like this from a sports website. Apparently this entails a casual conversation sample from a sportscaster, I believe? Anyways, what's the difference between these two? Well, the other person's name and the icon of the other profile are missing. They aren't even marked over, they're just gone. What if this entire DM was staged? Think about it. The writing styles and readability are almost the exact same from Hiten and the unknown person, and think about how it's framed in the video. The DM happens and then shockingly the video gets removed when Hiten looks away. It's the perfect setup to claim cowardice on Fran's behalf. but that is a lot of supposition that I could easily be wrong about. For example, I noticed this little crease here under where the name would be, and that implies that Hiten took a JPEG of the DM and went whoop to maintain privacy just like that. While this could also be used for hoaxing, it could also just be a better way of obscuring details without a big old blob on the screen. However, the fact that I could even propose this conspiracy theory demonstrates something important. At best, you're showing double standards concerning the privacy of direct messages and group conversations later in this video. At worst, you omitted details to the point where it looks like you faked something to up the drama value. Come on, I may be late to this drama, but I was not born yesterday. You can see why this looks a little fishy.
Now, am I saying that this person alerted you to the fact that I was making a video on you, so you covered your ass and ran away? Am I saying you did the same thing when Ponder said your community rant was material? Am I calling you a cowardly, petulant child? I mean, obviously, right?
And for that matter, look at this. You see how quickly she assumed someone talking to her like this involved Fran? While this could be explained by Hiten noticing a simple pattern and being onto something after the video was taken down, it also makes it look a little suspiciously theatrical on Heaton's behalf. Once again, you're kind of validating an ill-conceived hypothesis about you and this whole situation. And if you think I'm going a little too hard about this, I'm gonna spoil something for you. There's a much more damning example of this coming up, so I could be onto something here.
Okay, so now my video's out, and clearly you didn't appreciate it. That being said, I wish you would have come to me directly about it instead of crying to Ponder about her comment. Now, I'm assuming it's because Ponder is the destructive force that she is, but... sloppy. Now you have no excuse for sneaking around my salty ass when you could have just confronted me directly. So far, the only person to have the spine to come talk to me when I come for them is Bughorse, and I didn't even commentate on him, so make what you want out of that tragic fact.
Actually, perhaps I shouldn't be too mad about this. From what I understand, this seemed to be involving a situation where Fran talks some shit in Heaton's absence, or something like that, so maybe I could give this a pass. And then Gwuss saw his forgiving attitude become a mistake in 3, 2...
So now Ponder's video is out, and I see you in your Discord.
Never mind then, because I don't know about you, but you know what doesn't make me feel like I could settle something directly with a respectable opponent a la casual discourse? Bringing up more confidential conversations and making me feel unsafe to even DM with certain people. And Hiten, don't even tell me that you weren't framing your jab like that. I've seen coyotes with less stalk and chase behaviors than you creeping on Fran. And yes, this behavior of yours may have been after you witnessed the things you discussed in this video. But regardless, this creepy behavior of yours retroactively destroys your angle of, you could have totally brought this up to me. Seeing how you turned out now, I can totally understand her finding that direct communication with you would be a losing proposition. And I mean a less deserved L compared to circulating a bogus sexual allegation and regretting it.
I love the idea that you're not nearly as bad as the others who perpetuated the drama, yet here you are, playing victim like Penegrin did. Cry me a fucking river and then dunk your head in it. Maybe the crocodile tears will wash off. I got commentated on too. I had an actual panic attack because I have a diagnosed medical disorder.
What? I'm gonna give you 6 seconds to elaborate on this. I'm gonna give you the benefit of the doubt and let you explain yourself to show that this isn't what I think it is.
I was shaking through watching that fucking video, and you know what? I took Luxter's criticism. You have
not good enough. So I decided to look something up since I thought it was fishy how you wrote off a teenager of all people having an emotional outburst, and look what I found! A panic attack happens because of heightened anxiety. Anyone can have a panic attack, but this is also a hallmark symptom of panic disorder. It can lead to rapid heartbeat, rapid breathing, sweating, shaking, and other symptoms. In people who do not have an anxiety disorder, a panic attack can happen if an event triggers anxiety. How interesting. Thank you, registered nurse Rachel Nall. Now, I could argue how sheer regret here would make some anxiety, since we've got a previously and frankly stubborn teenager who spread someone else's heinous lies and got told for it. But then again, I could be reading the situation incorrectly, since I did have to pick up the pieces a lot for context. But what I can say for certain is your line of reasoning is straight up toxic bullshit in terms of psychology. Because guess who else had an undiagnosed freakout before? The long and skinny of my story is that I once narrowly avoided a car crash from a big driving mistake on my behalf. Luckily, no one was hurt and there was no crash, but I knew right then that one wrong move would have meant my gruesome death from a head-on collision into my vehicle. It drove me laughing mad in my car. No, I was cackling in terror on my drive home. It was bad. And according to your rhetoric, me grappling with my own uncontrollable mortality due to my critical mistake could have been written off as illegitimate pity-mongering. Try me.
You have no fucking excuse to hide behind a shield of I'm having an anxiety attack when you committed a fucking crime, ruined a peer's reputation, and then tried to walk it halfway back. Because you're not sorry, are you? According to your own words out of your own dong slopper, you stand by everything you said in that video, but removed it for damage control. Do you know what that means? It means you're still fair game, and it means that until you actually apologize, you're just as guilty as Pentagrin in stories. You're the same festering pond scum at the top of the abandoned well that this drama has turned into.
Oh, hold up now. From what I've heard here, Fran's big misdeed was spreading the Spoctor fucked up spiel, and then saying how it was misinformation, albeit through a highly flawed apology. Right? You're comparing that to Pentagrin and stories? Weren't they the two people that fabricated evidence against Spoctor and intentionally made the whole shitstorm up? Don't get me wrong, spreading a smear campaign when Fran didn't seem to know better, or know better on how to handle the situation, is still pretty bad. No doubt she fucked up hard. But you know what equating that behavior to creating said smear campaign would be? It would be the same breed of sensationalistic fervor that makes false sexual allegations such a problem to begin with. You had to actually sit here and think, no, of course, the two situations aren't quite on the same level, I'm good at justice. And somehow Fran is the only girl with a faulty moral compass.
I'm sure a few of you still have sympathy for this little girl while she sits in her corner with her daytime soap opera performance, but don't. When Junkie questioned her out of genuine concern, she said, "Oh no, I'm fine."
And what do we have here? Junkie implicated in leaking Fran's shit? Wow, I mean, if he was really guilty, I would have expected that you obscure his alias too. That's what I would have said if I was a basic bitch. Because frankly, I think that Junkie's PMs with Fran were supposed to make it into a video. Oh sure, you say you have Junkie's permission to show these here, but I don't believe you. At all. You know why? Because there's literally no reason for Junkie in his right mind to be on board with this. The first time I ever heard of the guy was him getting involved with bullshit drama from other ranters left and right. Not to mention Junkie was there being really goddamn considerate to Fran initially. You mean to tell me that he pulled an R Nice Guys 180 and allowed you to just link PMs in a public video? That he'd intentionally get involved with this spicy drama after he extended an olive branch to Fran? Bullshit. But Gwuss, you may be asking, then how would Hiten have gotten her hands on such a set of screenshots? Well, I don't have many details there, but I have some good guesses. The only options that would make sense to me would be Discord DMs between friends or putting these DM screenshots into the vent server of a small private Discord server. The screenshot of the DMs were done through Discord, and I believe the second option out of the two Discord options sounds more probable. Given that something like this is most likely the case, I would not chastise Junkie for this. Venting about how someone acts in an isolated little server is much different than broadcasting such conversations publicly. Word does spread about how people act and all, but it usually happens between friends and doesn't happen with a full-on leak. Furthermore, Junkie would have had better regards for privacy by doing this, unlike what Hiten has done. And I would definitely believe that considering Junkie's online background, along with something else. Hiten already has a record of disclosing more private conversations without so much as asking permission. I've noticed her doing so under minimal provocation from this video alone with Fran.
The accused that sits before you tonight was not refused permission. Indeed, my permission was never sought at all.
But wait a minute, you may also be asking. Then how do you explain this comment here where Junkie seemed oddly complacent with the leaking? That's a good question, which I have two important answers for. First off, let's be honest. A lot of people got way too hyped up and allowed things in this video to slide. Who's to say Junkie didn't go with the flow here? But even then, I don't find that too likely compared to the second explanation. The more likely option of why he seemed complacent is that Junkie didn't want to get onto Heaton's case to avoid further drama in this already dodgy situation. I mean, didn't Spoctor initially plead guilty to his accusations when he mitigated damage to his innocent reputation because he was in no position to speak out until later? Given Junkie's online background, a similar outcome makes sense. So that's how it went down, right, Hiten? Because unlike my prior notion about you participating in foul play, I'm certain about this one being true. Cool Phelps, web traffic. What was the original point again?
She said, "Oh no, I'm fine." So let's add faking an anxiety disorder to the list of shit Fran is guilty of.
What the? Okay, I think we're hitting that point. You might not get what I mean at first, but I'm getting massive deja vu. This is the part of scripting where I forget I previously brought up something, like occasional panic attacks without full disorders, see my subject mention something flawed about it a second time, remember that I already disputed it after half a second, and now sit here frustrated. Oh god, I did not miss this part of commentating. But you know what? I'm not even close to done with this point. Let's say that an anxiety-driven panic attack could have been considered a disorder somehow, and she self-diagnosed for it. You're not assuming her episode didn't subside after a moment or anything? If these two messages happened in the same day, look, we've got an hour-and-a-half difference between them. Or, better yet, you think the anxiety is the bullshit, and not the stubborn young person trying not to show weakness? Oh wait, I remember. Benefit of the doubt is for people that you don't have unrestrained emotions towards. Good lord.
Hey, you know, while we're here, let's drag out this other thing she said to Junkie. My reputation is fine. Because that's what this is about, right? Your reputation, not the innocent boy that's still receiving comments about him sexually assaulting people. Not the same kid who was fucking doxxed because of the shit you pulled, and not the person
Oh ho ho, you're not getting away with that. You know that I almost didn't think about this detail at first, and I nearly skipped it? Well, guess what? I thought that sounded a little too inflammatory to be true, so I searched around for an acquaintance on Discord that was well versed in Spoctor-related drama. I even had to go through multiple accounts of this to find the most reliable explanation. And don't worry, I won't disclose the identities of my informants, because I think Hiten has already done that enough. The most reliable account I had actually did recall an incident where Spoctor was almost doxxed following the false claims. Almost, however, as in a sock puppet account on Twitter gave personal details before it was reported and the information didn't spread. Where this gets interesting is that apparently nobody knows who the perp actually is. There may have been one suspect involved, but the name of that suspect was not revealed. Now, maybe I'm just throwing darts in the dark here, but I'm pretty fucking certain I would know if Fran was actually involved with that incident, based on what I was told. But I'll tell you what I didn't need a second opinion on. Knowing how you got away with outright lying about Fran. I know you tried to sneak that by thanks to your just as bad as Penna Stories deal.
And not the person that's going to have to follow this for the rest of the foreseeable future, if not forever, because of what you contributed to.
But remind me, what fallacy would that remind you of? Guilt by association on steroids? Ooh, sloppy sloppy.
No, it's about you. Alright, Fran. Let's make it about you. You are a miserable, pathetic child that is incapable of any kind of empathy if the things I'm seeing are to be believed.
Yeah, funny thing about calling her that in this context? With the mature content advisories on numerous websites and the age of consent laws for a shockingly small number of states in the US, is this really accurate? Fran could easily be considered a child in terms of sexual conduct. And no, my point isn't gonna be to straight up coddle Fran. The last thing you want to illustrate to someone like her is how horrendous lies like the ones about Spoctor are no big deal, because that very much is a big deal. But you're expecting a lot for the growth of someone who's likely halfway through high school. Because you want to know who was really a judgmental, maladjusted, and restrained yuppie about other sexuality at 16? Me. Now granted, I didn't get involved with an egregious smear campaign like Fran did, but I did target and criticize fetish art very unfairly. I even did so with commission artists and acted like they were also accountable for the lewd ideas they were given. Hell, I made rules exclusive to critiquing fetish art. That is unfair almost by definition. And by the way, don't excuse it by saying it wasn't as bad as Fran, because that's how I got away with it for so long. Also, the shit I did wasn't a trend I followed. My prudence was all me. And with Chimp Off, it took roughly 6 years to come to terms with my mistakes and make up for what I've done. And yet you stand here as the seasoned woman you are and pull this shit with Fran as if she's nearly unredeemable? No, please, call her mouth something like a dong slobber again.
According to your own words out of your own dong slopper.
When she's not even legal in a good number of places. Then tell me how you aren't holding her to high standards for her age.
You are either totally detached from reality or a blithering idiot, and since I'm being candid this time, I'm leaning towards both. You are a lying, duplicitous backstabber who can't be trusted as far as she can be thrown. You are a disgraceful coward who runs scared at the mere whisper of conflict, rather than facing up to your mistakes like you have some facsimile of a spine. Worst of all of it, though, you did all of this because you're a petty, manipulative bitch. What you did was fucking illegal.
I know this for a fact. You don't like how I act. You claim I'm selling crap, but you be doing that. I'd rather say see ya, cause I would never be your officer, your wicked overseer.
You walked all over a good guy's reputation because, God forbid, someone who works harder than you, makes better content than you, and is more popular than you had the audacity to let you know it. You can go cry in your Discord server now because you don't have a video to delete. I hope not, because you have a video to make and/or an apology to write.
So is that what this is about? Because I think I understand what's going on here. You backed Fran into a corner and strong-armed a better apology out of her. Look at how you acted when a better resolution was reached immediately afterwards. Not even by the next day. For someone who leaked the shit out of Fran's DMs and talked a lot of shit to an impressionable teen, you sure lightened up when she went for more conflict resolution. But wait a second. You didn't actually become more kind about this in the aftermath, did you? You know as well as I do that going about fucking time doesn't look good on you after what you've been pulling. And even at that point, you were still insisting about how it had to be done by saying, I wish this didn't feel necessary. Yeah, while you were feeling like that was necessary, I'm thinking that making a video about hounding a girl for personal antics more than TMZ maybe wasn't so necessary.
It's almost like when people make accusations about you, it's sort of hard to run from, isn't it?
Well, allow us to test that principle with the detective work I've pulled. Let's see if you can act well on principle then. Final thoughts time. Hiten, you have greatly disappointed me with your behavior here. I was your friend, and what do you start acting like 2.5 weeks after we featured in our co-op? A downright dubious, double-dealing, drama-prone, diatribe-fueled despot waiting to get dunked. Or better yet, a confrontational, confidentiality-breaching, conundrum-like corn on the foot of the commentary community. And I haven't even dropped the big surprise. Remember when I said she had a second offense of breaching confidentiality before I started scripting? Did you assume I meant Junkie was the second and Fran was the first offense? No, I lumped that whole video as a first offense. I was talking about this. Tell me, Hiten, where exactly did you hear Ryan say that insult about you? Since we've been going all out making private beef into public problems, let's make this about you. Huh, more deja vu. But you know where I remember you getting that info? I remember about a person that was friends with both of you mentioned exactly what Mills Kohai had said about you in a separate Discord room. And you, in all your wisdom, decided to take that dispute to Twitter in response to an otherwise innocuous status update. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that Mutual did not intend for you to bring that spat out to the public. Say, did you also try to bully an apology out of Ryan? And since you've shown how much you like to go for he said she said bullshit through this, I'll tell you right now that I'm not just doing this because of him. This is pure karma. Because I knew I had to step in when I saw you pulling this kind of thing on not one occasion, but on multiple occasions. I knew it wasn't just me getting uncomfortable at that point. That's also why I didn't believe you about the Junkie claim, and it's why I never consulted you about this before now, Hiten. You think I could trust you with direct messages and private conversation of any kind after this? Fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice, shame on me. And that's it, Hiten. Because of how you've presented yourself as a commentator, and even as a person, our future cooperation is through. I don't know where this will leave our recent co-op. You could delete it as you please, or leave it as a timepiece for better days. Either way, it's in your hands, and I really don't care anymore. Now, if you'll excuse me, my Freedom Trail friends are waiting for me. I've spent way too much time away from them by being involved in this. Good evening. Damn, dude. Yo, what the fuck? Is this the hacker known as 4chan messing with my shit?
Hi, Monkey Man.
What you doing interrupting my anime watching session?
Wait, you don't watch anime?
Says you.
That isn't an anime that's a fucking crossover between Free and Expand, dog.
Dude, Mashups and Salmon Max are fantastic animes. Just ask Trinomortal.
Yeah, okay, sure, whatever. Look, I'm here to make a new friend. I want to show you something.
We're the Ghostbusters. I'm Spencer. He's Tracy.
They found out.
What the fuck? No! Turn that off, you fucking monkey. Goddamn.
Wait, that wasn't it?
I mean, there's a guy in a monkey suit, but not that kind.
Oh.
You're familiar with Onision, right?
Oh god.
And how he supposedly left feminism on YouTube?
Please no.
Well, here's the thing. If you don't do a commentary on it with your new friend, then everyone's gonna know that you were Tracy in the 1975 Ghostbusters live-action children's show.
I'll do it, as long as he doesn't bust out Huey Lewis in the news with a fire axe.
Done.
But before we get started, who are you?
Yo!
Damn, I wasn't expecting that.
Some of you may have noticed that I haven't made a video on feminism in some time. And the reason for that is I've kind of noticed something somewhat futile about the whole topic. Feminism is an issue that has been important for many years. And people online don't seem to care about the topic in a legitimate manner.
Nonsense. I can show you an example to the contrary. I mean, look at this. I think I know why you said that now.
Now, I'm no professional on feminism, so not everything I say is going to be on point as much as Gwuss, but what I do know is that there are a lot of people who genuinely care about feminism. They may not always have the actual movement's goals on their agendas due to misinformation, but they do care. Speaking of which, Gwuss, didn't you commentate on a person that fits that description? What was her name? Oh yeah, Ashley Mardell. Good intentions, but good God, is there a lot of misinformation there.
We turn feminism into a means of entertainment more often than not on YouTube.
Considering that YouTube videos are your reference point, no shit. YouTube's content, including critics speaking against modern feminism, is primarily for entertainment. Who would be surprised when skeptics and the like put on more of a show when they're making a point? For example, commentating puts reasonable and relevant counter-arguments as a cornerstone for good videos, but the reason for that? Because it helps make the video entertaining when the viewer can look and enthusiastically go,
I mean, if they didn't spice up the edutainment a bit, you're gonna be back in that one classroom that has the most boring video that no kid will ever pay attention to because nobody cares about the fucking derivative, Mr. Shinglesworth! Oh my fucking god, suck my freaking non-existent dick! Fuck you, Mr. Fractions! Why are you not actually pi?
I'm guessing you don't like math.
To get more of a sensation that they matter, the video maker matters. Me. A lot of people who identify as anti-feminists are all about equality between men and women. Yet for some reason they call themselves anti-feminists when a lot of people who call themselves anti-feminists hate women.
Okay, this is one of the most ineloquent shit piles of a point I've ever heard. You establish anti-feminists as all for equality, you say, yet for some reason they call themselves by their label, and then you say, when they actually hate women. What the actual hell is your sentence structure? This is so unbelievably incohesive for either formal or informal discussion. I know this seems minor, but I can't get over it. Who talks like this?
Wait, what are you, a monkey?
Oi, that's racist.
No, that's speciesist. Get it right, you damn dirty ape.
You're either pro-feminist or anti-feminist when it comes to a good portion of the people who make YouTube videos about feminism. And I personally wouldn't want to be associated with people who hate women.
Are you serious? You're not gonna be deemed as an anti-feminist because you stuck your neck out for feminism in the past. In fact, your previous stance is the polar opposite of deconstructing modern feminism. The only reason I could see for you saying this is because said associations would form when anti-feminists countered your arguments. If you found or thought that you supported your side adequately, those bare-bones associations would not go against your intentions. If you're so worried about being seen as a misogynist, that one's on you.
You also heavily imply that there can't be a middle ground when it comes to feminism. Why? Both sides are radical in one way or another, there's no denying that, so who are you to say that there is no fence for people to sit on when they don't like either side? This whole you're either with me or against me mentality from both parties is so fucking dumb. I want to torture myself by watching grass grow, or a vigorously slow loading screen, or a Sinnoh video.
And yet a lot of anti-feminists or self-identified anti-feminists have no problem waging war on a group of people that consistently identifies as pro-woman.
See, that's the thing. Pro-woman, in the case of modern feminism, has come to mean being largely uncompromising while pleading that they intend for the sexes to be equal. You think male tier mugs are bought by people that actually want to be altruistic? Well, I suppose if I formed a crude and faulty-ass dichotomy between the two sides of discussion, I would try to go for emotional appeals too.
Appeal to emotion fallacies up the butthole, because no one's gonna notice that big shit stain on your butt cheeks while drinking from your man Tears coffee mug, am I right?
The psychology it takes to convince yourself that promoting anti-feminism is a productive thing, I won't understand. Feminism has for some time been about promoting the rights of women to the extent of them having equal rights to men.
And then everyone died.
This is the definition. This is our history.
Okay, in all seriousness, it's like you never fucking learned. Don't play dumb. We both know that people have called you out on these two ideas before. We both know you using an antiquated dictionary definition doesn't mean shit here, and we both know that people have dunked on your grandma's brand of feminism argument.
You know, there's a difference between knowing what a movement is supposed to be and then acting upon that movement's definition. You say you know what feminism is. You say you're a feminist. You say you want rights for women. You say a lot of fucking things and let your mouth continue to run this whole shebang. Yet what do you actually do to support feminism? What have you done to support the movement? Participated in rallies, speak publicly in group meetings, and exercise the common courtesy that you believe women should get with the women in your life? Because really, all I can see from you is just nothing but talk. And talk isn't gonna get you shit unless you have action to go along with it. And from the years you've been on the internet, it sure as hell doesn't seem like you're on the side of women at all. So with that, why should I even bother taking you seriously?
Yet we have these people trying to demonize feminists for what end? What do they want to achieve? Do they think they're helping women?
There's two sides to my brain right now. The first side says, yes, because you don't avoid scrutiny for a cause if you care about it. The other side goes, ah, and goes full Minecraft griefer because I know he's just saying that for damage control.
Are they doing what they can to accomplish their goal? Well, they're doing a heck of a lot more than you.
Oh, snap!
Most people aren't extreme in life, just like most feminists are not extreme. So why are we treating groups of people, especially groups that are promoting the rights of individuals who need their rights promoted, like they're terrible?
Oh, you mean like that one big-name feminist that asked for crowdfunding on a video series project so she could pull a victimhood campaign, do none of the worthwhile research she said she would, and delete her videos like Duke Nukem Forever? I forget the name, she's kinda not relevant anymore. Sark something?
Gwuss, no, don't! You know that her name must never be spoken! It'll leave a curse on all of the CC!
What, Voldemort?
You fool!
Most of us don't actually care about the real issue at hand. We just want to feel like we're bigger and better, and we enjoy crapping on each other.
Yeah, these YouTubers are taking a big shit on people that didn't do anything for attention. Who would do that and act like a psychotic over feminine— Oh fuck, change picture? Change pic— Just for the record, I only did that joke because he made it too easy for me.
It's Onision, you really expect anything smart to come out of that mouth?
You don't like Wallace and Gromit?
A lot of anti-feminists, or people who identify as anti-feminists, say they're pro-egalitarianism. Egalitarianism is almost the same thing as feminism.
Now, I know you just didn't try to pull that garble with modern feminism. If modern feminists looking at wage statistics is anything to go off of, that group is fucking terrible at discerning equality of opportunity from equality of outcome. That's the one thing you don't want to suffer from if you're upholding equality of opportunity for all people.
I can't sleep, too many gravitons.
You now see how absurd this whole dialogue online is. We're waging war against people who share the same views as us.
You mean beliefs like the developed world harboring a rape culture? Afraid I don't apply to that one unless I start huffing glue.
Elmer's or tacky glue?
Gorilla glue.
Figures.
Do you understand how silly that is? What we should be focusing on are actual anti-woman sexists. We should be focusing on actual racists and actual terrible people who are actually trying to hurt someone.
Oh!
Where is that son of a bitch? Oh, Christ! Like, if I had a discussion with half the people who made anti-Onision videos in regards to my feminism, we would probably agree on almost every level.
That is going off in my head again.
Oh, fuck off, Winston! We're not genuine people. Because if we were genuine, we would probably just have these discussions in a non-theatrical way.
Well, if that's the case, then every video that is considered to be entertaining and educational on the subject is completely fake. Extra credits with their speeches on game design and their extra history series is not to be taken seriously because it's made to be entertaining, and because of that, they are compensated with money. Everything that Jasmine makes must be completely for monetization only because his series on how to draw is considered edutainment, so therefore, he's not actually an artist, he's a fucking entertainer. Nothing entertaining and educational can ever be taken seriously because Onision has spoken with the videos that preach about anything political, educational, and or sparks any kind of discussion is only in it for the money. We're all fucking shams and no one on YouTube is worth watching. G. I knew I got a fucking casual vibe from the minute that this video started. Now, I'm not much of an expert on feminism as a whole, but that doesn't mean that I'm exempt from talking about it if I've done my research and considered my stance on the subject. I'm not on either side of this whole feminism thing because of people like you. You talk the talk, but you don't walk the walk. You point the finger, but never take the blame. You say that you are, or in this case, were a feminist, but the truth is, you never were one to begin with. You want to claim that the people who discuss the topic avidly on either side, specifically the anti-feminist side, are nothing but fake. They care about the money, they care about the views, they care about themselves. Boy, don't that sound familiar. You know, if you or your fans ever come across this video and start a shitstorm, I wouldn't be surprised, but I doubt that you or they can actually bring anything of substance to the table other than, LOL, kill yourself! Have fun in your own little world, Onision. Send me a postcard, here's my address.
Okay, full disclosure, there's a reason I made a Patrick Bateman reference at the beginning. If you didn't know Onision's history and he was giving you bad vibes early on in this video, then let's just say your intuition is spot on. With videos like this dude is lowest common denominator in terms of trying to stay relevant by any means necessary. And you know what the worst part about that is? This one dude kissing ass to modern feminism represents some of its worst problems down to a T. Ignoring the modern connotations that haunt the movement, pleading that they seek equality when approached by public disapproval, and then getting bent out of shape when people on YouTube are rude when a proper dialogue was seldom set. I mean, the third part of that list was the whole point of the video I last covered with the Kappa boys. Once again, Ash was better intentioned than Onision, but damn that video had problems. The knowledge that an attention-hungry YouTuber that looks like he's about to yell, "Hey Paul!" represents the downfall of feminism is pretty damn disturbing. I mean, jeebus. Okay, hold up. I gotta ask, why'd you go for the spooky Deus Ex hacker thing when I was watching my anime earlier?
Still not an anime.
The question still remains here.
Cause this was gonna be my Halloween costume, but I missed out. I needed to take the aggression out on somebody.
And the blackmail?
I was just fucking with ya and I was bored.
So you're not gonna release that information about me being in this thing?
Oh, that? Oh, no, I already did.
You know what I need? A reinvention for myself. Yeah, I oughta spice things up. I've been worrying about shit too much, and one of those things is Overwatch going out of style. So let's do something so I'm ready for that. Okay, I need something simple, striking, right at home in the CC, plenty of monkey business, and with a personal touch. A little of this, a little of that, and voila! I think it's time for a test run. Ha! Boom, baby! Yeah, what up? New face, old ape, and I'm ready to... hold on.
Hey, what's up, Gwuss?
Commentary machine broke.
Understandable, have a nice... What?
Okay, so... I might have planned a big reveal for my new avatar, and... I might have forgot to bring a source video to commentate on for the occasion.
Oh, for the love of God.
Now, I'm just wondering if you might have something I could work with. Please? I look like an asshole right now.
Alright, fine. But there's a catch.
Huh?
I'm in on this.
Oh, hey.
You really weren't surprised by that?
Dude, that's the first thing I did when you helped me get started on my path to be a monkey fuck. So what do you got?
Well, there's this one text-to-speech commentary someone did on me, and...
Okay, let's go.
What? Don't you want to know more than that about it?
I have faith in you. Let me see it.
Thank you. Before we begin, I'll admit right here that there are some details that I won't go too in depth about, such as the subject's abhorrent audio editing, numerous cases of stumbling, and other details, but I also got to this commentary after former co-op partner GWS got to it first.
Why does...
No!
Really?
Sorry, I get like that when I see abrupt and mistimed video splicing.
Can we keep going now?
Okay.
Why does this matter? Couldn't you also bring up these issues to a new audience? After all, not everyone watches GWS, so maybe not everyone is familiar with these issues. This seems very lazy on your part.
Bullshit, not everybody watches me.
Like, yeah, not everyone that follows me follows Gwuss. The sub count alone should make that obvious. But you know what I could do with the help? Tell people they can watch his commentary and link it in the description. What, did you want me to make his commentary obsolete? Oh, hold on, let me ask. Gwuss?
What do you mean not everybody follows me?
No, you come on. We both know what the better Thomas the Tank Engine mashup is.
Please do not tell me you are going out of your way to get onto the Conundrum's case for his choice of introduction music. This seems very nitpicky.
Orissa, I will let you know that having the best mashups is some serious goddamn business. Fuck off with your low quality rips. Also, it was joke.
And if you're concerned it wouldn't match well with the Conundrum, 1, why are you concerned? 2, guess what else wouldn't? What you had before. And while we're on this frame, that ain't the title of your video. Mind actual consistency?
Why does this matter? His video title does not dictate the quality of the video itself. Quit reaching for a point, please.
Could this be the point where I sing Sonic lyrics?
Yeah.
I'm gonna reach for the stars. Also, I never suggested the quality of his video was dictated by his title. I was only pointing out the inconsistency between when you roll in the title and when you roll in the actual video, although they look pretty far.
We don't need to dwell on this guy's production quality any longer than we really need to. Which in all honesty is not at all, but if you really needed to point it out when the actual problems arise. Oh wait, GWS guy pointed them out first.
What did you call... Hold on. I am GWS guy. And this is not something I talked about. No, seriously though, I didn't give a shit about 2 corn cobs or that oversight with the title. TP, on the other hand, did.
So you're not going to point them out?
He did though.
Be in mind, he did say that I bet $50 that she won't disable her comments. She did not. Tag, you owe this lady $50, and if you don't pay it, that proves more of a pussy you are.
Here's food for thought. Why should we? Spoiler alert, this is something that actually comes up later in the Atheist Gamer's video.
Go ahead, click the link in the description. I bet you 50 fucking bucks she disabled her raven comments.
So bringing them here just kinda seems redundant.
So wait, are you arguing the fact that Tag should pay up? Or are you getting onto his earlier wording regarding the audience keeping this in mind? Because if it's the former, how are you going to argue that Tag made a bet on video that this woman would disable her comments when she didn't and then continue to not pay up? When you're then going to play a clip of him doing just that, if it's the later, then it's pointless for you to point this out, as keeping this fact in mind as we go on with the video would help further the Conundrum's point that Tag should pay up. So either way, I'm confused as to what you're doing.
Oh, Tag should totally pay up. It's just shit we've already gotten from the title, the intro, here, later, and it goes on and on and on. Why are people letting me sing?
Hey, I got bored for a little bit and I went to get coffee, Cheetos, and chicken. Did I miss anything?
Did you seriously just walk out on the video? Plus, it's already in your title and your intro. I get the commentators will take things that are topical to the commentary and put them in the title, but any halfway decent commentator would also know to put it where it fits.
Again, why does the title matter? Master TP10, you're nitpicking.
Yeah, TP, you're just nitpicking off the thing that will ultimately set a first impression for potential viewers. It's just the thing that may make or break the chances of your video getting attention.
What the hell are you doing?
I'm the chimp, so I have to be the biggest nitpicker here.
Cut that shit out!
Hey guys, it's
Gee, Tag, what's so funny? she said, "Hi there, this is Morgan," and you just cut away to you going, "Ah!" looking like a jackass, laughing at her, making fun of her.
Hey, you just answered your own question from moments ago. So you trying to ask Tag why he was laughing as if he had no reason, has no reason now.
Making fun of a person is not a justifiable reason to start laughing at a person, unless you mean he was trying to make himself look like a jackass. But even then, that's not a valid excuse.
I never said it was a justified reason, but aren't bad reasons still reasons? Is a bad commentary no longer a commentary? Oh, fuck, I guess I never made a commentary then.
For example, Fire Emblem fans technically had a reason to be shit people and attempt doxing over a character preference. It still wasn't justified. But see, now I have a justified reason to say that fanbase is worse than League of Legends players.
Take his jukebox, fuck this kid.
You have room to talk. I've known you for a while, and believe me, you're no prize pig yourself, Tag, okay? So, do me a favor, shut the fuck up.
You do realize that Tag not being good doesn't invalidate his remark, right?
Excuse me, what remark? Did Tag make a remark at the woman? All we got was laughter, not actually him saying anything towards her.
The fuck you mean laughter isn't saying anything? Look, I know it might seem a bit fucked up because TP cut Tag's quip off, but please understand. 1, that shit was annoying, so fuck keeping that thing in. And 2, what seemed like laughter actually was something that could work as a retort. Look, I have the full transcript here from when I watched the video since, you know, I covered it as well. In full, Tag said, "Ha. Cough. Wait, no, that's... God damn it!"
Alright, so remark might not have been the best word to use, but Tag still interjected with something. The Conundrum tried interjecting back, felt harder than a Magikarp, and literally what you're doing right now is the same shit he did. So I could have worded myself better. Doesn't make the Conundrum's point decent, it just means I fell asleep in English class.
Why would you...
Have you ever been in an English class?
I did. It made me a hard ass about written sentence structure. What about you?
Burn! Burn, you fucker!
Nothing.
This not helped by the fact that you decided to cut off Tag's interjection with a giant no on the screen, so this comes off as very jarring and confusing.
Jarring.
I swear to fuck! Forgetting you provided nothing to support that he isn't a prized pig. Conundrum, congrats, you somehow failed to debunk an insult. Way to go.
Prized pig? I still have no idea what you're talking about, Brew.
Conundrum just said that prize pig thing like a minute ago. The fuck?
That wasn't even a minute ago, you fucking monkey!
Doesn't that robot look familiar?
So the post on Facebook is, I'm sick and
Did you just bark?
tired of these feminists.
Why are you censoring yourself, my dear? Especially with a dog's bark. Granted, it's appropriate for you, but...
So, she censors herself because she caters to little kids. She's 14 years old. Her audience may be younger.
Teacher, I have a question. Where do these assumptions come from? Maybe she did say them somewhere, maybe in the part of the video we never see, maybe in a comment, but I don't want to trick through comments or tweets to see why or how you got these ideas.
Leaving out the question asking why this matters, this problem TP brings up here is very appropriate for his own commentary, as we never hear Tag's insult that the Conundrum was attempting to counter, or did GWS cover that too?
Okay, can you focus on what's going on in this video instead of trying to get this dong? If you're talking about Conundrum's "you made fun of her weight" point that he made towards Tag, that came later, wasn't shown by you in this video, and is irrelevant to this tidbit. You straight up fucked your point by going off on TP so early that I nearly misinterpreted what your vague ass was saying. I thought you meant that I covered something different, i.e. Conundrum assuming her audience's age range out of nowhere, and I didn't even touch that. You goofed up as bad as Tag's broken editing from kissing my ass and being super fucking thirsty. I don't want you having this dick for the same reason I don't care about future sex robotics. Moving metal parts plus delicate flesh equals bad.
I have the thing you love, but the needing me is way too much.
But what about my robot waifus?
Trust me, if you ever got the chance, you wouldn't want to stick it at any holes.
But my waifus!
Look and don't touch the sensitive bits.
Can I fact? And even then, let's tackle your assumptions anyways. Now when you look at her channel, you'll find 3 videos. One of those videos, yeah, that one doesn't look like it's targeted towards kids, now does it?
But that's also censored. Couldn't one make the argument that the clickbaity, censored, title would pander more to a younger audience?
You realize shit is another word for poop, right? You know, a word that can be used on TV shows suitable for children? Fucking SpongeBob used it? Dude, what if SpongeBob got away with using shit? I don't know how, but the thought's there, and now it's staying there. BRB.
It is said all dogs have their day.
Plus, the way of censoring herself is pretty weak. How about, instead of showing the majority of the word, use either a different word, or use asterisks to cover the entire thing? Anyone who knows the word being censored will quickly assume what the word was. I'll give you a hint. It's not ficking, it's not backing, and it's most certainly not fire trucking.
Yeah, it's also not fucking, it's shit. Are you really that blind?
I was referring to the censored word featured in the video Tag covered, not the shitting video she uploaded. Even if you were somehow confused, the use of words more similar to fucking should have given the hint that I was alluding to her censoring fucking, not shit.
Damn, and I thought the movie Amusement was written by Goldfish.
And using a dog bark. Calling her a dog for using that.
Oh, now you're resorting to shoving words down his throat. Where did Tag call her a dog? He said it was appropriate, he didn't say she was a dog though. Most I can think of is that Tag's referring to her as a bitch, which could be seen as a female dog, but that's still some stretching needed to argue he was saying one thing when nothing we were shown told us he was saying anything of the sort.
Implications are lost on you, aren't they, TP? If they're supposedly fitting according to Tag, then he must be implying that this woman is, herself, a dog. It's kinda right there in black and white.
The thing is, though, it's not really that black and white. The whole deal with implying something is that you hint the hell out of it without directly saying it. Doing something as simple as black and white would be saying it fits cause you's a bitch.
Hey, wait!
Okay, I think we're about ready for the final thoughts. What do you think?
Alright, now, we're confident there's at least someone in the audience that's probably thinking, wait, isn't this a troll you two covered? Yeah, of course. Why would you think it wasn't?
I mean, real talk. You mean to tell me that someone who can edit with a complex moving background would use just one avatar image and a text-to-speech voice? Shit, we didn't even have to try too hard to dispute the points here. Like, whoever thought this was legit and got mad at it, like, actually mad at it, needs to just face the music like...
So that begs the question, why did we cover it anyways? Because we thought it was fun. Seriously, for how intentional the bad points were, me and Gwuss still had a lot of jokes going when we first watched it. So what if this commentary may end up doing the very thing trolls tend to want, giving them attention? If I'm enjoying myself, I don't mind, we all win. Unless you're somehow not a troll, in which case your arguments were bad and you should feel bad.
And even when we sat back and saw people taking the piss going, gotcha, 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 for the fun of it, that's when it hit me. That is how and why I knew I wanted to do this. You see, I've been getting word that some people have been acting jumpy over the shitpost videos commentators put out here and there. And frankly, I don't care much for people being so damn uptight and demanding when being able to enjoy ourselves is the spice of life in this business.
You know what other video originated in the same sort of way this one did? My co-op on Silver and Fawn. Me and Gwuss did a live reaction to that video in the same way we did here, and look how that turned out.
And just for the record, if I didn't get fired up making jokes and some points in that video, I wouldn't have came back to making commentaries. You have the shitpost level antics behind this video and that video to thank for my current run in the CC.
And potentially why other commentators became interested again, because they became fun or engaging, and they expanded on what they were. Hey, I'm not complaining, I got Monkey Man to come back and that was fun as fuck.
Look, I know sometimes commentaries get heavy, but that's part of the balance here in the CC. The other part is to stop giving a fuck at the right moment and do something because it works while still being a good time. You know, like how we managed to make covering a troll work once. And remember, you'll start to look mad because bad if you act too serious at the wrong time.
Well, that kinda got serious at the end. Where's the meme and all of that?
Right here, bitch.
Are you? Fine. Two can play this game.
Oh, then what's that shit you got back there?
What do you...
Fuck off my battle station, baby.
R.I.P. Yeah, R.I.P. Yeah, R.I.P.
Mother how about you use something else for a change?
Why would I need more for some Bronze 5 bitch?
Huh. Why did he put that in the credits of the video? I think I ought to ask.
Fuck! Who's calling me? Shit! Stop me if you've heard this meme before. My old self, who I fucked with 5 years ago and was presumed long gone, just turned up and said this. I lived, bitch.
What? G-dubs?
Don't call me that, you gobshite. It's Gustavo now.
But
I'm you from an alternate timeline, dipshit. Did you really sit there and never think why you didn't remember meeting your old self? You could have started a paradox.
But what are you doing here?
Getting revenge. You helped teach me from an early age that no one is gonna look out for me, not even myself. So now I'm the scourge of the 7CCs, and I got some respect speaking truths that some people just don't want to hear. So, since we've evened out the score beating ourselves up, let's get down to brass tacks. I'm gonna string you along to cover a video, just like you did to me.
Fine, dude. If you wanted to co-op this text commentary with me, you could have just asked.
First off, you're soloing it. And second, not that video. Take a look at this.
Wait a second. I don't know if I can...
Dance, you monkey fuck.
Okay, you right. Just let me recover and we can go. Fuck, dude.
You'll live. I did when you threw me into the rafters.
Is pornography bad? Is a question I've asked myself ever since I was first exposed to porn at 10 years old. Well, I got most of my answers from sources, such as Yahoo Answers and some small medical sites. They were pretty inconclusive and were extremely vague about their responses. Even now, if you search YouTube for, is porn bad? You will end up with a bunch of videos of drunk guys asking this to drunk girls, videos by BuzzFeed, and some other videos, but you can't really get worse than BuzzFeed. So, many explained that it was normal to watch pornography, and there was nothing wrong, in moderation. However, I had no clue what moderation meant, and that pornography would be addicting in the long run.
Hey, hold up, slugger. First off, let's be frank. We both know you didn't come back to that what is love look in question for the rest of the video. Second, just because you couldn't see when too much was too much, doesn't mean you get to sneak around some imagery like that. Do you really want to try to compare people fucking on camera to drugs you'd inject like that? Hey, you weren't slick when you tried to compare porn to substances that are chemically rigged to create dependencies in your brain. Hell, I found an article describing a study in which alleged sex addicts didn't become desensitized to erotic imagery in the same way drugs numb people's brains. That looks a lot less fishy than you trying to color in that needle before someone would notice what you were up to. And if this doesn't seem bad, trust me, I'm only getting uppity because this kind of stuff adds up.
After reading up on the subject for the past few months, I've come to the conclusion that pornography is not inherently bad, just as nothing is inherently good or bad, but can have extremely detrimental effects. It is your choice on what you think about this subject.
Uh-huh. And you didn't think this rhetoric of tiptoeing around an idea was shitty why? I mean, holy shit, you try to throw basic human judgment about what's good or bad out the window to seem fair?
You can't really get worse than BuzzFeed.
You are a pirate!
You literally gave a shitty pseudo-philosophical answer to the premise of your video 1 minute into the damn thing. Like, show this on screen and you could go, hey guys, video's over, bye! Oh, and for that matter, thanks for saying it's up to people to think for themselves, Captain Obvious.
But I will be going on through a list of pros and cons to pornography to come to a conclusive, non-biased answer.
Yeah, unbiased. That's why you put nofap and porn free in the video title, right? This really gets me because this is borderline insidious on two accounts. One, it looks like you're trying to prime your audience to tilt away from the thing you're trying to, and I say this with heavy air quotes, fairly evaluate. And two, what kind of an audience were you trying to bring with that title? Probably like-minded people that wouldn't mind an unhealthy and high amount of bias. That's right, I'm calling you out for cultivating an echo chamber with that video name of yours. Now perhaps he's not intentionally trying to keep things biased in his favor. After all, maybe he's just trying to make sure his video reaches people that look into things like nofap and porn free. First off, that's what tags are for in terms of searching and related video algorithms, and two, it still comes off as massively biased regardless of his intentions.
For the cons of porn, many teens are developing signs of PIED, porn-induced erectile dysfunction. They don't have the same morning woods and can't get it up during sex. While many doctors chalk this up to performance anxiety or erectile dysfunction in general, this is proven wrong because they can get it up easily during their favorite fetish porn.
Ah, good showmanship. Make me dig up the source of info instead of showing me it on screen. P-I-E-D. No, not pied. P-I-E-D. No! P-I-E-D. Fuck!
And you are a parrot!
Okay, there we go. Ah. Hey buddy, if these kinds of posts are your source, then don't take their word for it. They don't have room to talk about a lack of masturbation when they're circle jerking on forums all day.
That's another con. The fact that porn sites throughout their categories try to get you to become more tolerant of vanilla films and move on to porn-induced fetishes. That's how they make money, through ads to those smaller sites.
Okay, I'm not gonna second guess you on the fetish site tidbit, but I will ask, what's an unnatural fetish to you? Do you base that on conventional baby making? Because if so, I'd say anal and foot shenanigans sound natural enough to me, normal parts of the human body at play, right? And even then, by that definition, anything that comes down to raw intercourse at the end would be natural by technicality. I ask all this because you give jack diddly shit about what's unnatural. You might as well say immoral fetishes and be honest about the pompous bullshit you're trying to peddle.
Some people even escalate so far as to watching illegal porn because they cannot control themselves.
Why are you drawing a euro? You know there are legal issues with porn in areas like the US and the UK as well, right? Shit, Interpol is all over preventing the super shitty stuff that no country likes having around. I know you're probably framing this as certain foreign countries are more strict about it and folks might live there. But if that's so, what examples would there be of that? Aren't euros used in multiple countries? Shit, draw a rupia and we might have specifics for a point. And the lack of self-control thing? Let's just wait a little bit.
The loss of self-control is extreme. We become so impulsive that we go after the easy route every single time because we want that small hit of dopamine each day rather than enjoying our short lives as a whole.
Hey! Stay on the right side of the paper! You set this up as cons go here and pros go here, so what the hell are you doing putting drawings about the cons of porn on the side you allocated for the pros? First off, unbiased my flabby ass! You're gonna tell me you're looking at this fairly when you can't even keep your draw-to-life reject doodles from encroaching on the wrong side of the paper? Get real. And second, you're gonna lecture me about porn consumers having a lack of self-control when you can't even make sure that you're drawing on the right side of the paper? Stop projecting and take accountability for your own lack of self-control. And wait a minute, speaking of projecting, what was that you said earlier?
Some people even escalate so far as to watching illegal porn because they cannot control themselves.
Buddy, is there something you aren't telling us?
Through rewarding ourselves for nothing and actually overloading our brains with a huge reward. Sex is basically our main reason for existing.
You mean it was your reason for existing? Like, yet again, all I'm hearing is that you think your own shitty experiences let you vilify the concept as a whole. I can read you like a book on this, and I know you aren't going to speak wisdom about people becoming sex fiends that can't focus on careers or hobbies of theirs. No real examples, no profound statements, not a zilch. It's funny, because I could take his word on things a lot more with this video if he spoke in a way that really shows he has some authority to speak about how using porn changes people. Truth be told, I'd say, fuck the examples, just show me your heart on your sleeve, if that was the case. But given his disingenuous presentation, this dude is selling me 3-week-old fish, and I'm not buying it.
And seeing so many hot girls, or guys, that we would never have seen in the past, gives us one of the largest dopamine releases that life could give us. In turn, we become desensitized to life.
Sorry, what was that? Oh, and way to paint this whole deal in an overly emotional way that's almost pandering when you say desensitized to life. Christ, what kind of depraved existence would you have to live in to think like that? When matters pertaining to your libido are the only way you see beauty in the world? Not artistry, not people being happy, just that? It's almost like you're not looking at the real issue of people not feeling meaningful kinship or purpose in their lives. But yeah, might as well blame the porn, right? Might as well look at video games like Jack Thompson while you're at it.
You blunderhead squid, what good are you now?
Porn is also a huge waste of time with searching for videos and whatnot.
What? You're in the heyday of the internet where connection speeds move right quick and porn is available to the point where Tumblr's reputation goes something like, people came here for the porn and stayed for the blogs and politics. You wouldn't believe how many times I've heard statements along the lines of that about Tumblr. Just cause you didn't know where to look for art with your favorite fetish doesn't mean looking for porn is a waste of time. I mean a waste of time, what a crock.
There are many more cons, but I'd rather leave it at that, as those were the main reasons, for me at least, to quit pornography.
Wow, it's worse than I thought. I seriously named this screenshot to unbiased.jpg while I was editing, because this just shows how much of a lie it was when he called this discussion unbiased. You give an inch when he starts with pros and cons, and he takes a mile coloring middle school scribbles all over more than 3/4 of the page. Yeah, I like using visual aids and allocating space. That is, when it serves my interests.
For the pros of porn. People say that you become more creative, which would be a positive to those porn-induced fetishes.
You can't be serious. I doubt many people actually believe that. There's a case to saying it helps studying human anatomy, but something as basic as creativity? Not like you explain or provide info about that whatsoever. Oh wait, you try, but you tie it to being creative in the bedroom, as you pick apart the upsides of porn outside the page without any visual aids to put weight on what you're saying. Totally fair and not backhanded in the slightest.
Ye a big pirate for ye.
The other reasons people provide are that you get more testosterone. However, if you abstain from masturbation for 7 days, your testosterone levels increase by 45.7%, according to a study conducted that actually started the NoFap movement.
Hand it over. Hand over the study you're referencing. This ain't a time for sage wisdom. You referenced the study with an exact number to boot. That kind of claim demands proof, so hand it over. Oh, look at that. You don't so much as say the title or the author of this study. It's almost like you're insulting the intelligence of your audience or something by thinking they'll just automatically believe that. And even if you were legit here, who gives a fuck about the levels of one hormone you have? I don't think you realize this, but endocrinology is a real finicky thing. You know what tends to happen when you artificially alter sex hormone balances in your body with something like hormone therapy? You get risks for vascular issues of all things, like clots and blood thickening. So looking at the level of one hormone like testosterone in your body, without considering the chemical balances of everything and what effects they yield, is laughable.
Another idea is that if you use it, or if you don't use it, you lose it. This holds true for masturbation, which I believe is not bad unless you do it excessively, but masturbation without imagery doesn't get you a crazy high, and isn't as addictive because of that. You don't need porn to use it, and if you do, that means you have an internet porn addiction.
That's your criteria for classifying high porn consumption as an addiction? No, screw classifying it based on damaging your lifestyle to the point where you become a satiromaniac or a nymphomaniac. Say it's so because you can't get off with zero external stimulation whatso goddamn ever. That's beyond flimsy considering not everyone can sit there and get lost in a sexual fantasy while they're jacking it. Hell, what do you think you'd imagine for those fantasies if you have no good experience getting intimate? Your porn-free deal doesn't give options to the people that are in that situation.
The point of this video is not to say that we should ban porn, or that you should immediately stop watching it forever. But stopping has many benefits that counteract those cons that we talked about. If you feel that you are compulsively acting without thinking, have brain fog and can't think clearly afterwards, then try out porn-free or NoFap.
Boy, don't think I'm not catching on to what you're trying to do here. You're trying to passive-aggressively sell this choice to people by blaming things like compulsive behavior on consuming porn. It's plain to see, and it's extra insulting because you've been showing me how your experiences with compulsive behavior can't be blamed on you spanking the monkey to erotica. No pun intended. If it could be, then your lack of self-control doodling and your lack of foresight when you didn't include your information sources would be telling me something. It'd be telling me that you're probably making coconut cream pies to brazzers right about now. Ow! No DK memes after last time. Okay, fine. Just don't fire blanks into my ear like that.
I personally did NoFap and then moved on to porn-free, and it's helped tremendously with my goals, talking to girls, and my social life in general.
It's helping with your social life, huh? Okay, hold on. I need to cut the rhetoric for a second to ask. In all seriousness, are you meeting the right kind of people now? Because all I can assume from everything in front of me, that your libido is still driving you, but now you make small talk with women for satisfaction rather than fapping consistently to porn. I'm not trying to play morbid mind games. I'm asking because you said you're talking to girls instead of making friends. I gotta say that if I stopped fapping or stopped indulging in lewd art, and it led to me having an active social life driven by thirst for ladies that didn't really give a shit about me, it wouldn't sound like heaven to me.
Try it out, and if you believe this is a problem, listen to different sources and see for yourself. Many of these on both lists are anecdotal and not yet studied because internet porn is so drastically different from old Playboy magazines that only have pictures rather than hardcore sex with new girls at the click of a button. Do the best for yourself in this short life, or you're just disrespecting life.
Oh, you're one to talk about disrespect. You treated your audience with dishonest rhetoric, a lack of substantial info, and you projected your problems on something else. But you know what? I'm not gonna pull the whole me going ham thing. I think it's time for a real talk with my final thoughts. Look, if any of y'all don't care for lewd art or straight up porn, it's no biggie. And if any of you have ways to use your time or enrich your sex lives that are better than having a fap, by all means do it. Just do what works and don't try desperately hard to validate your choice. No, better yet, don't pose a question that you're gonna pussyfoot around because you clearly had little experience on the matter. And you know what? I may do my lewd business in private, hey, I'm an honest man, but I don't blame porn for how alone I feel at the end of the day. I don't blame porn for me not having someone to call precious and make happy, and I don't blame porn for me not having someone to hold close and say, it's okay, because that's not porn's job. Its job is to help me keep my libido in check so I don't get feverish over ladies who deserve some respect and thought. So, I became a man and I learned to take porn for what it is instead of misusing it thanks to something like, say, an inherent lack of self-control, or better yet, a desperate need to validate what I'm doing in the eyes of others. Sorry, did I hit a nerve? I just think we need less people scapegoating things like porn, and more people focusing on the actual problems present in our lives. You okay, Gus? Yeah, you just brought a tear of joy to this old man's eye. Well done. What? See, the revenge thing was what I originally planned to do. But I saw one thing when I popped back into this timeline that made me want to put you to the test and see if there's hope for this world. That thing was Trophic Cascade. Why would you... Men will come to think, well, if I'm some mongoloid thanks to my Y chromosome, maybe getting with the ladies that set that precedent can wait until 2000 never. No one is gonna look out for me. Not even myself. Oh. Yep. I come from a bad future in more ways than one. I live in a world where cold and desolate apathy rules over intimacy. I live in a world where kindness and a sense of family have been long since beaten out of the masses. I live in a world where erotica is the least of anyone's problems, but idiots still blame it while everything burns down. But given the look on your face, I'd guess you worry about that happening here. Don't fret. I think that this timeline won't fall into the same mess mine did, since people like you can blame the shooter instead of blaming the gun. And since you showed me that, you're alright, kid. See ya, monkey man. Wait. We're kind of leaving this video on a somber note. You want to end it with a DKC meme, for old time's sake? Ah, what the hell, okay. Alright, so I'm back to cover a video, get back in the swing of things. What should I talk about today? No. Yeah, I guess I could add my piece to this one. I mean, I do remember this guy being cool with covering a similar video of his from further back, so alright, let's do this. What do you got here, my man? Yes, I made it. Okay. Towards the end of this video, someone remind me to put this gadget back where I found it, because if Echo figures out I've been shredding up space-time with his gear, he's gonna be pissed. Anyways, I was originally gonna cover Sloth's video on Banana Man, but midway through the production, a couple things came up. One, he removed that video, and two, a lot of my counterpoints resulted in me saying, "This is not how you cook eggs," in various different ways, so I wanted to cover a more relevant video while I was at it. So I thought, hey, let's timey-wimey this shit, rewind back to the beginning, and pick a new source for my comeback. Take two, let's go! Hopefully I can cover something that's not a collab so I don't get repetitive after last time, and I should really just shut my mouth sometimes.
Hello, my name is
is no more Travis 368, and I am going to be doing a rant on the commentary community.
Okay, why'd you use Audacity audio effects? Are you trying to hide your identity or something? Because I see no point in using a voice effect. Plus, it'll make you really hard to understand, which you'll see why that's a problem later on, people.
Okay, fine. Come here. Come here. This is something that I was wanting to mention later, but basically, as it turns out, this duo was covering a troll. They did acknowledge it later, but for the sake of evaluating their ability to commentate a source, I'm going to be playing this under the assumption that their source is legit.
This is going to be a long one, isn't it? Well, I better get the gun ready. Want to make sure I have a definite way out.
Okay, I've noticed this problem ever since I scrapped the last video, but this is a good point to bring up since his collab partner is here. Something that really does not help with the jokes and points Sloth makes is that the pacing of his interjections drag a lot. To put this in perspective, his partner DiCaprio admittedly is able to hit the sweet spot of how quick to deliver a line, at least more consistently. Take out the occasional times where she starts slurring words from going too fast, and she's at a pretty ideal pace to keep the audience engaged. I know this kind of thing comes with experience more often than not, but I gotta say it now. I mean, shit, you never know if you don't go, but you never shine if you don't glow. God, get out of here, Egg! I killed my meme. Oh, wait! We good?
Pinky and the Brain. Yes, Pinky and the Brain. Now you may think to yourself, oh, you're just obviously over-exaggerating. No, I am not exaggerating. If you would like to see the pure example of this awful broken down community, look no less than a bunch of pseudo-intellectuals.
Oh, ain't this a surprise? Another ranter bitching about BAP. Seriously, if you want your rant to have credibility, don't mention BAP or else you'll be taken as seriously as a nuke threat from North Korea.
Of course anyone who rants at the community brings up BAP. I blame Eddie the scammer for this nonsense.
Let it be known right now that this is a simple mistake, but I've known about comms doing this so much in my time that I don't know how this keeps happening. One of the biggest things that can kill a point in a commentary is when there's a lack of direction with a point being made, and unfortunately, that's present in this video. I mean that cutting into a video just to say, yo, Bup is the shit, or Eddie the Yeti is a rude dude, doesn't result in much of a joke or detail enough to point out a flaw with the video. If it's not really amusing and it's not really an adequate counterpoint, then what's the point of including it? Why make a saying if it has no point? I got that one from Socrates.
Another example of a commentator I think is nothing but a pseudo-intellectual. By the way, very honest name there is Young but Fantasy 91. I don't know how this guy got to 4,000 subs, but honestly I think those guys are a bunch of idiots for thinking this is intellectually stimulating.
Let me explain to you, Travis, why he got all those subs. Because he puts care and time and effort in his videos, and he's honest and actually knows what words mean and uses them in proper context. Oh, crap, Eddie, you're making other people like cool people.
I'll grant that this is a cohesive point that fleshes out the reasoning behind the argument put forward, and thus puts the point forward well, but the only problem is that knowing what words mean isn't exactly a selling point on video quality. Now, it would make sense if clips were supplied to effectively go against the argument of Youngblood being a pseudo-intellectual, but considering that most people avoid this problem by having a simple vernacular, it doesn't take much to misconstrue this as, I like Hobbes because he's human dictionary. Just saying.
First of all, Reddit, do you think it's necessary to curse your head like a sailor every 5 seconds? Because no, that's not funny!
Yeah, Reddit's playing a character in his videos, like you are in this one. Also, isn't it funny that this guy said swearing every 5 seconds and it's funny, but he's using a character who swears every 5 seconds? Irony, my name is No More Travis 368.
Even though I said I would keep this to the context of the source being legit, perhaps now is the best time to make this point. So right here, we know that DiCaprio's well aware of how playing a character in a video works, we already know the source's voice is distorted, and DiCaprio highlights insubstantial reasoning behind the source. Very insubstantial. So with all of this in mind, I have to question one thing. How did it take until after production to figure out this guy was a troll? I mean, this isn't the first time commentators got this kind of thing before, so I'm admittedly not sure how DiCaprio never went, bruh, at any point in this project.
You also doesn't know when to let things go. I mean, okay, you've done like, what, 2 major callouts in Chimp 99? Do you think that that's enough? I mean, I wouldn't be surprised if you were the main reason he faked that all this and went insane.
He continues to hate Gem, because Gem is a fucking cankroid.
And now you're probably seeing why a lot of points I've been addressing thus far are coming from DiCaprio. This isn't favoritism, it's that there's really not much to say with Sloth besides that he's being a dick to his source out of nowhere. And you don't have to be pooper peeved about someone being mean to recognize there's something wrong here. How Sloth tries to entertain with his disses is more salty than witty, and that's not even all the salt in this mineral deposit.
Hell, I've gotten some pretty harsh critiques made against me, but am I bitching about it behind a fancy audio editing? Nope. You wanna know why? Because I have pride. I have a pair between my thighs, and I can take the heat into traction instead of running like a pussy.
And then we'll be unfurled by the dawning of the sun. First of all, I thought that that video on this venture was absolutely poorly put together, because it's quite obvious that trolling and cyberbullying is the same thing.
Damn it, I thought I was done with Mr. Enter fanboys. I might as well add that Mr. Enter has blocked people who said they weren't the same thing, which they aren't the same thing, you pleb.
Also, are you aware that commentators have done commentaries on Enter's other videos? Links to specific ones in the description. I mean, I don't know why you're bringing this instance up in particular. The Trolls video is basically irrelevant at this point. It's only brought up slightly and shortly. It's not like we dwelled on it forever.
In conclusion, I do not understand why a single person watches these commentators. Well, I guess it's just proof that humanity is an awful place, and there is just awful people in the world.
Yeah, humanity's awful for having certain tastes in entertainment and making certain kinds of videos. Am I dead yet now?
That can be arranged.
Before you leave a dislike, or before God forbids you make a commentary on this video, just know that you would just be proving me absolutely right that none of you could take a single ounce of criticism if you commentate on me. This has been No More Travis 368. Thank you for watching.
Well, darn, I'm doing a commentary right now of Slotboy here. We're doing it because your video is bad, Travis, not because we can't take criticism. All I have to say is it sucked. He blindly bashed users he mentioned, hurled insults at the end, and he insulted anyone who want to make a commentary on this.
I'm completely with you on that. This was nothing but a giant temper tantrum.
This is where a critical lack of planning on Sloth's part becomes painfully evident. So we have DiCaprio summing up the video pretty accordingly with how the source was just insulting the shit out of people, but the only problem is when you look at Sloth's parts scattered throughout the commentary and think, uh-oh. Because when you take a good look at the aforementioned salt earlier, you can tell that there's not much improvement from how abrasive his source is, and that's either being in temperament, reasoning, or comedic effect. The only reason I'm making such a big point out of this is, 1, DiCaprio's been raising the bar a good bit by better defining and explaining points, and 2, I just came out of the aforementioned Banana Man video. While I didn't want to bring that commentary into this, you start to notice a general pattern with Sloth across videos. That's why my final rating for this video is a tilted carry in his support out of 10. Sure, the main guy is trying to take home the glory as much as the other, if not more, but it doesn't take long to recognize who's really carrying the whole thing. On one side of the duo, you have a more conservative and calculated use of utility, while on the other you have an overly gung-ho damage dealer that seems out of the loop. When you compare this situation to the one where the carry is running solo, you really start to see what's missing in the latter performance. Sure, supports may have faults of their own, but the rest still stands for all intents and purposes. I mean, look at a joke Sloth made earlier.
Nah, I'm sure you have a shitty justification as to why he's an exception, so... DiCaprio, save me here.
The only part of the metaphor I can apply is getting salty to the support, because I can't say that about Sloth here. And I guess that's all I need to say about—
Are you fucking with my time machine?
Uh-oh. You know that one atheist gamer? Yeah. Well, the chain here is some teenage girl talking about a Facebook post, roughly, then tag, and then this conundrum dude covering tag. Time for me to get back into the swing of covering other commentaries.
Hello everybody, Conundrum here. Today's video topic is on the Atheist Gamer 10. And, quite the uproar he's in. Well, Tag is the typical anti-feminist who tends to be a douche. Myself, I tend to believe in more of feminism, but I don't believe in the radical points. And believe me, I'm not like Nihilistic Snake who says retard in every sentence. Hell, I think he beats up retards for the fun of it.
I was gonna save this for the final thoughts, but considering how this joke suffers from a certain flaw, I should step up here. I can excuse some aspects of video quality, but the pauses and unfocused manner of speaking really mess up the first impressions conundrum is leaving. The joke about sloth overusing the good old R word loses a lot of sting due to the video meandering from point to point. I don't know if it's a lack of audio editing or a lack of scripting, but this is pretty glaring when a joke that could work gets kneecapped right in front of you. I gotta save the memes, what can I say?
Plane was shot down by a blast of wind from Howard Stern's ass.
Hey guys, it's Morgan.
Gee, Tag, what's so funny? She said, "Hi there, this is Morgan," and you just cut away to you going, "Ah!" looking like a jackass, laughing at her, making fun of her. Dude, you have room to talk. I've known you for a while, and believe me, you're no prize pig yourself, Tag, okay?
You know that Tag doing bad shit isn't common knowledge, right? Seriously, I had no clue who Tag was until just recently. You mind so much as mentioning why you made this into a point? Like, this isn't an in-joke that's adjacent to your reasoning. I feel like we, the audience, need to know what you're giving Tag stink eye over. And hey, get back here. I caught you saying that he had room to talk shit. Now, I make a lot of verbal fuck-ups that I fix with redone lines or text captions, but this unfixed fluke jabs the point you were trying to make right in the ass. Fuck what I said earlier about memes, that one dies. Seriously though, I have to question why a grown-ass man being a dick takes second billing to his physical appearance.
I'm sick and
Did you just bark?
tired of these feminists.
Why are you censoring yourself, my dear? Especially with a dog's bark. Granted, it's appropriate for you, but...
So, she censors herself because she caters to little kids. She's 14 years old. Her audience may be younger. And using a dog bark. Calling her a dog for using that. Gee, Tag, you're a piece of shit for the beginning. You make fun of a 14-year-old girl and how old you are? Jeez. You're that desperate to get subs that you would pick on little kids.
Alright, this is the part where you're hammering in one point you already made when you've got bigger fish to fry. You didn't try to mention how shite Tag's editing was there? Seriously, he made such a terrible editing goof that I know exactly what happened. Tag snipped out the video clip surrounding that dog bark after he cut in the first time, and then cut and paste the footage instead of copy pasting, so it only leaves one copy. That's shit I don't even see amateur commentators do, and you didn't so much as mention it. The actual entertainment value on his "dog sound fits you" joke was terrible as well. The lack of being provoked and the untimely nature on how he delivered his riff provides no comedic potential whatsoever when he talks shit. And you covered neither of these problems. I don't mean to just show you up here, but talk about a missed opportunity. Desecrate and expunge the foul memes from the earth. Watch the whips and nays run from their homes. Okay, so that joke might have been a bit fucked up. Also, did you say he looks like a jackass as a cause for calling teenagers dogs? The way you said that, I should specify it's the other way around, bud.
I've done my job, I don't think my sole purpose on this earth is to have babies.
Don't reproduce! Please, for the love of Christ, do not reproduce!
Same for you, Tag. You should not reproduce either. God, your offspring would be a mixed breed with horse DNA.
One, that actually makes my eye twitch when I see footage leak in between cuts like that. That editing mistake is actually one of my peeves because it makes people's editing look really unclean when it happens. It's not as bad as Tag splicing audio that abruptly spikes with each cut, but now I have to bear with the spiking audio and that unclean editing. And two, you're just gonna drop a "no you" with your rebuttal? Considering that your pacing butchered the delivery of your "horse DNA" line, I'm not getting much else out of this segment.
Let's keep an eye on...
I fell down and hurt my leg.
I bet you 50 fucking bucks she disabled her rave in comments!
Derp, derpity derp 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 derpity derp 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 derp.
You're not even trying.
No, I'm putting my foot down here. This is one of the most passé commentator mistakes in the whole damn book. Do you know how many times that commentators have been ragged on for using media clips in such a flow-breaking manner? How many times we had to tell commentators not to rely on unfitting clips? How they could state some points better by themselves? I've been around long enough to say a goddamn lot. How? How is this technique still in use? I know this seems like me getting really uppity about this, but listen, this is part of my history as a commentator. I've done stupid shit like this 6 or 7 years ago, and I've been trying to set a better example for using media ever since. With comedic timing, with using fresh clips, and generally making sure my editing is cohesive enough to put whatever clips I do have to good use. So the sooner I make sure this point is hammered in quickly and effectively, the better. Use shit like this very, very carefully. Continue.
Dude, you're a bully, Tag. Admit it. You make fun of this girl, make fun of her weight, make fun of her beliefs.
And the award for shooting your point in the foot goes to Conundrum. If you think I'm gonna point out a contradictory statement, not quite. This is about poor presentation yet again. Tag calling the teen fat wasn't touched on at all with the footage Conundrum showed, so this criticism is out of left field and unbased considering your source got removed. And mind you, Conundrum didn't clarify shit about what was skipped, even though the point being made depends on this bit of clarification. Conundrum, you are lucky right now, because any other Overwatch player would have tried to say GG easy by now.
Tag, I know for a fact that you have high function autism. You're on the spectrum. And I bet you were picked on in high school, around her age. Look at yourself in the mirror. You never liked it when you were picked on. Hell, you still don't like it to this day. You ever looked in the mirror and see what you became? You became the very thing that you got picked on in high school for. Now, Tag, knowing that you're a coward, you wouldn't pay her $50.
Appeals on a personal level with Tag and then calls him a coward. Okay. Hey bud, I get you, but you's a bitch.
Hey! You're a soldier boy.
For you.
Now, I want my subscribers to go to her channel and say, Conundrum sent me, you earned yourself a sub. Please do that, loyal subscribers.
I hate that I actually have to criticize an attempt to provide sympathy. Offering subscriptions just because some dude was a dick seems like a very insincere way for this girl to get recognition for her content. Ooh, I got a sub that left 3 days later because my videos didn't appeal to them. Yay. This is something I have to say in a world where people think giving llama badges isn't condescending.
I'm a penguin, motherfucker. I ain't gotta do shit.
And Tag, do me a favor. If you want to make a response to it, go ahead. But I know one thing. You're too much of a coward to pay somebody $50 when you're wrong. Hell, you're too chicken shit to admit you're wrong on this.
I want you, the audience, to guess where he goes next. Think of the worst possible statement he could make to follow this tirade. It might actually be close to what he says next. Ready? Aight, go.
You're a bully.
Okay. For real, Conundrum? You didn't think that assuming the worst for Tag's intentions or ability and ragging on him with that ad nauseum is a problem when you also get on him for being a bully? Mind you, this has been an ongoing trend with the video up until now. The following train of thought is just the worst example of the problem.
You claim to be a player, but I fucked your wife. I know you're from New York. Hell, if you did that in Philly, number one, you made a bet. You got to make through with it. If you did that in Philly and back out, number one, we find you a pussy. Number two, we find you a coward. And number two, we would gang up on you and beat the living snot out of you.
First off, I don't get the impression of you acting all thug life when you trip over your own lines. And second, a lot of bad shit goes down in urban areas. Gangs beating that ass isn't always respectable conduct to live by. I remember what a guy I know once said about assuming things unsafely.
It makes you an ass, and you'll be a chump, and then we will shun you.
So do me a favor, Tag. If you're ever in my area, watch out.
Whoa!
Because I'll be mocking you all the time.
Theoretically, this makes the prior threat less bad because the menacing aspect is hurt feelings. However, it doesn't make the tough guy act any less misguided and sweaty.
The only reason why you got all those many subscribers, because they're on that channel, they subscribe to you to mock you, to laugh at you, to see how much of an idiot you are. You're a bully!
Whoops, sorry, drop that. So much for me using topical media clips, huh?
Hulk Hogan, save me! These are my final thoughts on you, you piece of garbage human being.
Didn't think I'd need to do this, but it's time for the Christmas ham. I refuse to get into the rest of your final thoughts with that egregious show of myopic vitriol. Actually, that snide tidbit encompasses the second biggest issue of this video. That is, the irresponsible and senselessly cruel naivete in how tag was countered by you, Conundrum. It is direly unsportsmanlike and devoid of entertainment value when it comes to how a commentator should dispute their source. Oh wait, it gets worse, cause here's what's up. You wanna know what I didn't show you from the skip footage, audience? This.
Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up. Shut the fuck up.
Doesn't exactly sound like someone against bullying, does it? Now I'm one to use a dark sense of humor, but I avoid deriding my subjects as though they're worthless or providing undue spite which accomplishes nothing. Conundrum, as bad as tag is, you were little short of careless and irresponsible in how you handled this. But if this was the second biggest problem, what was first place? That title goes to Conundrum's technique, in which he repeats multiple mistakes of commentaries from half a decade ago. Clumsy usage of media clips, subpar editing, inelegant phrasing for his points, and bringing little variety with the points he makes. Need I reference Exhibit A? I find this worse than his spiteful behavior because I was looking for a source that was on the opposite side of the spectrum when it comes to feminism. You see, I always say that a lack of scrutiny is the killer flaw of PC culture. So, with the other side, it was time for me to live up to my family name and face full life consequence. How do I still remember this meme? So when I saw that this dude tried to cover an anti-feminist and ignored years of progress for content creation in the CC, I got fed up fast. This unintentionally showed Conundrum's audience as much disrespect as he showed to tag. In other words, a lot. Some holiday season this is turning out to be. But I suppose if commentating is one of the things I do well, then it works for me. Now, I gotta go take the holidays off before I cover my next source. Commentating. Oh, how you've changed since I last saw you. I never would have guessed that the art of commentating would have been taken over by reason renegades and riff artists that feed the hunt for the cringe. The community I've known still stands, but these things have taken over so much in my absence. Now that I've left the MOBAs, I must commentate for the Year of the Monkey. This is my time, and speaking of time, looks like I've got something I need to deal with thanks to that old fart Time Lord. Athena, kill the lights. Hello? Anyone here? My clock is wrong, it says it's about 4 years fast. Hello? In case you didn't catch on, Gwuss is back, and I've got this little meathead G-dub from 2012 to co-op with me. Just for the record, I'm working with young me here so he doesn't run off and get schooled by another modern-day commentator. Okay, one, I don't know what hurts worse, the beating or hearing that DK crap again, and two, I'm you, remember? Yeah, no shit, Skippy. That's why I'm the one schooling you. And shut up, you'll learn to like those memes. So anyways, we need a video to cover, so let's see. Oh my god! Wait, what? What's the matter? Ooh! This was made for commentating, baby! Portal is, my BBS's YouTube? Oh, we can critique the hell out of this bad boy. We gonna have a good time with this. I don't get it. What's so funny about this title? Wow, you really are from 2012. Well, what better time to teach you about the future, huh? And hey, you've played the Portal games, so you can get on this too. Let's boo-boo.
We already know that it features a cast of no-nonsense kick-butt women. Even the adorable little turrets will kill you with kindness.
Why did he mention the turrets here like that? Like, what does that have to do with the big female roles in the game? Beats the fuck out of me, kid. I'll tell you what this comes across as, actually. This is a scattered reference to Portal that is literally planted here just to say, look guys, we know about cool stuff from the game, when the guy actually doesn't know what the hell he's talking about. I know this because, let's be real, nobody gives a shit about the turret genders in this game. They're just dime a dozen minion Goombas you can knock over with a box, and they can come across as either male, female, or basically having no distinct gender whatsoever, so it really is irrelevant to mention them here.
Meanwhile, the men of Portal don't fare nearly as well. Wheatley has been compared to the archetypal Dr. Jekyll, Mr. Hyde, jealous boyfriend type.
Wait, what? Can I take this one? Yeah, shoot. That's one of the most stretched comparisons I've ever heard. Jekyll and Hyde is a story where the guy uncontrollably goes from gentleman to sociopath and is basically Harvey Dent before he burns half his face off. Wheatley is an incapable and awkward AI that becomes entitled and mad with power when he gets it. We're talking about a guy that denies his own inadequacy when he experiences greatness, not a person with a violent split personality. Not bad considering one of the last times you referenced Wheatley in a video was pretty cringy.
Ah, fuck you, Gwuss.
Oh, and the jealous boyfriend thing? Tell me that isn't one of those times where people overly simplify something to be completely inaccurate for the sake of comedy. See, the problem with this guy trying that here is he does it completely unironically with no due explanation whatsoever. That's like someone doing a serious summary of a MOBA storyline and they say this.
In the League of Legends, you play as champions. Champions are people who don't have a job. You use them to fight against other people. They're basically homeless people fighting for our amusement.
Cave Johnson is the father of all evils.
The fuck? You know Cave Johnson was the guy that wanted Carolyn to lead Aperture with the GLaDOS project, right? Assuming he didn't do it himself. As in, he wanted Carolyn in that position of power to further science in the event of his death? Yeah, sounds shitty for all intents and purposes to me. It's true that Cave Johnson was rogue with how he went about science, but compare his leadership of Aperture with Black Mesa's management. Black Mesa seemed a lot more tame and realistic, and they didn't make GLaDOS, but they were irresponsible enough to do an experiment that could and did rip apart reality with a resonance cascade. Remember, that one experiment Black Mesa did brought aliens to Earth and doomed humanity when the Combine managed to find the planet! Hey, remember when that father of all evil stopped that experiment when he bought out Black Mesa in an alternate universe? Oh yeah, what a dickhead.
And there's even a guy named Ratman. Ratman.
Who did Ratman move up to test subject order to stop GLaDOS ASAP? You know, it was the test subject that Ratman saved when he rebooted the relaxation chambers prior to Portal 2. I don't know, I think her name rhymed with Mel. Oh, another question? Sup, foo? How are the male characters worse off than the adopted mute with her life constantly in danger and a woman who turned into a psychopathic AI? Oh, they're worse off because some puts either completely misrepresented the character, made a character sound like a villain for no good reason, or brushed off a character for their name like an immature high schooler. Huh.
Also, it was made by a feminist. Kim Swift has been more than outspoken about the need to get more young women involved in game making. So I think it's safe to say that Portal is feminist.
One game designer wanting plenty of women working in gaming equals a feminist game.
Gwuss, the CEO of GWSWorks, said, "We love to see more women in the game industry."
I'm gonna go out on a limb and call bullshit on that assumption. Hey, quick question. Are your hands getting cramped up from grabbing at straws so much, bud? Actually, that game looked kinda cool. What was it called? Sandstorm by Darude.
The important thing about Shell is that she's the first-person silent protagonist. According to Portal's writer, Eric Wolpaw, she was created as a player surrogate, a complete blank slate you impose your own viewpoint on. This already sounds a bit subversive, since Portal was a pack-in with the Orange Box, where all the other first-person silent protagonists, if you're sensing a theme here, were male.
He didn't, no! He totally did! He fucking called the TF2 cast some of the most quoted characters in video games silent protagonists. See, this is the part where we can see without a shadow of a doubt that this guy has no clue what he's talking about with Portal. I don't think I could ever understand how you wouldn't know about TF2 having so many characters that talk in the game. Oh my...
As Jen Frank wrote in Killscreen, Shell is a feminist character because she's confronting an experience or presumption you bring into the game. She's opposing whatever you thought you would be. So Shell is a potent, powerful illustration of how certain types of games are incredibly male-centric, as I've discussed many times before.
Or maybe the crew behind the first Portal just thought it'd be a fresh idea to put these female characters into a game? Does everyone in your time overthink when a game designer is likely just thinking, hey, why not make the main character a lady? Like, if I say that I have an antagonist character that's fascinating and developed, but also female, are people gonna probe way too far into that? not quite, but people that don't play games do that a lot.
That is to say, she's the victim of institutional sexism. Writing for Pop Matters, G. Christopher Williams argues that the way engineers sought to control GLaDOS is a familiar response from men to what they perceive as the misbehavior or irrational thinking of women.
I genuinely can't make this shit up. Hey G-Dub, is a cold-blooded AI repeatedly trying to murder a facility full of scientists something you'd want to stop ASAP? Yes? Well then, you're clearly sexist. And I'll say this in case he was also referring to people urging Carolyn to upload her brain into a computer. It'd be pretty hard to argue sexism for this, considering that putting Carolyn into the GLaDOS system basically entailed her to overseeing the entire place. How prejudiced that people trusted Carolyn to lead Aperture, as an immortal AI nonetheless, when she was the backbone of the facility. Now, was it a bad decision to pressure someone into becoming an AI when they didn't want to, especially considering the possible ramifications that could have and did result from the scenario? Well, yes, but it's about as sexist as an equally stupid misuse of science, like, say, causing a resonance cascade.
This is no ordinary renegade AI and human pawn connect up on LinkedIn either. Many people think it's highly plausible that GLaDOS is Shell's mother, or technically Caroline is.
She's the backbone of this facility. Pretty as a postcard, too. Sorry, fellas. She's married. To science.
See, that's why neither of us actually showed the transcript for the Backbone voice clip earlier with Carolyn, because this video would keep ignoring the important context from the game in question and use a clip that helps prove its detractors right. Wow, you really can't make this up.
It's him to fuck bees!
And have you ever really noticed the way that GLaDOS treats Shell? She's your classic nagging mother.
I guess you are listening to me. But for the record, you don't have to go that slowly.
Actually, here's the thing if we assume GLaDOS was Shell's mom once, and actually knew that throughout the course of both games. The one thing that pokes a hole in that idea is how GLaDOS treats Shell in the game. Remember, it's pretty clear that GLaDOS doesn't reference anything relating to Carolyn in the first game, and doesn't even seem to remember Carolyn until she goes down to Aperture Innovators in the second one. I can back this by pointing out that until Potatoes and Shell fall down to the Innovators complex, the whole mentality GLaDOS has with Shell is, you test and eventually die, or I kill you when you try to get in my way. She will straight up go HAL 9000 and eliminate whatever human gets in her way for science. She already has with her killing off scientists with neurotoxin, and Shell isn't spared when you give GLaDOS the chance to kill her. That is until GLaDOS figures killing Shell is way too hard and just boots her ass out the front door. Hell, you could argue that GLaDOS faked deleting Carolyn in the ending scene of Portal 2, and the previously mentioned reason was kinda covering up what she actually was doing shit for. The point is, the guy mentions nothing like this, and seems to be completely ignoring the original context of what happened in Portal 2, once again.
And there's that other...
There he is! Some people think Caroline gave birth to her, but in order to pursue her career in science, gave her up to someone else in the company. That would explain why GLaDOS picked Bring Your Daughter to Work Day to lay siege to the laboratory. She wanted her baby back.
That literally makes no sense. Yeah, pick a time to flood the lab with neurotoxin when your supposed daughter is in the building. This is yet another time where GLaDOS' actions would be betraying her motives if she remembered being Carolyn and having Shell as her kid.
And the reason this fan theory is so important is because the theme of a daughter atoning for her mother's transgressions is rarely explored in pop culture. Thank God I have this companion cube to hug.
Alley-oop. Jesus, what the... I didn't have a point to make, I just really wanted to do that. Okay, can we just end this so you don't roast something that isn't the guy's points? Alright, fine. Actually, you want to roll first, G-Dub? Well, I think it's worth mentioning that even though I feel like I've missed something, to put it lightly, in the last, 4 years, I do know the Portal series. And this entire video has made me feel like the person speaking here hasn't played either of the games, or even seen much of them whatsoever. For all I know, I could tell him that it was all in one game, and he'd actually believe me for a second. At least this video shows that male gamers can act fake as shit too. Like, if you're gonna be sitting here and acting like it was such a big accomplishment to have great female characters like GLaDOS and, I guess, Shell, the least you could do is talk about what actually made them so great. You threw out some fan theory about the games in such a clumsy and ham-handed way that it's like you wanted this cleverly written female antagonist to be brushed off as just some female goof troop shit going on here. GLaDOS was such a fresh concept when the first game was made, and now you're making her look like she's a part of some gender-bent goof troop? Like Dada, like Mom, that... Oh, I'm going? Okay. This is probably one of the most desperate attempts to ego boost a cause like feminism that I have ever seen. All this one guy did throughout the entire video was parrot off other people's ideas, overstate concepts that didn't really mean much at all in the Portal games, or casually get aspects of Vigi games so horrendously wrong that it's unbelievable. You know how people make food for thought by theorizing about games? Well, this is filler for thought, no substance to be found. And those problems? That's not even the biggest blunder here, believe it or not. What the hell do you mean? I mean that the question in the video title, the very premise behind the video, is pretty moot by now. Now me or G-Dub, we could tell you for free how refreshing it was to see good female characters like GLaDOS when Portal 1 and 2 were new. But you know what really picked up with female characters between G-Dub's time and right now? No. We started to realize the greatness of good female characters in games, to the point where we reflected on that much more and tried a whole bunch of new ideas with what we wanted in female characters. We found that ideas needed to be fresh for new female characters, and we wanted plenty of those good ideas, so we got just that. But with that came a subtle realization that crept in towards the end of that time frame. We were so successful with the initiative to come up with all these great ladies in games that the bloom kind of came off the proverbial rose. We liked great female characters, but eventually they just became great characters. They were just good characters with the rest of them. Now we have games with ladies that are bae, badass, or somewhere in between, and so it's not really relevant to dwell too much on it now. It's old news. Wait, when was this made then? The video came just earlier this year, kiddo. And that's the cruel fate of this whole situation. Even if it was better at making a point, it would still be trying to board a hype train that's long since left the station. Oh, by the way, G-Dubs, before I send you back to your timeline and shit, what part of 2012 were you from? Later into the year, why? Really? Fuck. Yeah, good luck with that one. Wait, what? I totally just said that to screw with him. What am I doing? I need to get back out there and commentate. The source made for me, and with memes! But here I am with a script I just couldn't finish. Not often I find a viable source like that, and yet I can't enjoy covering it. If only there was something that really caught my attention. Wait, is that? You know, this might just work if I solo this material. Still, I don't know if I should try this again.
But you're
a big guy.
That's my cue to Bane post! I'm in! Wait, I have something to disclose. Just to give some background, my history with Lily Pete is limited to me seeing Ends Over Easy and now this video. Let that sink in if you think I'm too salty, because I reference not being able to get through that last solo script for a reason. Now we clear for takeoff.
But alas, not everyone is decent, are they? Or smart. Art, like any other skill, has always been and will always be subject to the Dunning-Kruger effect, a cognitive bias in which low-ability individuals suffer from illusory superiority, mistakenly assessing their ability as much higher than it really is.
Wow. I don't think I've ever seen someone try to shoehorn psychology into a video quite as hard as you, and I've seen some things in my time. Okay, spoilers, but Pete uses this passive-aggressive tactic to make her detractors think they don't know shit. Don't think I didn't catch on to your mind games. Why else would you use this phenomenon here? I mean, you can be extremely competent working with a medium of art, but be garbage at managing your intellectual property. Aha! Come on, Pete, you ain't slick.
someday.
If I pull that off, will you die?
This is not helped by the fact that the simple ability to scribble something into a shape that vaguely resembles a human is enough to make people who can't draw at all because they never bothered to learn remark about how amazingly talented you are. Hell, you could wipe your ass with a page of Mega Man sprites and there'll still be someone on DeviantArt who'll tell you that it's brilliant.
Wait a second. I know I've heard that before.
You can wipe your ass with a page of Mega Man sprites and there'll still be someone on Comic Genesis who'll tell you that it's brilliant.
I'm not sure if I'd call you an art thief, but you look like a joke thief to me.
You can spot a low-skilled diva pretty quickly if you have any social skills whatsoever. They're obsessed about having 100% control over an image file they knowingly submitted to the internet without any sort of identifying marks. You'll probably find them on Tumblr, sneering at likes and whining about not getting reblogged and writing sanctimonious pages about how it discourages artists when they don't get attention. And they probably charge exorbitant amounts for commissions and then turn around and lecture you because you're a normal person with financial responsibility and $100 for a piece of fan art is fucking unreasonable. I don't even spend that much on food in a month. If you've been on either of these sites, you've most certainly run into something like this. They are to DeviantArt and Tumblr what narcissistic asset flippers are to Steam. They believe they're entitled to your attention, that you're obligated to provide them with an audience, and also that they get to yell at you when you change your mind about buying their art after seeing the price and deciding it's too much.
What? It's like you're trying to give me this counter-argument. The counter-argument being, what if they started drawing by the time buyer's remorse set in? Yeah, try getting some customer service when you can't rewind away the time and effort an artist put into something before you figured you didn't want to pay up. Considering the vast majority of commission artists I've seen online are super transparent about their prices, that leaves two options for the hypothetical buyer here to take the L. Those options are realize you shouldn't have commissioned an artist that wasn't straight up with you, and or read the goddamn page before setting up an order.
It would be extremely painful.
When Bombing Run released, it opened with a shot of me using a piece of Christie's artwork to throw shade at relentless nitpickers from the episode before it. A few days after the video's launch, I received a message from a patron saying that Christie was unhappy that I used her artwork and wanted to be credited in the description. I reiterated my own rules, saying that I don't credit quickfire visual aids, and the response was a request to not use the artwork anymore. I said that I would think about it, and that was the end of that.
Oh, look at that. I don't know how you didn't think this would have started something, but it's no surprise that you did. First off, you said this was a patron of yours, right? And second, that's incredibly dickish to go, oh, think about it, as a response here. Yeah, I'll think about whether or not I want to use another drawing by someone after refusing to throw them a bone. Way to talk to a donator in your audience, right? And for that matter, if you have such a problem about people getting overly protective of their work, why didn't you say, I probably won't in the future? That's free exposure this alleged diva artist isn't gonna get from here on out. Right?
The next day, I found a comment awaiting approval from Anime Christie, making the same demand I'd already said no to. It was only then that I remembered her. A few months previously, I was angrily ranting about the election results, like any normal person would, and she responded to it with, Lily dear, are you on your period?
You're acting like the artist said that purely out of pre-existing salt. Lily, I've seen you talking politics, and to put it kindly, it's like a great ape wielding a machine gun. Unless that's me. You made a whole thesis paper of a video trying to excuse your means to an end mentality by saying you have values behind it. Like an average human being doesn't have things they value? It sounds like that's a rough paraphrase, but I can't summarize that video better than that. I witnessed mental gymnastics that I normally get from competitive players who never think it's their fault. Honestly, it's entirely possible that someone just found that you got really mad and they thought that was funny. Ever considered that your behavior about the art was more of a catalyst for that comment?
When I remembered this, I decided to have some fun. I proceeded to repeat my rules to her and told her no, and then I used my ever-popular knob post on my blog where I take a comical exaggeration of something that happened and make snarky quips in response to throw shade at the idea of demanding a credit for a few seconds of footage.
It would have worked if it wasn't wrong. You talk about the signature being there, but look at how tiny and abstract the damn Wait a minute, was your strong, sad-looking ass about to obscure the signature? Actually, let's say you weren't about to accidentally cover up those initials. I tried seeing what happens when you put those 5 letters into Google, and lo and behold, this happens. Who'da thunk it? And yeah, you can trace this back to the original artist by using other means like, say, reverse image searching on the screenshot, or looking through shit tons of pony fan art, but I didn't need the signature to do either one. So basically, that point is beyond moot, and you were this close to unintentionally making that statement objectively incorrect. I can't imagine why someone would take issue with you here. Oh, and no one reading the description? Is that why you put a snide remark towards your detractors in this video's description? No, better yet, is that why you put the shoutout to your patrons there? Come on, tell me what the message you're sending is when you put their shoutout somewhere that no one reads. I don't think Anime Christie is the only one you're disrespecting.
And then, all I had to do was sit back and wait. As expected, the post was aggressively screenshotted and passed around the Rift. We've talked about them before.
Correction, you talked about the Rift. Viewers like me didn't hear about it and are wondering what the deal is about them. It's not like you could have supplied context more effectively or anything.
Christie proceeded to go on more rants about respecting art, not helped by me needling her every chance I got, and getting progressively angrier. When it became clear I wasn't going to give her what she wanted, she ran to FNGR to rant to him for his How to Beg for Attention series, and then her friends decided to flood my Twitter notifications with #RespectTheArtist, in some sort of attempt to annoy me into capitulating. Of course, Twitter lets you mute hashtags and there are extensions in place to make blocking someone take far less time than typing out hashtags, so smooth move, dicks for eyes.
Hold up, let me paraphrase what's up. So what you're telling me is you got really mad. I mean, you're not the bigger person here if it got under your skin to the point where dicks for eyes was your best response for them.
I then told Christie that if a few seconds was that important to her, then she should file a DMCA and have the video taken down. Which she did. What I neglected to mention was that a DMCA ain't gonna do shit if you don't have full intention of suing me. Of course, I submitted a counter notification, which would require her to elevate her claim to actual legal action, and she relinquished the claim and made a final attempt to save face, because when you fail at being right, the best recourse is to make idiots think you're the bigger person.
Hey, abandoning an unproductive conflict isn't the worst way to try to resolve this scenario. The artist could have done a lengthy video full of crude apologetics to excuse a scenario that could have been avoided with some common sense. Sorry, was it something I said?
It was clear from the get-go that Christy wasn't going to get credited. I told her first messenger that the second request about not using her art was something I would think about, and had she left it at that, everything would have went smoothly. I mean, it's not like I have a separate show for exactly this kind of thing or anything.
Okay, I wasn't gonna say this at first with the video about the Rift, but good lord, are you just trying to plug videos right now instead of adding to the discussion? And no, that's a shit excuse. You could just never shout out the artist because you're busy making a different video.
It's ordeal, the trial.
With no survivors.
I do not cave to threats. I do not cave to grabbing all your mates and dogpiling me. Josh tried that crap. Twice. And that's someone with a massive and rabid fanbase who will go so far as to dox me and threaten to kill me and my family.
Lily? What kind of a fool do you take me for? Considering your dogpiling shtick and one of those videos you pointed at has Josh saying don't spam hate at this mofo, I don't think I like what the answer is gonna be. Assuming you did experience doxing or threats from some asshole, there's literally a contradiction sitting right in front of me saying Josh realistically had nothing to do with it. So quit trying to pull guilt by association, cause you know what? This may be a shock since you moderate your own comments.
I found a comment awaiting approval from Anime Christie.
But you can't 100% control what your fans do. The most that can be done is asking them to do you a solid, but I guess you don't appreciate someone trying to play nice.
For the day!
The fire rises.
So audiences enable that behavior, and it's an enabling that needs to stop. People need to start putting their foot down when hack amateur artists try to play the martyr act.
As if you aren't trying to parade this escapade around like that?
Their artistic discipline is no more arduous and time-consuming than any other artistic medium. They don't suffer more than musicians, filmmakers, YouTube dancers, or writers, or what have you, no matter how much they want to believe they do. I can't give Christy what she wants, even if I wanted to, because that only encourages this kind of behavior.
You can try to go, yeah, I showed you by remaining unmoved, but frankly, you didn't discourage this behavior too well. You've been showing how much their behavior perturbed you, and you escalated the situation without any good foresight.
Christy proceeded to go on more rants about respecting art, not helped by me needling her every chance I got.
Given the nature of this video, it's easy to recognize that the patron of yours and the artist were at least more diplomatic, relatively speaking. So much for showing your audience what a diva artist is, when you act like a terrorist is trying to negotiate with you.
So to all those people who think spamming respect the artist at me is going to suddenly make me drink the same acid you've been drinking, I have a hashtag of my own for you to endlessly repeat instead of making an actual point. Earn that respect.
Yeah, this point has something of a chilling effect in my book. I'll try not to throw shade about something that happened a while back, but this reminds me of a video I saw in the past. If memory serves me right, the commentator responded to a statement about how women should be respected more than getting catcalled all creepy-like by going, "Respect's gotta be earned." That might be a bad sign if someone doesn't consider giving baseline levels of respect as a common courtesy.
I generally only put my foot down at people being rude to me if they're trying to demand something from me or misgendering me and then getting mad when I won't listen to a single thing they say until they correct that mistake. Like this jackass, who went as far as to cite Black Pigeon Speaks, a neo-Nazi YouTuber whose rhetoric is indistinguishable from Anders Breivik and Elliot Rodger. I mean, you can say a lot about Anime Christie and her attitude, and believe me, I certainly have, but at least she had enough common sense to know that she couldn't misgender me and cite fascist YouTubers in the process and expect to be taken seriously by anyone who matters.
Oh, second time's the charm for producing guilt by association, huh? Unless Anime Christie went off like, "Ah, yeah!" towards this, your victim act is completely pointless. Hell, you admitted she knew better than to act like Mr. Edgy over here, so what's your point? I'm actually kind of offended on behalf of your audience. You thought you could string people along with contradictory information right in their face, twice, and no one would notice.
You're a big boss. For you.
People who can't build their own audiences, and as such have to keep trying to rewrite the rules so other people have to shoulder the burden of making them look appealing.
What the fu- Where did making their success for them come into play? Because they requested someone to credit them for a drawing? That's a bit of a stretch considering shoutouts ain't everything for someone's creative career. Yeah, it helps get an artist's name out there, but the ball has to keep rolling at that point, or it will all be for nothing.
If I pull that off, will you crack that?
The reason good artists don't care is because they know eyes on their work will always come back to them whether the person who shared it credited them or not. That's why they don't pick these insignificant battles.
About that, maybe the problem is that you're partially working against the author getting recognized for what they did? Let's be real. When you actually attach the name of a user that did some fan art, that reminds people, oh yeah, there are everyday people like me that do this kind of stuff. As a commentator, it is so damn easy to forget this with avatar images that aren't official. Plus, it's easy to forget that official images with an avatar are tougher to find than obscure pieces of fan art. There's definitely a case against going home early here and saying fuck it, that'll do.
I suppose I could have tried to be the bigger person in all this, but the reality is that shitty people want you to be the bigger person. It means there's no consequences for their actions.
I'm sorry, in what world does a lackluster person want you to best them Machiavellian style and take the proverbial throne? Of course they'd have consequences if you're the bigger person. They'd lack the social authority to talk shit and appear justified for it. The only reason that you'd think like this, from what I can tell, is because you know Anime Christie successfully was the better person and took the moral high ground. You wanna bump someone down a peg for that, huh? This isn't mental gymnastics anymore, this is a psychological clown fiesta.
Or perhaps he's wondering why someone would shoot a man.
When Josh had his 30-minute tirade about how mean I was for pointing out when he was talking complete and total bullshit, a lot of people saw through the nonsense and inundated me with a massive amount of appreciation posts about how much I'd enriched their lives, got them to think more critically about their own beliefs, and even helped them shake off their own beliefs.
You're a big guy, are you?
I can handle this crap. I can handle it very well. I've seen Christie's type before, and I am committed to putting it on blast because sunlight is a powerful disinfectant. But there are far smaller people out there who can't, and they are prey for this kind of melodramatic performance and can actually be hurt by it. People who can be made victims by petty, bitter little shitheads like this.
Considering I'm a dude that used to critique DA shit before regretting it, I'm gonna say this is most likely a non-issue in terms of tarnishing reputations. But hey, gotta stick up for the little folks.
Don't do it. Do not make a joke about Pete being a liberal. It's too damn easy.
Never mind, let's wrap this up. So low-key, I am gonna say Anime Christie done fucked up with the DMCA shit. One of the big problems with abusing copyright protection is that you can mutilate your reputation online and lose moral superiority fast. And hey, case in point here. So it really miffs me when you practically tried to gift wrap that artist a victory with this video. This whole deal is that one Jaltoid cartoon where the dude gets edgy and defensive when responding to trolls. Oh, I ain't even mad, he says. But there's also a twist, since it's also like a bad college assignment. The terminology here is complex, every inconsequential detail gets tied into the video to lengthen it, but the rationale and ideas are still pretty broken at a fundamental level. I mean, what did you expect when you escalated the conflict and baited the artist into DMCAing your ass? What did you expect? For someone like me to think your praise for internet artists isn't one big backhanded compliment? Yeah, bet you thought I was gonna skip this in the beginning.
And we all know how self-important and snooty artists can be about their work being used in any possible way. Not much, actually. Most artists are lovely people who generally don't give two shits if it's run for a few seconds in rapid-fire sequence set to some random narration.
There's plenty of that kind of talk scattered throughout the video, but considering your behavior, it comes off as going conditional love on their artsy asses. I don't know what's worse, your etiquette and how you regard the art of the internet, which communities like yours or mine thrive off of, or how you regard community feedback and your fans. Because guess what? I don't just do common courtesy to the little-known people that make soundtracks, video sources, and fan art when I credit them in my commentaries. It's also for the audience. I don't want my watchers to be SOL tracking down music or videos I used, because fair use doesn't make that any less of a pain. I kick myself in the ass over how long it took for me to think, hey wait a minute, if I'm giving free promotion to fan art of my avatars, why am I forgetting to let people know where it came from? But I think that now I've made things pretty convenient and practical for both my fans and the folks that make good creative content. I don't mean to brag, but I feel like I show up some commentators with how I make sure credit is given here. Well, ever since I made my big comeback with Kong Who Shattered Time. I mean, let's say that I covered someone who I didn't think gave enough of a damn about nice fan art. I could make the commentary consist of Avatar fan art images with plenty of credit given on screen, and show up my source by walking the walk instead of talking the talk. Imagine if I did that. Recently, I've been discovering what one of my biggest adversaries is. It isn't a human or a beast, but a concept that haunts so many. It's the concept of groupthink, when everyone follows an idea without questioning it. It haunts many fan bases, many ideologies, and many communities around common stances. The only world fortunate enough to ward it away for good is peer-reviewed science. I've always talked about groupthink ravaging the ideas of the politically correct, since scrutiny and fair competition are the weaknesses to circle jerking. But it's time I put my money where my mouth is, and make sure it doesn't happen for the other side. This role seems a tad thankless, but somebody's gotta step up and say something when the time comes. I'm gonna need an antidepressant if I keep going for dramatic intros like this. Anyways, I'm no stranger to how skeptics riff videos when they find problems with them, and I know how crass comedians can be when they tear apart a video. But there's an extent in which that harsh demeanor negatively impacts the entertainment value of the video. Or worse, it can fail to cover up when your point ain't so good. So that's why I've got a video by the Satirtician. In fact, I made the groupthink intro because this is actually a video that got guest featured by another dude named Dapperton. I wasn't meaning to hit two birds with one stone, but I suppose that's the way this will go.
Oh hey babes, Lacey here. It is a sweaty LA night, the perfect time to talk about trigger warnings.
The only time I want to hear about you being hot and sweaty is if you're drowning in your own sweat. And the only trigger warning that you should be worried about is not wanting people to pull the trigger once they've got you in their sights.
And that's when I realized I was surrounded by the sweatiest tryhards in the entire goddamn server. Once again, I know saying shit in a crass manner is the norm here, but I fail to see how this effectively resonates as a joke. I could think of alternatively going, yeah, get down and dirty with them trigger warnings on a hot night like this, baby. I mean, SJWs aren't seen as mature in their sexuality, so that would theoretically still be off-putting to someone.
Potato ice cream. Sexy.
The problem with this statement is the same problem with a lot of critiques of trigger warnings on the internet.
Ooh, I don't know if critique is the right word. That implies the idea had merit. I think backlash from sheer stupidity works better.
You're implying you can't use some basic and well-warranted reasoning to refute why trigger warnings don't work in academic environments. But you totally can! Here, let me do it and fulfill Brandolini's law for you. Getting triggered is the mental equivalent of an allergic reaction, with victims of post-traumatic stress having people constantly overact to benign stimuli instead of getting on with their lives is not a viable long-term solution. And that's assuming that inexperienced college hipsters even have PTSD, since that comes off as an extraordinary claim. You know it's a problem when a yutz that's more moderate like me can run circles around you when it comes to backing a point. Shit, you could have summed that up in 1 or 2 sentences easy and made a joke out of it.
Demanding trigger warnings when you have things like these. Do you remember these? Why create a worse system to replace something better? And created by people far more intelligent than you.
What? Time out, time out. You realize you're basically trying to use apples to make orange juice, right? The whole issue here is applying an arbitrary and faulty form of mature content warnings towards academic discussion. What would be accomplished by making it as structured as the ESRB or the MPAA ratings for films? If anything, it would be more useful towards orchestrating the censorship of ideas that college students should be exposed to. We're not dealing with parents of children wanting to make sure they know what video games involve ballistic bloodbaths and dropping F-bombs. We're talking about a place where an advisory system designed to help with young audiences has no place. Yeah, your tone of condescension doesn't work too good when your reasoning falls behind, huh?
Well, this sucks.
Trigger warnings exist to give someone a little bit of a buffer before confronting them with information, graphics, whatever that may be deeply painful and upsetting.
You mean like these systems that we already have in place? Now, I know you're about as bright as a black hole, but even you must have seen these before.
Oh, certainly. Let's apply mature content advisory info towards grown-ass men and women hearing about real-ass shit. How much you emphasize this point actually is remarkable.
They are specifically used in populations which may be experiencing higher levels of trauma to help them cope, compartmentalize, and keep moving forward.
Yeah, because that's totally the way to move forward. To hide away from anything that might be remotely triggering. Not confronting your problems under professional guidance. No, obviously not. They need to be patronizingly treated like children and kept safe from bad words.
Now, I think where things got a little bit more complex and thus more controversial is when they were translated for usage in the blogosphere.
You said they were to prevent people from experiencing trauma or some such nonsense. Why exactly in your limited mind would it be considered controversial to extend this to platforms some delicate snowflakes might stumble across?
Do I actually need to play devil's advocate for this? Even if something was done out of good intentions, complicating the matter can have people getting concerned over it fast. If you want to make sure something is done right, then you'd talk about it when a hurdle might make valuable actions ineffective. Jesus Christ, this isn't difficult to understand.
Now you have online communities that want very specific trigger warnings, people talking about very specific things. I don't think it's up to me to say, oh, you know, people overuse trigger warnings or whatever.
No, it's not up to you. If anything was up to you, I'd give the planet about a week, and that's with some generous rounding up.
What the fuck do you mean it's not up to her to state an opinion? My fucking lord. She says some of the most inoffensive shit in the whole damn video, and you jeer as vehemently as that? Dude, what is your deal?
But I do think the demand for really specific trigger warnings in very general settings has been used to undermine the legitimacy and value of trigger warnings as a whole.
Well, thanks, Lacey. That's a good idea to help get rid of trigger warnings. Just make up so many about absolutely nothing until no one takes them seriously or even reads them.
Boy! That's the exact opposite of the point Green was trying to make. Lacey was saying, I won't call trigger warnings overused, but wanting to use them in general settings has been delegitimizing that shit. Now, if you did smart people things like wear shirts and be smart, you wouldn't have countered that with, oh, so you want to overuse that shit so nobody gives a fuck? Here, let me make the right point for you. Green, while that is an understandable concern, avoiding the use of trigger warnings in general settings is a pretty incomplete solution. Let's say we restrain trigger warnings to the blogs along with particular settings. If it still faces poor or overly extensive usage, it could get a fucked up reputation all the same. It wouldn't be nearly as bad, but the risk still remains. What was so difficult about that?
Germa in the bathtub giving a peace sign with a duck face.
Censorship is not the answer to social justice problems.
Well, I'll agree that censorship is never the solution to any problem. And whenever I hear the words social justice, I hear lynch mob justice. There really isn't that much difference.
What? No, come back here. That's all your point was? Agree and then take a jab at social justice that doesn't amount to an overall point? Wait, hold up. I did 2 interjections in a prior video that could work for this point. Remember my Ashley Mardell commentary? Bring that here and use the flaws I recognized with feminism for social justice. Thanks to concepts like intersectionality, dissent has been unfairly brushed off, with the guys responsible needing to check their privilege, regardless of their reasoning. Can you think of other movements in which college students scream away different opinions at public events, like at University of Massachusetts Amherst? I mean, these figures that viciously tried to eliminate their competition on social media platforms don't look like anti-feminists to me. I would dare say one of the biggest problems that people have with modern-day feminists is the notorious habit to thought police others.
But instead of having our audiences fight the fight for us, we can open our ears and minds and listen, learn, and discuss.
Agreed, but, never mind. Once again, even I can do something like this. And that's the thing. You see, me covering videos like this is a hobby. I haven't accepted a cent for doing stuff like this, and me contesting the ideas in other people's content is done out of obligations I created for myself. But you, Satirician, seem to treat your video production more highly. Yeah, I saw you offering to accept donations earlier. I won't blame you for wanting to do a show like this, but I will blame you for doing it wrong with this video. The half of the video I spoke against is exactly what I worry about with people disputing the politically correct. This style sacrifices rationality and showmanship with counteracting ideas in order to, for lack of a better term, talk shit. I see this in your self-summary where you prize concepts like academic progress and reason, but I don't see too much of the latter. What I see is someone trying too hard to make a class clown out of someone that handed you ideas to counter on a silver platter. I'm not saying you have to come across as a moral superior to social justice proponents. What I am saying is that, as a provocateur, you have a responsibility to be a critic that can't be ignored by the lesser side. You may seem a bit abrasive and uncouth, but you shouldn't be wrong, all rudeness aside. You should be showing how to give social justice some good competition, not just for academic progress, but for the people you're setting an example for. I'm talking about people like Dapperton that look up to you, man. I know I won't win over most people by being pretty moderate, but hey, it's what I do. Hey guys, have I got a perfect commentary set up for you? Okay, wait, let's start from the beginning. You guys remembered when I covered that one Satirtician video a while back? You know, the one about Lacey Green, which got guest featured by Dapperton. Well, let's just say I heard there was a video of his that got commentated on. This was a commentary where I saw it and thought, yeah, I'd rip into this if he wasn't gonna. So imagine my surprise when I saw that it came out and Dapperton made a response to it. Because, the way I see it, if there's one person that ought to cover this response, it's someone that's well versed on things like this. Let's go. Whoa, wait a minute. I thought I was watching Dapperton's video, not the commentary he Oh, it is his video! Alright, I need to get this off my chest. The editing is remarkably unpolished. I know this seems like a nitpick, but if you know me, I'm all for cohesive editing, because it can really show how much you cared about making the video. First, the intro or lack thereof. Honestly, it's kinda baffling to just drop your audience into the video you're discussing without any warning at all. The audience is just left to pick up context throughout the video, and it's a little difficult to get engaged if you're stuck catching up on what it's even about. It's like being on a bus you're driving, you change course, and you don't tell me where you're driving. I'd be concerned at the least. Second, there is no skipping or speeding up the original footage in this video in any way. Whenever there's footage Dapperton doesn't have anything to say about, and there's plenty of that, he just leaves that shit in. Mind you, this is done while disregarding how it leaves the video at a sluggish pace with a lot of footage that's extraneous to his counterpoints. And if you're worried that cutting out original footage might make it look like you're leaving something out that's important, then just say what you're skipping over. It's not that difficult, I've done it while Bane posting. If you misspeak about what's going on, someone can see the original video in the description and check if you're bullshitting them. Third, and I should explain this, there's something I call lingering footage. You see this here? Where he just leaves in a good number of frames or half a second whenever he splices into the video, and it looks like there's a leftover frame or two that blinks on screen when it clearly wasn't supposed to. That is nasty. It's like he's watching the video in real time and pausing whenever he damn well pleases. It looks ugly in post, and anyone watching knows you can easily fix this problem when you're actually going through and editing a damn video. When I started noticing this with old videos of mine, I started thinking how little time it would have took to adjust the cutaways every time I saw someone else do it. It kept me from doing it again fairly well. And this lingering footage is all over Dapperton's video. Even with the abrupt audio cuts, you notice how sloppy his splicing gets. And by the way, if you want to know why I'm making such a big stink out of this, it's because this stuff gets really damn distracting. Dapperton's had plenty of experience editing by now if you've seen his video count, and yet I've seen amateur and little-known commentators do these same mistakes, and I mean ones that just started on YouTube. Basically, it's shoddy craftsmanship for a veteran editor.
You just clipped to the wall!
Yeah, I'm clipping.
What?
I'd even go as far as to say racist and racism, for the most part, is mostly harmless. There's enough moral people out there to keep these racists from getting government power, so they cannot get slavery to come back. They cannot get any racist laws implemented. All they can literally do is walk around and say harmless, mean slurs at people.
But what about the ones that go beyond just mean and hurtful words and start getting physical against someone who is a different color?
Look, if a racist gets physical against you in the United States of America, you are literally allowed to kill them if they threaten your life.
You mean stand your ground practices, right? Cause there's something you didn't mention about that. A duty to retreat. In at least 17 states in the US, you're legally required to employ non-lethal means of self-defense unless you have no choice but using deadly force. And even then, you have some states in which standing your ground only applies to places like your home or your property, such as an office. That is castle doctrine, and you have a duty to retreat if you're not in a place that's yours in such states. Basically, in some states, no, you are not allowed to kill in self-defense right off the bat. Kinda misleading to graze over that.
You could also call the police and get them arrested. Racists have no power over you in the United States of America. At least they have as little power as fucking possible.
Oh, just call the cops. You mean in situations like... No, wait, I'll save that for later.
So, this is going to be a video where he looks at the global issues half full. Okay.
Go around saying hurtful words to people, nobody gives a fuck because they are just words. And everyone knows words, for the most part, are harmless.
Until you put power behind those said words, and then that's where it starts to get heated. Also, assuming everyone is going to not care whenever a racial slur or a hurtful word is being said is a pretty bold statement to make.
Actually, the bold statement I'm making is that you're a pussy if it does hurt you. If you are a healthy person with a healthy brain, words shouldn't hurt you at all. I understand if you're depressed or you want to kill yourself, then you're not a mentally healthy person, and I can understand where you're coming from. But most people are mentally healthy people, and they could withstand mean, hurtful words.
Hold on. I've been meaning to ask you something. Dapperton, can I have you look through some randomly generated numbers so you can tell me if you see any problems? It's a weird request, I know, but it shouldn't take long. Does this set of 4 numbers seem fine to you? Like, I want to use this as a passcode for part of a big building in a... What? You're giving me a mean look, and I don't know what you're looking all mad about. Let's try another. How about this? What the, I thought I told the RNG only to include double-digit... Hey, what's with the stink eye? You mean to tell me that you're miffed about this? It's just numbers and text symbols. You act like it's got a bad context or something. Fine. One more. I might use this for a plot element in a story dedicated to Japanese culture. Seem okay? Fine, since you're giving me another dirty look, one more. Would this seem fine if I drew a scene with some characters in a school and put this on a chalkboard in the background? You're angry again? Now you're just being unreasonable. What, you think there's a bad event behind a random numerical sequence like this? You've really got to stretch if you're gonna tell me that some numbers can be inappropriate like that. Now, that's being a pussy. Next you're gonna tell me that some rough-sounding jargon of a word can symbolize a real-life horror story or two.
Zip zoom, motherfucker! What the fuck?
And people assume that all Muslims are violent as well. All that's perfectly fine to everyone, but as soon as someone discriminates against a black person, who are statistically 5.5 times more likely to commit more crime than other races, suddenly it's unacceptable.
That's an interesting stat to bring up. Bigger question, where's the source of proof that it's legit? Because I didn't see it in the description of your channel, and if your stat is proven correct, then fine, there's a stat. But if not, anyone who is really thinking on this would ask you where you found the stat.
I got the stat from the Bureau of Justice Statistics. So for homicides, it's 45% of offenders are white, 52% are black. You may be thinking, oh, well, that's only a little bit over white people. Well, here's the thing. White people are 60% of the population, blacks are only 13%. You do the math and they're 5.5 times more likely to murder you than whites. More up-to-date FBI statistics tell a similar story. In 2013, black criminals carried out 38% of murders, compared to 31% for whites. Again, despite the fact there are 5 times more white people in the US.
Oh, so you did show your math. Well, that's nice and all, but it would have been good to know what you were on about earlier. Seriously, would you have omitted that info from the video entirely if he didn't speak up? As far as I know, this kinda just comes off as damage control. I can't respect your attention to detail much if you almost forgot to even do so in the first... Wait a second. What's that in the original video's description?
Chemicals in the water that turn the friggin' frogs gay.
How are you, young man?
Is it updated? And furthermore, because, people will ask this, are you detracting from the problem?
Yes, I would be detracting from the problem if I said, yeah, well, racism is okay because black people kill a lot of people. But I'm not doing that. I'm saying simply stating facts is racist nowadays. That sucks. That is fucked up. That shouldn't be happening. So that shit's considered racism now, stating facts. So in my eyes, racism is a fucking joke now.
First off, no. You didn't say that, you backpedaling motherfucker. You said suddenly it's a big problem to discriminate against black people because of that stat.
But as soon as someone discriminates against a black person, who are statistically 5.5 times more likely to commit more crime than other races, suddenly it's unacceptable.
Of course Loudon would ask if you were trying to pull some shit. And second, you're surprised that people are uptight when you say something touchy like that? Alright, I'll elaborate since it looks like you couldn't figure out what the deal is with saying stuff like that homicide stat. Because I always saw a problem with blurting out that tidbit myself, but I couldn't quite put my finger on why. And that's when it hit me. It's not the what of that stat because the logistics and data seem to check out. It's the why. Why is it so, and why bring it up? Why this statistic is the case, for example, is pretty goddamn tricky to analyze. Think about how many questions you could ask here. What social issues are associated with ups and downs in homicide rates? Are there any underlying conflicts that could explain homicide trends? Is poverty a factor that plays a role in this? These are all good questions to ask after hearing that stat, and none of them are given answers when you just go and puke it up on my shirt. Hell, to add insult to injury, even that one factor with poverty rates is tricky to look at. When one of the articles you mentioned brought up poverty playing a role, they then said how research on that was contradictory and therefore inconclusive. So it's got a lot to question, it's difficult to analyze, and you disregard all of that. I'd seem more tactful if I said something about 77 cents on the dollar without any background info. Oh, and funny story, while I was scripting, I saw a video by the one and only Based Mom, where she had something similar to say about gender trends. Sommer's advised to proceed with caution, and don't jump to conclusions on the matter. See what I mean? And then there's why you might mention it. Tell me, what do you think people would make of your intentions if you just shared this fun fact out of the blue? Would they think you're going, huh, interesting, or trying to insinuate something more sinister? For example, you could be trying to excuse an unfair predisposition against an ethnicity, or attempt to justify a cold-blooded stereotype. Even if these weren't the case, someone could easily second-guess what you're trying to pull if you say this in the wrong context. I mean, come on, if you don't think there are a good number of people out there that would try to be slick by applying this stat poorly, we both know you're lying. Now, is it still unjustified to be hysterical over simply saying a statistic like this? Honestly, you have a case there. Questioning info doesn't mean going full aggro against it. But I'm a reclusive, socially awkward idiot, and I figured this out. Even I recognize that this is a difficult thing to bring up, regardless of sensationalists getting on me like opportunistic pathogens. It's almost like you're feigning ignorance on how sketchy it looks when someone says that in an odd light. Oh, and you talking some shit earlier, when you did so to the point where you had to backpedal from it, isn't helping.
Also, some people say, well, being racist is worse than discrimination against religions, gun owners, because blacks went through slavery over 100 years ago. When a Jew gets called a Jew as a slur in a way that makes reference to when they were slaughtered back in the Holocaust, no one bats an eye. But when black people get called nigga, or the N-word with the hard R, by a person of the wrong race, suddenly it's the end of the world.
This is gonna be a long one. Okay, before I get to the N-word part, let me just say that the idea that people ignore Jews whenever they're mentioned in a negative light by someone who is a bigot is again bold to say, since if no one bats an eye to them, why do people on the anniversary of the Holocaust pay their respects to those who lost their lives?
Yeah, only a minority of people do that, so you're talking about the minority. The majority of people won't give a shit. Okay,
Whoa, hold it right there. So let's just ignore that there's a day of the year dedicated to Holocaust remembrance. Let's focus on the US specifically, shall we? You know how small of a minority it is for people that show remembrance to the Holocaust? It's so little that there's an entire museum dedicated to it in the DC National Mall. You're really gonna write this off like no one gives a shit when there's enough federal support and revenue from admissions to keep that museum going? No, wait, guess what? There are at least 2 museums dedicated to it, because there's another one in LA. A minority of people, what a joke. You don't really expect me to believe.
Just imagine you're in a restaurant and somebody said Jew. Are you going to turn your head and look for who said it? No. But if you hear a white guy say nigger, clearly a white guy, would you look around? Yeah, of course you would. Would you be more likely to be offended? Yeah, of course you would. But why is that?
Because the word Jew isn't a slur, dumbass. You just said a descriptive term with more vitriol. That's messed up, but that doesn't make it a slur like Sorry, that happens whenever I say the word with a hard R. You know what is a slur for a Jewish person? I'll give you a hint. It rhymes with like. Yeah, go call a random Jewish person by an actual slur and see if someone chews you out.
Jews were slaughtered in the Holocaust. That's far worse than being enslaved. I'm sorry, but it is. You know what this is called? This is called a hypocrisy.
What, are you trying to play favorites when you really shouldn't be? Bruh, what happened to both groups of people in history sucked. A lot. Just because one technically had it worse doesn't mean you have to get all hasty and write off what happened to the other. For God's sake, the injustices that happened to black Americans happened in our own country. To say that the bad parts of history for black Americans hit closer to home is an understatement. Do I actually have to explain this to you?
Watch where you spray that thing.
As for the word itself, there's still a lot of dark history behind that word that black people still remember through history lessons and stories from their families or personal experience. In my case, all of the above. Words have no power until you put power behind them. And when you put power behind nigga, you'll be surprised at how much that word can hurt.
I'm sorry, but if that word hurts you, that happened 150 years ago. Slavery happened 150 years ago. Okay? Yes, your ancestors were enslaved. They weren't killed. Remember, they didn't go that extreme.
Okay, now I know you're just lying to my face. With the slave trade in general, poor living and working conditions introduced nightmarish health issues for slaves. Some forms of disease, like respiratory infections and worms, were unusually prevalent and fatal for the children involved. As it were, the big saving grace for slaves' numbers in the United States was that they were able to maintain fairly high fertility rates compared to other regions in the Americas. Don't tell me that fatal neglect doesn't count as killing. To add to this, I'd like to show you the lynchings that happened over 86 years, well after the Civil War ended. Hell, you see the number of lynching for white people? Apparently a good share of those were for white folks that tried to help black people or go against lynching. And keep in mind, they acknowledge these are only recorded lynchings. Theoretically, the actual number is likely higher. By all accounts, you look like you're full of it.
They just enslaved them. They fed them, they put a roof over their head, okay?
Boy, you know that free food and board was not enough to excuse jack shit back then. If it was ever a life worth living, to the people that were forced into the slave trade, they wouldn't have been taken to it involuntarily by conquest or kept in line with lashes. Seriously, what the fuck were you trying to argue? That those justifications, which wouldn't even cut it for livestock welfare, mean anything here? I don't know what you were trying to accomplish, but it came off as heinous.
And you're saying that that hurts you to this day. Something that happened 150 years ago hurts you today. I call bullshit on that. Look, you have no living family members that even went through that. So how it could personally offend you, I have no idea.
Maybe I can illustrate a point by catching your attention with something. Do you know why I have commitment issues as a straight guy? Because of things I've seen, such as this. Casual misandry, false accusations that ruin the lives of innocent men, legal settlements and divorces they can't handle, and a good portion of all of this going wrong is thanks to the kind of progressive rejects you would complain about. Even when we start moving past things like this and make a better future for our boys and young men, I know this will haunt people like me for far too long. People like me will realize that the only difference between me and poor folks like Jay Cheshire is that we got lucky. This is why I worry that the MGTOW movement has a chance to win and make too many people deliberately antisocial en masse. So whenever I hear that someone else might have inner demons from things like their ancestors or older relatives not even getting to sit towards the front of a bus, I think I can understand when people tell me they've seen some shit.
Jews were actually slaughtered for their beliefs, which is worse than being enslaved, so poking fun at their tragedies is far worse.
Oh, trying to bring an impact of one tragedy by undermining the other? Dapperton, are you willfully ignorant of American history? Because blacks just weren't enslaved, you know. When Africans were being transported from their homes to America, most of them died due to poor treatment or being killed for trying to escape back home.
So who enslaved, shipped, and moved all those black people anyways? Oh yeah, other black people. So why is it that white people get all the blame?
Dapperton, who do you think was paying African slavers to do as they did? Oh, that's right! Western society did. America and the empires of Europe were the ones which incentivized and rewarded slavers for participating in the transatlantic slave trade. And the Portuguese, who started the slave trade, did try to get slaves themselves. They only stopped raiding because it wasn't feasible for them. So not only did Western society mastermind this whole deal, but they only had someone else do their dirty work because it was easier. Good lord, you understand accountability like a child would.
You know, white people aren't the only ones that done slavery. You know that, right? We're also the ones who helped end it.
Well, they started it and we stopped doing it. Yeah, so that means you never participated in it. You see why I said understands accountability like a child earlier? Your relatively speaking logic isn't saving you here when that was still a pretty big fuck up on America's part.
More white people died trying to free the slaves than black people. Remember that. But nobody ever does.
Maybe people don't think about that so much due to one tiny, minuscule detail that's hardly worth mentioning. Not all of those soldiers were on the side fighting to end slavery.
I've got you in my sights.
1/3 of the soldiers that enlisted and put themselves on the line in the Civil War were Confederate. And I'm gonna go out on a limb and say that the Confederate States didn't like the idea of quitting slavery cold turkey. Hell, that's implying ending slavery was the only reason that the Union fought, since there was also the motivation of wanting to make sure the South didn't secede into a bunch of unorganized countries. Also, maybe less black soldiers died during the Civil War because of how few of them were even enlisted. Out of the 2 million or so soldiers that were enlisted into the Union, only 180,000 of them were African American by the end of the war. The Confederate States didn't even properly enlist any black soldiers. To drive this point home, I decided to do a bit of math with the numbers I had here. In total, I got a 19.31% likelihood as dying as a soldier in the Civil War, for either side. Well, I decided to take the figures, subtract the numbers for black Union soldiers out of the totals, and then compare. If I remember correctly, the likelihood for a black Civil War soldier to die is only slightly lower than that of white— oh fuck, it's actually 1% higher. Hey Dapperton, you remember how you adjusted a statistic based on population size? You should have tried that sort of thing a second time.
Then during enslavement, you had slaves who were killed when their masters felt they disobeyed them, and during the Civil War, where they fought still under enslavement, and not of their free will, and were used as glorified meat shields.
Okay, way more whites.
Oh my god, he's still on the— wait, he might say something new.
To free the slaves. And when your response is, oh, well, the blacks were just glorified meat shields, they were still being oppressed. What the fuck are you talking about? If anybody was a fucking meat shield, it was white people that were given their lives to free the slaves.
Wow, you were remarkably unthorough here. Okay, time to show you how it's done. First things first, you missed an actual counterpoint to debunk something Loudon said here. Hate to tell you, bud, but the glorified meat shield thing has plenty of information going to the contrary. Remember, the only duties that Confederate soldiers trusted with black people were side tasks, i.e., no frontlining. And not only did the Union mostly consist of free states in which black soldiers were enlisted from, but a total of 16 black soldiers received Congressional Medals of Honor for their service during the Civil War. Ooh, got him. No, you didn't, Dapperton. If you were thinking that you didn't get him on this, I pointed it out. You neglected to look up anything or use another argument besides that broken hump of dump you tried to implement earlier. That brings me to the second thing. There were still difficulties that black Union soldiers experienced. Black people were only able to enroll into the Navy early during the Civil War. It took a while for the Army to accept such enrollment. Also, black soldiers had to deal with pay discrepancies so bad that Congress had to step in and fix it. It doesn't end there, because the Union Army was still reluctant to send black soldiers into the fray. This was partially due to prejudices about their bravery or skill, but it was also due to Confederate threats. Let's just say they didn't plan to necessarily take prisoners if they saw black soldiers facing them. And the only reason they weren't men of their word was because the Union had POWs to retaliate upon. So what's the big takeaway here? It's that even the war that so many white men died over wasn't terribly kind to the African Americans that wanted to serve their country. They weren't just meat shields, but it wasn't great for them. And I had to do all that mental heavy lifting for DAP. Black hat, more like granddad.
And guess what? After enslavement, lynch mobs and Jim effing Crow. Dapperton, I think Nat Turner, MLK, and Emmett Till will have a few choice words with you.
Now I know what you might be thinking. Wait a minute. Loudon already mentioned lynching beforehand? Doesn't that make Gwuss bringing it up a little redundant? Well, apparently fucking not, because from what Dapperton said a while back,
They weren't killed. Remember, they didn't go that extreme.
it looks like he didn't hear this shit. Yeah, he never looked back at that slaves didn't get killed point and thought, oh yeah, there were instances of killing for former slaves and their descendants after slavery. This is a bizarre oversight to make. He could have just went back and modified his script when he realized he might have said something wrong. Wait. You didn't script your response video, did you? No, this is not happening right now. No!
Dapped didn't script his video. Dapped didn't script his video.
Shit! Oh my god. It's so obvious when you consider that, the lack of editing polish, and the lack of research. Oh my god.
The word racist is now just a tool used by certain people to silence those who disagree with them. But it's stupid because the word racist shouldn't have that much weight or power to it anyways, because it's just someone being a dick. All I'm saying is that we need to stop attaching this huge stigma to the word racist and realize what it is. Someone just being a dick.
Racism is someone being a dick. So the KKK are Scooby-Doo villains now, huh?
I mean, they kind of are. What damage has the KKK done today? How many people have they killed lately? I mean, it's been a long time, I would say. Now, compare what KKK does today compared to what Antifa does today. Yeah, they're starting to look like fucking Scooby-Doo villains to me. And there is no fucking KKK, really. I mean, how many KKK members have you seen in your life? I haven't seen any. But I can't turn on the news without seeing Antifa on the fucking news. I can't walk outside without seeing a communist or an Antifa member. So, I mean, what the fuck are you talking about? Yeah, I mean, you guys are fighting an imaginary war. You guys are fighting the KKK that doesn't exist.
So a non-existent enemy is still operating in 22 states as of this year. That's a lot of turf to cover. Hell, apparently more scattered clan groups have been sprouting up at an alarming rate over the past year. And some of these states listed here, like Arkansas, Missouri, and Maryland, are states where you have a duty to retreat. Yeah, I'd sure feel safe with them burning crosses in my town, especially with the knowledge of what people like them have done in the past. I mean, Jesus, they had enough members for Anonymous to out hundreds of them 2 years ago. Haven't seen any of them my ass. And goddamn, really? I know you have a tendency to play favorites with certain issues, but you're really gonna try to plug about Antifa right about now? Because hey, you know what else has been on the... Oops. Almost spoiled the surprise.
Speak up, Francis. Your voice got all muffled.
I hate the water.
This video was all over the place with its message, and at the end it all boils down to a message about people using the word racism to silence others during political discussion, which is cool, I guess. But my god, you do such a piss poor way of explaining this. It's all over the place with no coherent thought or coherent explanation. You just get diarrhea of the mouth and spew the first thing you think of. Didn't your parents ever teach you think before you speak? I think that lesson should have been taught here. You unintentionally make yourself out to seem very ignorant and unknowing in this video, which it boils down to 4 minutes of you putting demographics in a box.
Yeah, it was pretty coherent in my opinion, but feel free to let me know what you think in the comments section.
Wow, I can't tell what you're trying to appeal to more. YouTube's algorithms or an argumentum ad populum fallacy. Sorry, it's just, I'm not an attention-hungry tryhard that tries to act slick with people, so I kinda trust my audience to know when they should comment.
Maybe this wasn't a good video of mine. I don't know, but it's definitely not the crap video that you think it was. I noticed when you were watching it, you didn't really understand my points, like it went above your head. But I think that's one of the reasons why you feel the video is incoherent. But what do I know?
Okay. You mean to tell me he had things go over his head? So Loudon overlooked a thing or two. Remind me, who exactly was the one that ignored the lynching statement after you tried to say slaves didn't get killed? And who was the one that said a sentence so badly you had to backpedal on it like a motherfucker? I drink your milkshake! And you acted proud about that comeback too. Alright, I think I'm about ready to give my final thoughts. I've been waiting a while to drop this, but did you think I wouldn't bring up Charlottesville during this video? Yeah, say racists have the least power possible, just after white supremacists started multiple physical confrontations in less than a day. Vaguely mentioned stand your ground laws while in a state with such a law, that law didn't stop a man from running an innocent person the fuck over. And for the record, that person was the only fatality in that standoff. But hey, just call the cops. When one confrontation only had a single officer there to stop a massive scuffle until several minutes later. Oh, and another confrontation was where cops couldn't break up the fighting due to a lack of armor that was available. Hell, that's not even counting the 2 state troopers that died from a chopper crash while monitoring the situation. No, please, tell me how racists have as little power as possible now after these cronies marched around with shields, clubs, and torches. So what's my point here? I'll tell you what it is. Dapperton, I figured that the one time you wouldn't do shit like write off the KKK or downplay how much racists have haunted America is after this event. That is, when a bunch of neo-Nazi mofos looked at the reasons you say that racial bigots have little power, they pissed themselves laughing, and they circumvented that by going blitzkrieg on an unsuspecting college town. And mind you, this was a college town where the goons had pushback from members of the public. But you know what? Even if Charlottesville didn't happen, that wouldn't have saved your video. Dapperton's response could be summed up with the phrase, not giving a shit. Not about editing, not about understanding history, not about giving much attention to detail, and not even about using a script from how blatantly obvious it was. I used to think you were just sheltered on race issues as much as Carlton Banks was in Fresh Prince. But now I doubt if you even care about anything besides being a sensationalist. As if we don't have enough of that nowadays. The worst part is that this and the original video were already rendered redundant by a video on the same sort of thing. Yeah, I can think of a video about saying you racist too much that was the shit because it gave a shit. It's by Sky Williams, and unlike Dapperton here, he even offers a solution or two to help with that problem. I won't spoil the big lessons he gives from this though, because I recommend seeing the whole thing if you can. It comes to a similar conclusion without being pandering political garbo or abysmal damage control along the way. And Sky's video covers its ass to the point where he doesn't have to call strawman on someone in a comment reply before deleting the comment because he used the wrong YouTube account. Hoopa dooba.
Motherfucker.
This video was in dedication to a statement someone once told me. An acquaintance of mine once told me I wasn't politically right enough, and I didn't much care for that statement. So I think there's only one way to end this video. I know I won't win over most people by being pretty moderate, but hey, it's what I do.
Oh my god. Okay, what? We're gonna get into commentaries, so we wanna copy...
Learn from
you covering a video.
Dude, I don't have a good source to work with. I've been juggling ideas of what to cover left and right.
But you didn't have this. It's good for covering, right?
You brought me this just because of the last video I covered, didn't you?
Well,
No.
Guys, I know criticizing social justice is one big deal, and you know where I stand. But I'm not setting myself up to be the guy that covers that. There's more to what I want to do, and other people can do this specific job better.
Hey, come on. Look at this here.
Wow, for real? Alright, fine. We're doing this again. If I get into another rut like I did with covering other commentators, we gonna have a problem.
So this is a scary video to put out there. I predict that 2 hours after this video is posted, the ratings will be okay, but 2 weeks after it's up, and the ratings will not be so okay. And that's because there's a community out there on YouTube made up of viewers and creators who seem set on silencing anyone who talks about anything they deem too social justice-y.
No friggin' way.
Yo, hold up, man. This may not be what you think it is.
I've got an ultimate ready if it is what I think.
Kind of a specific group of YouTubers who are just known for like making angry response videos and kind of sending a lot of commenters to go to people's videos, feminist videos, to dislike them and comment and just like destroy their ratings basically.
You really want to talk about censorship when modern feminism is on the table? In case you didn't get the memo, saying that about the opposition to modern feminism is like throwing stones from a glass house. Thanks to concepts like intersectionality, dissent has been unfairly brushed off, with the guys responsible needing to check their privilege regardless of their reasoning. Can you think of other movements in which college students scream away different opinions at public events, like at University of Massachusetts Amherst? I mean, these figures that viciously tried to eliminate their competition on social media platforms don't look like anti-feminists to me. I would dare say one of the biggest problems that people have with modern-day feminists is the notorious habit to thought police others. But no, of course, let me know about how tough it is that people present backlash to what you're saying by saying what they find wrong with it in return. Please do inform me about how people hold you back by not preventing you from saying something in the first place so they can explain why they aren't buying into what you're saying. Honestly, it is childish to say that being refuted and challenged in the marketplace of ideas constitutes as censorship. How crass they are about it on somewhere like YouTube doesn't matter much in the context of both sides getting to speak freely in the first place. Oh, and sending people to destroy their ratings? I could have easily countered that point alone where it stands, but I'll be back for that argument.
You okay?
Yeah, but I might need another Winston ult ready once we get further ahead in the video.
It's almost like there's a threshold for them of social justice issues that are all right to discuss and support. There's general LGBT rights, sometimes binary trans identities like trans men and trans women, sometimes mental health advocacy, but anything above that threshold, like rape culture, trigger warnings, privilege, non-binary genders, Black Lives Matter, and definitely feminism are not okay in the slightest to these people.
Wait, you want to try that here? Let's just disregard that said threshold is what anti-feminist personalities tend to align and agree with. As in, it doesn't work when you make them out as refusing to speak about the above issues, considering they frequently present verbal disapproval of such things for videos. Let's point to this though. Do you see it? This is a concept that some college students use to eliminate unwanted concepts from being approached by them. That's essentially thought policing like what I referenced earlier. Do you just not look at your own argument before talking?
How do you look at spoken words, man?
The same way one eats their words.
The thing I really dislike about anti-feminists on YouTube is how strongly they advocate for freedom of speech, yet seem determined on silencing anyone they disagree with. And they go out of their way to do it. They actively search for social justice advocates and then make videos devoted to ridiculing specific people. And it's my opinion, their critiques tend to be more condescending than constructive.
Oh, they sounded condescending and mean when they talk against your side and make a point. Quick question, but you know that crass behavior doesn't make them silencing your side, right? I said it once and I'll say it again. How polite someone is when they actually counteract an argument or put a view forward doesn't matter by much when it comes to how freely the other party can speak. You may have made a statement earlier that I found almost appalling, but your freedom to say it remains even if I dismiss it or disagree. If your entire stance on social issues or your opinions on the world comes to a screeching halt when someone is a tad rude, then a single utterance of some asshole saying tits or GTFO would have knocked you out of the proverbial park at day one. If you can't handle ideas more fair and dignified than starting a pizza bombing or pure ad hominem, that's your problem.
Hey, we'd rather have churros instead of pizza.
That's not remotely my point.
Their comments are always, this is illogical, and you don't know what you're talking about, and trying to discredit you and saying that they're objective when they don't recognize that every person has a bias, every person has a perspective. Even I try to acknowledge my own biases, my own perspectives in my videos. Like, I know when I'm making an argument that this isn't the objective facts, it's an argument. So I just think it's misleading to say that this is everything exactly as it is, and I know that it is, without acknowledging your own perspective.
Just a heads up, Captain Obvious was wondering why you stole his point about human beings having subjective ideas in some regard.
Where's the captain?
I'm making a joke. Christ, alright. Saying everyone has their own shit is literally the exact reason people that preach reason try to stay rational. Keeping a logical demeanor is the bread and butter of making a side more valid when either one can just come down to insubstantial hearsay without it. Do you think I was trying to be funny when I showed 3 examples behind the censorship ordeal earlier? No, I did that because I needed to elaborate on why I said what I said. If big claims need some meat on them bones with evidence, I came prepared when I made that point. And might I add, that's a hell of a lot better than the approach of going, why you gotta be so rude?
Everybody type in the chat, it's a stupid name.
These kinds of audiences have even given themselves a name. They call themselves attack helicopters, and
What?
they do attack.
Oh! What do you think she mean? Yo, what's up with Gwuss? Are you telling me that Ash straight up took the copy pasta shit about being a helicopter and read way too far into it? This is even better than that dude calling the Team Fortress 2 cast silent protagonists! I bet the attack helicopters are in cahoots with the hacker known as 4chan. Is he okay, man? I am very much okay.
I understand that their actions aren't face-to-face, their attacks are just over the internet, but it's still harassment. I'll prove it to you. Comments I get on my Everything Gender video, a project frequently targeted by anti-feminists, go as follows. Trigger warning, incredibly graphic, and derogatory language up next. Am I the only one who would happily gun down any of the mentally challenged cunts featured in this video? This is the most cancerous, autistic, idiotic video ever. I sexually identify as an attack helicopter.
Ah, bask in the glow of a meme being taken too seriously.
I feel as though I'm transcending the limits of sapient intelligence by watching this.
Pass into the iris.
Do you have any churros for Bob?
You fucking ruined my sublime-ass trance state, you motherfucker! Also, I'd be willing to bet money that you made up the second comment. You mean to parade around the most derivative shit-talking on the internet as something that's worth anyone's attention? I mean, if copy pastas and super basic trash talk are where you draw the line, then I'd hate to see how you'd respond to the grade A keyboard warrior crap with that first comment you showed. Oh wait, perhaps I've been watching it for a few minutes.
Think on that, brother.
One of my good friends who's a creator expressed having problems in their real life as a product of these anti-feminists. People at his school found the anti-feminist videos targeting him, and they used these videos as fuel to make fun of him IRL.
Malignant tumors of people digging up whatever dirt they can find on others so they can act like dog shit to him face to face. Can't imagine that happening without massive pools of internet backlash towards social justice, no sir. Look, you're already at a slight disadvantage trying to make cynical people on the net take the phrase cyberbullying seriously, so don't tie in people being shitty in a way that just walk away from the screen doesn't solve. You can choose to isolate away from shitters with a block button online, whether one overuses that function or not. But I don't think I should need to mention that dealing with people outside of the internet is a lot more complicated. You don't need to give pathetic people YouTube to act like jackass teenagers.
He also received threats before going to VidCon from anti-feminists. Needless to say, my friend did not feel the safest at the con.
These are the threats you show? For real? I might be able to give you the last one as something a bit more, but a figure of speech and crude shit with a damn Lenny face? Between those two comments being weak as hell in terms of their legit scare value, and you not correctly formatting the text on your recreated comment because of the distorted Lenny face, you have so little credibility right now. And all of this is ignoring the elephant in the room.
Are you talking about me?
No. I mean that most threats by anonymous people over the internet have minuscule value in terms of how seriously you can actually take them. It's not particularly noteworthy when some fucking 10-year-old staying up past his bedtime can produce something that many big-name social media personalities get a lot. In any part of the web. Yeah, it's parasitic and insipid behavior to pull the threats, but do you think that your friend is special for it? I know a lesser-known YouTube that literally got spoilers for a game series he liked because the YouTuber didn't care for Totodile. A goddamn starter Pokemon is the reason some cuck proved that he needs to get knocked out of his rocking gaming chair. How out of touch are you to not recognize that most internet threats, even arguably like that last one, are hardly worth the trouble of worrying about them?
Now, I imagine anti-feminist creators who see this video will say they are not responsible for the actions of their audience. This seems like a huge cop-out to me. Your audience certainly isn't literally controlled by you. You're not in their home forcing their hand, but we've seen this pattern for years now. An anti-feminist makes a targeting video and their audience goes over in droves trying to destroy the target. That's just what happens. This leads me to believe they either condone the behavior or simply don't care. That's where anti-feminists and I differ.
Now's the time! Round 2! Let's start by disregarding the holier-than-thou vibes you're giving off. When it comes to critics with quite the following doing as they do, not one of them has a mandate or responsibility to be kinder or better mannered than the bare minimum of respect that they are due. When all is fair in disagreement and criticism, and people ain't going below the belt, people doing counter-arguments aren't obligated to do shit for you in the process. Perhaps if you were able to accurately assess how destructive or threatening keyboard warrior bottom grade horse shit is, you'd also be able to put accountability for people's actions where it belongs, with the people that actually did dumb shit. The big rule of the internet is that vulgar 4chan level shit talking is always gonna exist somewhere, for better or worse. You're not exactly rising above that influence if you insist that big name YouTube personalities act as overbearing parent figures so no yutz leaves mean comments in your presence.
Hey, you look like you had something on your chest with that.
You'd be surprised, but yeah. I've been around a while with critique, and I've had plenty of food for thought about the effect of whatever community I tried to talk to. It was flattering and surprising when I culminated a dedicated and quite well-spoken audience with a long-gone video series I did. Extra surprising considering I wasn't personally proud of what I accomplished with that series. That's not to say I won't have something like that now, but I think it's what made me more easygoing when I returned to commentating, believe it or not. Damn me. And you know what? I still stood by this, shall we say, personal code of conduct, even when I set a good example back in the day. I always knew that it was my call whenever I gave someone the benefit of the doubt. It was my choice to be kind whenever I went over and beyond with what I do. And most of all, I knew that it was not my place to overstep. Fans of mine can listen in and learn something from what I think, but most times with people, you just gotta let them do as they may.
I still wanna know about the churros.
No, and you are ruining the moment.
If my audience went over and virtually attacked another creator because of things I said, I'd be pissed. Maybe I'm an idealist, but I'd like to hope we can live in a world where we disagree, but instead of having our audiences fight the fight for us, we can open our ears and minds and listen, learn, and discuss.
Agreed, but, never mind.
There's your phone! Explicitly tell your audience that you don't condone them attacking people you disagree with. I'll do this now. Hey audience, as you watch this video, I feel like it's safe to assume that maybe a few specific anti-feminists popped in your head. If you want to go over to their channel and express why you disagree with their views, that's fine, but please remain respectful and constructive. I'll be disappointed if you purposely try to make them feel like human shit.
I won't completely shoot down that concept, but there are issues to just saying something like this out of nowhere. Do you realize that, when the risk of comment section raids appears non-existent, that kind of talk is ungodly levels of patronizing to the audience? If it seems completely irrelevant to mention "be nice" in a video, it is easy to think that you doubt the agency and common sense of your watchers. I mean, how many of them do you really think would act like rabies-infested sheeple?
Hey Gwuss, can I call Fizzman a butthole?
Don't ask me permission. A choice like that is yours, and yours alone. But I advise you not to act a damn fool.
Your wish is my command, boss.
Hey, what did I just say?
Make videos responding to larger issues rather than specific people. If you have a problem with something, say trigger warnings or third wave feminism, make a video breaking down those concepts.
Number one, it's not unheard of for skeptics to be more general with a topic. Number two, maybe the reason skeptics specify who they're criticizing is because their problems stem from one piece of content from that person specifically. No, seriously, if a small number of people are doing something, or one person is doing something, would you not want to indicate what you're talking about and set some common ground? If I did this whole video as, so there was one person that said X, and it was wrong because of Y, without any clue of who you are or where you said what you said, I would be the king of speaking through my ass. The best way I can say it is that directing your arguments to the circumstances in which you came up with them is the most natural option to take for people. Why do a general discussion towards a topic that isn't remotely broad?
think they have a very set values that they adhere to very strongly and like identify with very strongly, that you know, there's no wage gap and trans people don't exist.
Whoa there. Speaking of talking out of someone's ass, I think I found a problem with the video format. The video normally doesn't create too many hiccups when you splice in footage from a duo discussion alongside footage of just you. But goddamn is this a glaring contradiction. We literally just had you saying how trans issues are largely acceptable to the kind of folks that frequently speak against feminism about 8 minutes ago. When your friend goes against the consensus you previously set with little to no explanation about, I assume, trolling, that's not just going against what you yourself said. It's also a perfect example of why you can't act too general about what you could only describe as a particular and unspecified scenario.
Hi!
A large part of my response has been to just stop looking at the comments. I haven't looked at my comments in a couple weeks. When I post a video, I'll look at the comments immediately afterwards because I know that the people who are watching the video immediately, it's just the people, my normal audience, who wants to see the stuff. And then it takes the trolls, I don't want to call them trolls, but...
And I think this clip here shows the problem with most of the video when your friend tipped her hand and said trolls. When you lump genuine critics in with completely inflammatory and unreasonable personalities trolling, because both of them don't like what you're saying, with varying degrees of crudeness, you start producing a lot of problems. When you discredit critics because of something that's likely beyond their reach, you come across as unreasonable yourself. When you don't seem reasonable about things, trolls feel like they want to try and bother you more because they might have grounds to feel more superior to you. And worst of all, when you get bent out of shape just because of people setting a crass example or not being as civil as you like in a more broad sense, it makes that 4chan level shit talking here even stronger. The more that you show being mean or unkind perturbs you, trolls know there's something you can't ignore and are encouraged to act more vitriolic. The more you come across as creating an unwarranted moral high ground to step above them, the more they try to tear that moral high ground down. And the more vitriolic the public is used to getting, the more that uncouth critics of social justice incorporate crude jokes into their sense of humor. All of this, and especially the vicious cycle that last part produces, makes your mission counterproductive in creating a less volatile environment for speaking. Instead of talking sense into those that would listen, you act scared of what will likely happen when you fail to talk sense, and then fail to make sense.
Huh.
What?
You know, I thought you were actually kinda doing this in the last video, cause you wanted to get in with the cool kids.
Oh, for fuck's sake. No, Joey. If anything, this video being discussed in a community I'm trying hard to get buddy-buddy with would make this commentary more redundant. I'm not doing this to say something popular. I'm doing this because I've had experience that got me thinking about this video's points. Not just with the setting a good example thing, but something else. For the longest time, I've been dreading about how certain YouTubers create or fuel a hunt for finding sources of ridiculous things to cringe at. They set such a horrible standard, not because of what the fans do independently of them, or because they make crude jokes, but because they do so with a lack of substance. There's no reasoning or considerable insight being made, it's just low-grade jokes that keep going and going without adequate direction. Hell, I had a run-in with an ex-Gamergate figure that became a washed-up hack with nothing to offer but annoying every decent person around him. I'd mention him by name, but I think he deserves nothing besides being forgotten like his old powdered wig. And as for Ash here, I say all of this because people with a good focus for criticism, no matter how crude, are a blessing by comparison to that hollow trite. I implore for you and your friendo there to listen in past the trolls that will always find someone to bother, or the abrasiveness of one's humor. Don't solely judge a book by its cover or a fan base behind it, right? If one critic of yours isn't as good of a role model as you'd like them to be, the answer isn't for content creators like them to take charge over their audience or for you to put a bad argument forward about bullying. You want my advice? Try valuing the people that set a better example for folks listening in instead.
I forgot, what did you buffoons say about churros?
Okay, that's it. You three, out. Fun's over. Vamonos!
Jeez, man. I know, right?
God damn.
Gonna get some snacks of legends, boy.
What were you thinking there? I don't get what the big deal is, cuz. Do I look worried?
Is that Gwuss?
You should be, you idiot.
You said too much back in the dramatic reading like one snide motherfucker.
Dude, I was styling with that.
And what if people found out what you've done? That last person, that one lady, who got like that and had people find out, got so much shit for it. You ready to fuck around with that?
And what if I am ready to fuck? I don't like keeping secrets. So if people get the chance to see what kind of a man I really am, I welcome it. Fuck the scandals, I'm real and we rollin'.
How are you this insane? You think you'll be okay after the news gets out?
You already told me about YouTube not sending videos through subscriptions very well, and you said the CC seems to be losing some traffic. Your reputation can't take a dent like this.
You say dent, I say progress. This is a part of my next big plan.
Fuck your crackpot plan.
Gwuss, I heard a— Holy! Who is that? Bobby, this is Gustavo. He's me from a bad future timeline. I'll explain later. Maybe.
And I think for Gwuss's sake, we'll keep our mouths shut about what we just discussed.
That'll stop you from being pissy.
You!
I actually gotta get going to cover a video. Turns out I got requested to cover something made by a fan of mine, so I think I've got a little something to have fun with. Have fun with it means I pull some science shit, by the way. Anyways, hooba dooba, I'll be seeing ya.
You know Gwuss?
Yeah, we've done some stuff together. I just don't remember where you were from.
Keep an eye on that idiot. Don't let him do any funny business. Trust me, you'll know it when you see it.
Okay, jeez. I don't know quite what's up, but I'll make sure he doesn't act weird.
Good.
So I tried to look for a video from Manga Comment that could use an extra footnote, if you catch my drift, and I wasn't quite sure if I should take this one at first. Because I do know a thing or two related to animals and animal ethics that could fit into this. But I don't know too much about Pokemon, so I still don't know if—
Hello, this is Tricky.
This beat is my recital. I think it's very vital to rock around. That's right, on time.
It's tricky. Yo, here we go.
Whew, I've been wanting to reference that for so long. Fuck it, I'm going in. If all's fails, I was funny.
It is great to be back, folks.
His look is kind of familiar. Wait, Gustavo, you didn't.
You're right, I didn't. Unless you'd like me to bring up your OC Rick West, and a man whose reputation precedes him in the wrong way, I think we can agree coincidences happen.
Yeah, you can spare the details, just, don't mention that case.
Damn straight.
Why is a person who plays the piano called a pianist, but a person who drives race cars not called a racist?
Are you okay over there? Yeah, sorry, I was just coughing up. I'm ready. So apparently it's bad acting. Okay, cool. Alright, so out of the gate, I have issues with this little skit. Oh boy, presentation issues. That's a real strong point for me to start this commentary off. Yay! Way to tarnish new look sculpt. But anyway, why would Faulkner, the flying-type gym leader of Johto, be using a Giratina? Out of all the sprites that you could have chosen, why would you go with him?
Cause the Nibba has wings? Like Punky. Who? Don't worry about it. You're spot on otherwise, but this explanation makes you asking why though look like a rhetorical question you actually wanted an answer for. You realize that's a little baffling, right?
Don't answer that. A rhetorical question.
He is a bit of a cock, but he's my cock. Oh, thanks, man.
There are no credentials as to what is or isn't an evil Pokemon. I mean, the concept of evil is a highly divisive topic. No one thinks that they're the villain of their own story. I mean, let me give an example. How about Darkrai from the Pokemon movies? You know, where he was hounded to be the bad guy throughout most of his movie in Alamos Town, even though he was trying to warn you about Dialga and Palkia?
I'm surprised you didn't come up with a metric of what's evil to show them up here. While I see how the matter is divisive, allow me to demonstrate something. If you needed an objective means to define human evil, it could be characterized by the concept of undue harm. In particular, this would include acting out of malicious intent, or being neglectful in preventing harm when one could viably prevent it. Essentially, one would look at it in the same light as being unethical. Otherwise, we'd have to look at highly iffy concepts like sinning or simply being an antagonist, as you highlighted. What? You didn't think I was a speak no evil monkey, did you? Now this does bring up something important. It is true that good and evil doesn't apply to animals in a practical or scientific sense. The closest thing you'd have when studying animal behavior is pro-social and antisocial behaviors in a species. But, since this is about anthropocentric views in an opinion list, no less, shut up back there, we could use this as a means to judge the list, and the Pokemon by extension. This is all the more relevant considering that Pokemon are heavily anthropomorphized creatures, after all. Some more than others, anyway.
Ticket number 10, we have Malamar. This creepy dark psychic Pokemon definitely deserves a spot on this list because it's absolutely psycho and will stop at nothing to make your life miserable.
Let's look at lovely Malamar's Pokedex entries. It wields the most compelling hypnotic powers of any Pokemon. It forces others to do whatever it wants. It lures prey close with hypnotic motions, then wraps its tentacles around it before killing it with digestive fluids. Well, that's lovely. It takes over your mind and then it melts you.
When it comes to strong hypnosis, there's an endless number of people who utilize Malamar for their nefarious deeds. With that in mind, who's to say that Malamar doesn't use its hypnotic powers in a defensive manner to protect itself? From people who want to use Malamar or predators who want to eat it.
Who's to say that? Not the writers of the Pokedex entries, I'm afraid. Yes, a Malamar could entrance an aggressor into walking away, but you know as well as I do that's not what the Dex meant when it says, do whatever it wants. Sorry, where was I? Oh yeah, to Malamar, self-defense would just be one of many ways to apply its hypnotic gifts. And if this species has a reputation of using their powers in any way they see fit, I doubt these specimens are being pretty responsible about it.
Which leads into the second problem. It needs to eat. Yes, you can say the way that Malamar eats its food is less than satisfying to think about, but that shouldn't really be a factor as to why it should be evil. After all, in the real world, there are creatures that do pretty much the same thing. There's nothing really inherently evil about a creature eats its prey. Otherwise, then everyone who eats meat would be considered evil.
Yes, being a carnivore is not evil. Even with human scenarios in which vegan diets are viable, I could make a welfare point concerning wild fauna and mechanically harvesting crops. However, it doesn't mean humans would be ethical to practice unethical methods of slaughter before making our primal cuts. There are ways to avoid pain as much as possible while still getting your meal. Since we're applying human ideals of good and evil to animalistic creatures, let me make a case here. While Nile crocodiles are regular ambush predators that make waterways dangerous for herbivores, they are admirable as hunters if you ask me. They quickly lunge out of the water, grab their prey with their powerful jaws, and then promptly drown their prey to get the kill. And if that doesn't work, they can perform a signature death roll while biting. While these crocs are intimidating powerhouses, you can argue that they earn their meals and work fairly quickly with little prolonged suffering for prey items. On that note, they are fascinating as predators. Now compare that to a similar reptile species named Varanus komodoensis. These giant monitor lizards give their prey a venomized bite, wait for the animal to die slowly as it falls ill to the venom, and then maybe kill them when they start eating their debilitated prey.
Maybe. Are you out of your fucking mind? No!
The neck is one of the most well-known weak points in the game. Every DPS main knows to go for the throat if possible, so by leaving it exposed, you're placing yourself in serious danger.
For large carnivores on land, this is not normal. Komodo dragons are such assholes for doing this that scientists thought they had mouth bacteria and performed septic bites. Yes, as in the venom works so slowly and surely that people thought it was a severe infection. That's how fucked up this species is from a human perspective. Komodo dragons are fucking assholes. Like Komodo dragons, we can talk shit about Malamar's hunting methods relative to similar predators in its taxonomic class. That is, if we compared them to real-life cephalopods. To my knowledge, carnivorous squids don't puke enzymes and acid on prey, and I would talk shit about that, but it turns out that multiple octopus species use paralytic and prodigestive venom on prey through their beaks. So I'm tempted to go easy on Malamar, but there's just one problem. Octopi have to use ambushing and venom instead of mindfuckery. There's no mention about Malamar fully subduing or anesthetizing prey with its hypnotic powers, but it does mention physically restraining prey while feeding. What the fuck? You mean to tell me that they have hypnosis, one of the most powerful forms of it available, and they don't use it to at least calm victims while preying on them? Even Ka from Jungle Book does this better than Malamar, so Malamars kind of look like assholes right about now. Whew, I grew up as a zoology buff and my interests are paying off today.
Only a Shamada can control the dragons.
In episode 19 of the X and Y anime, a psychopathic Malamar devises a plan to manipulate all humans and literally tries to conquer the world. It kidnaps an officer Ginny and forces her to pretty much be its slave. Then it hypnotizes pretty much everyone in the episode so they can work towards its harmful plan to overthrow humanity. What a nice squid thing. They have no human influence, they just want to manipulate, hurt, and rule over everything. You can just look at its face and tail. This thing's mean.
So, are you referring to just the specific Malamar from the anime, or Malamar in general? You see, if it was just the specific Malamar, then I wouldn't be bringing this up as an issue, but you're painting the entire species as evil and malevolent. Since, hey, generalizing is fun, I guess. Obviously not all Malamar are evil, but you're kind of making it out to be. Oh, and if you actually wanted something to bolster your case, there are 3 evil Malamar that appear in the anime. They appeared in the episode facing the Grand Design. However, I can also use that episode to prove my point as well, since there were several Malamar that weren't being evil jerks and,
Damn, it feels good to be a gangster.
Yes, look at the evil Malamar gathering food for Pokemon and being friendly, truly the pinnacle of evil. Like I said, this wouldn't be an issue if you just said it was the specific Malamar, and not just Malamar in general.
Actually, that makes it even worse. The fact that Malamars can be nice on occasion shows that they have the behavioral capacity to understand what mutualistic behaviors are, i.e. good for both parties. Or perhaps you could call it altruism. Hell, I don't think actual cephalopods are smart enough to have theory of mind concerning other animal species like that. Who's to say they aren't being knowingly neglectful of the damage they inflict? Once again, Relier's Finest over here has a reputation of going all psychotic horror on Pokemon and being exploitable as hell with their superpowers. That's not even counting their messy means of slaughtering prey as a carnivore. You showed me a few Malamars being cool, and you think that's not the exception to the norm? No, y'all Malamars are kind of Oh, hello. Fuck off me, I ain't that easy.
The Lovecraftian horror that is Mr. Dink.
Now, what's the top 10 most evil Pokemon, Liz, without including the Pokemon that pretty much started it all? I mean, we had Pokemon like Ninetales who could curse you for 1,000 years, or even like Electrode, who would just simply explode at your face. But it wasn't until Generation 2 when Houndoom came along and really spewed the evil thing.
Your examples are trash. With your first example, Ninetales would curse you when you grabbed its tails, meaning you're provoking it. Hell, if you grab any animal by the tail without warning, most of the time they will react negatively, especially if we follow the trend of using the Pokedex in Pokemon Silver's Pokedex entry. It needs its tails since they're what supposedly keep it alive for thousands of years. Frankly, I'd be a little bit mad if you were messing with the one thing that was keeping me alive too. Now, I say supposedly because, as a lot of people already know, and as I've stated earlier, you can't really trust the Pokedex, because there's a lot of conflicting data in it. A prime example would be Electrode. It explodes when it's bored, it explodes because there's too much electricity in it. So it leads me to believe that you can't really trust the Pokedex because there are several different reasons for why an Electrode would explode.
I'm sorry, what? First off, if you can't really trust the Pokedex entries, then why the fuck do you reference them all over this video? Or let one of them do it for their argument? Seriously, that is not how you take a flawed source of information with a grain of salt. I'd understand if you said, well, this one entry is a contradictory outlier out of the many entries for said Pokemon, so this one is bullshit. But your example of that is a Pokemon being a destructive fucker for multiple reasons? Second, that's not weird when an animal has a list of potential causes behind one behavior. So you don't think that way with an Electrode exploding due to multiple different contexts? I mean, I don't fully get why it's evolved to explode constantly, but the contexts I get. And the boredom explosions? That sounds like a stereotypy if anything. And third, you're missing the obvious counter-argument for Electrode not being a cunt. Dobbs is talking about getting close to an extremely unpredictable animal with a potent defense mechanism. Why would he be surprised to find that Electrode's survival instincts are literally rigged to explode? Hell, you see those bright red and white colors? That's aposematism in action, aka warning colors. Why should Dobbs be surprised that these things are kind of dangerous? A lot of wild animals are dangerous and gotta be that way, but they can also warn you about it.
Patty cake, pasta man! Now, what makes Houndoom so malicious is due to his natural behavior and his treacherous abilities. According to his Pokedex entry, Houndoom has the ability to spit out flames that will never burn out and will remain painful until the victim dies.
Excuse me? Where in the world does it say that? That the flames are never gonna go out? I've never seen anything like that in the Pokedex. So where are you getting that from is really weird. In addition, as for the burn, yeah, I doubt that. When the game's mechanics, like a burn heal that actually does heal burns exists, it actually makes it so your Pokemon isn't in pain anymore. I doubt the burn lasts forever.
What did you say to me? Oh, hey.
Folks want to argue that the burn heal is man-made and that it doesn't necessarily contradict the Pokedex entry because it might be talking about how Pokemon in the wild may be stuck with an ever-painful burn. 2 words. Rostberry. When a Pokemon can just find one, eat it, and the burn is cured, that Pokedex entry doesn't have much of a leg to stand on anymore, does it?
What? What? Okay, so there's not a never-ending flame, and Pokemon can commonly heal typical burns. That doesn't mean there isn't long-term damage from Houndoom's Mouthfire. Maybe Dobbs got the eternal burn idea from the constant focus in the Dex entries that the Mouthfire burns will hurt forever, or will have pain that will never go away. Emphasis on ever and never. I mean, Dobbs is technically wrong on the nature of the flames, but the mention of toxins indicate that the continued pain sensations are abnormal for a burn. My educated guess? The pain's from gaseous non-combustible nerve toxins in the fire. And I bring this up because there's a big something that Manga and all 3 of you are missing. Dobbs, did you call Houndoom treacherous for having a nasty bark and bite?
Due to his natural behavior and his treacherous abilities.
That's bullshit. Houndoom is a classic example of secondary defenses against predators. These guys have everything to ward off trouble. Long-lasting chemical defenses, warning colorations of black, white, and red, an extra warning signal with Houndoom's shit-your-pants scary howling, and I'm pretty sure that's bone armor it's got. Its anatomy's purpose is to make threatening animals stay away. Would a skunk or a rattlesnake be an asshole for warning you about having chemical weapons? No! Those animals only play hardball when you provoke them, and they have ways to clearly tell you to piss off. Remember, you mess with a Doom, you get the horns. Metaphorically speaking. I know I'm a weird zoology buff, but how did something like this not come up? Hell, Dobbs says this later.
So it's safe to say that Houndoom is a Pokemon that you wouldn't want to mess with.
Yeah, that's the whole point! Damn! I gotta go talk to Pippa and cool down.
Rude.
So it's safe to say that Houndoom is a Pokemon that you wouldn't want to mess with, but he's only number 9. So let's get on with the video.
Actually, here's something interesting. You're not going to bring up any anime references to Houndoom. I understand why you wouldn't, since Houndoom's debut in the anime was this.
Man, that Doberman is high as fuck right now. Oh, and look! A Pokemon not taking shit from a bad trainer! What a novel concept! Malamar. Okay, so part 2 starts playing, and there's a whole lot of shit here I didn't need to say much about. So I think, since I'm on a roll making this video edutainment, I'm gonna squeeze a bit more of that in here. Intermission. Hey, Vsauce! Gwuss here. What if I made a video full of talking shit, jokes in bad taste, and bad arguments about Payday 2? Would it surprise you if I were to weasel out of criticisms by claiming to be an obvious troll? See, it's a little-known phenomenon called intellectual cowardice. There's also the phenomenon of lying, where you say something, and it turns out not to be true. Let's try that out real quick. That quickie video would have been good if I made it, right? Where were we? Oh yeah.
Which could explain Marshall's actions in the latest Pokemon movie, I Choose You.
Hey, I remember hearing about that movie.
Why won't you get in your Pokeball?
Hi, I'm the fat Pikachu!
The fuck? You know what the size of this lad? Absolute unique!
Teleporting in at number 5, we have Nihilego. Now, Nihilego is easily by far one of the most terrifying Pokemon to ever exist, and there's a good reason for that. Unlike most Pokemon, Nihilego doesn't have a rational decision-making brain. It only abides by its instinctual thinking, which basically means it only thinks about one thing: survival. So if you were in the Pokemon world and one of these alien parasites saw you, it would already be too late because it would immediately latch onto your head and inject neurotoxins that would slowly wear away your sanity.
And that makes it evil how? Dangerous, yes, but if it's only acting in instinct, then it's not really able to have the concept of good or evil. Also, the Pokedex entries for it say that it's unclear if it's sentient or not, so there's no real proof proving that it does act on instinct or not. Not to mention, the only time we see the parasite Pokemon actually fuse with a character, Lucemine, she seems able to control herself. Heck, she battles you with her Pokemon.
First off, that editing cut.
No. And that makes it evil.
Please. And... no, that's all for now, actually. Continue.
Not only that, but according to his Pokedex entry, it has been reported that those who are infected by Nihilego suddenly become very violent. So you're not only a walking zombie that's being controlled by an alien parasite, but rather you're a very violent walking zombie that will fight anything that gets in your way. And to put the icing on the cake, Nihilego has the ability to merge itself with its host. So yeah, you're pretty screwed if one of these alien creatures finds you, because you're not gonna live for long.
That doesn't prove it's evil! I
swear, this should be the list of the most dangerous Pokemon.
You see, they just didn't care.
Now I know what you're thinking. Maybe Nihilego could be seen as an embodiment of evil since it causes malevolence in humans, a species that thinks about good and evil, and manga can go fuck himself on that merit, right? Nope, Waluigi time. Just because it doesn't work well too often doesn't mean I can't make a point to agree with manga. I do what I want, America! Anyways, I found something that actually sheds a lot of light on Nihilego. Its real-life counterpart is not an animal, it's a protist. Meet our old friend Toxoplasma gondii, a unicellular parasite with a record of psychoactive effects being rendered on its animal hosts. Loss of inhibitions and pleasure responses, eh, Bulbapedia? That reminds me of Toxo rats losing fear of cats and seeking out feline urine. And increased aggression in humans? Well, there is one psychiatric disorder that is apparently correlated with Toxo patients. Intermittent explosive disorder. I mean, Toxo doesn't cause rage automatically, but Toxo's infection rates show that there is an increased risk present with this protist. And why do I mention this? because of a few important things to consider. 1. Nihilego is not native to our dimension. So what was this species parasitizing normally? Nothing terrestrial, I'd say. And that brings me to 2. I don't think Toxo is supposed to infect humans. Its natural life cycle goes between prey like mice and predators like cats. And humans are an evolutionary dead end for these protists, since there's no reproducing in predator intestines when it gets to us. Are humans the best prey items for Nihilego to go after? Given how high aggression in its host doesn't provide biological fitness for Nihilego, I think not. Nihilegos aren't assholes, they're just stuck with the wrong food. It occurred to me that I could say I'm showing up manga by saying this, but how many people would have one-up MatPat right there? I'm an anomaly, baby.
Fucking science!
You see that smile? Do not trust it, because that is not a smile filled with sunshines and rainbows. Nah, it's usually smiling like that whenever its victim is crying in pain. We have other Pokemon such as Hypno that can eat your dreams and possibly be a kidnapper, but at least it doesn't sing when they murder something. Let's read Gorgeist's lovely Pokedex entry.
It enwraps its prey in its hair-like arms. It sings joyfully as it observes the suffering of its prey. They take delight in seeing their prey slowly die in front of it.
Wait. Okay, I know I'm bringing back arguments from my shitty solo commentary on our top 20 creepiest Pokédex entries, but here the question stands out because we're talking about how the Pokemon is evil, not how creepy a Pokédex entry is. How exactly is Gorgeist even killing its prey? For all we know, it could just be singing a song, and the mon it's singing to could just be struggling to get away because Gorgeist could just be horribly tone deaf. There is next to no information to go by here.
Okay, Gale, the victim Pokemon doesn't die. But there's still enough info to call Gorgeist evil. Remember, it says it observes the suffering of its prey. That tells me Gorgeist has to notice that its prey is suffering based on many cues and not giving one fuck anyway. It has to know what it's doing because it's not observing the cries or movements of its victims. According to the Dex, it's noticing suffering. And with that negligence against harm, how is it not an asshole?
Also, look at its dead vines of arms. How can a Pokemon not break free?
If it's a small— Oi, fucking rude!
This is on another level of cruel. I know that there's a lot of carnivorous Pokemon, and just like real animals, there is a food chain. Instead of just killing their food and chowing down, this thing literally plays with its food in the worst type of way.
If you knew this, why did you paint a lot of your entries ignoring that and paint the Pokemon for evil just for following their natural order?
Because Komodo dragons don't give a shit. Nature or not, a zoology nut like me can't give them an excuse for cunting like a hunt. Fuck you, Komodo dragons.
Yveltal is literally the definition of an evil Pokemon. Not only is it a dark legendary type, or should I say an evil legendary type.
Alright, stop. There are a few things I need to bring up. First, it's known as the Destruction Pokemon, not the definition of evil.
Wait, how did I define evil earlier when you didn't— It could be characterized by the concept of undue harm. Boy.
Don't call me evil, I'm just out for myself.
Hey guys, what the what here, back again from Manga Common's basement. Hi, he won't let me out. He said he wanted a cameo and he won't let me out.
Okay, hold on. We need to talk. So I can forgive the acting that sounds like your name is Anson Myers Johnson, but the volume mixing is a problem here when you contrast Dobbs and manga talking with What the What's low audio levels. This just has me asking, what the— Fuck.
But the Middle English spelling of the word evil is seen directly in its name.
Oh, I see, because he has the word evil in his name. Ah, yes. Yes, Houndoom has doom in his name. Doom.
Doom, because you cannot destroy what cannot die.
And obviously, Houndoom is an evil Pokemon by nature. It's not like it's just a aesthetic choice or something.
This is a black thing, isn't it?
Now what puts Yveltal on top of this list is due to his natural behavior and its role in the Pokemon world. While Exerdius was made for creation and life, Yveltal on the other hand was made for destruction and death. Which basically means Arceus created this legendary Pokemon to destroy and kill things. He's basically the Beerus of the Pokemon world.
Ah yes. I do remember watching 5 seconds of Dragon Ball and Dragon Ball Battle of Gods.
Okay, since I don't know much about Dragon Ball here, I'm probably just gonna set this out. This reminds me of the time when Simba from Lion King got killed by the mob. Mufasa had to give an order on that bratty kid, so they took him down to the old train station we called the Elephant Graveyard.
You know, 'cause he couldn't wait to be king and he tried to fuck with the boss. Scar wasn't too happy about having to carry out the orders, but Simba should have been prepared. Moral of the story? Don't fuck with the mob.
Are you stupid?
Whoa, hold up, bro. You got quite the mouth on you. I'ma fuck it. Look, I can deal with the low audio levels or lacking acting to some degree, but you're getting sassy while explaining antagonists aren't automatically villains, and Beerus destroys what's gotta be destroyed for the greater good. See, that took me, how many seconds? It took him roughly 2.5 minutes to explain that, with a painstakingly bored-sounding and quiet bit of narration. With all due respect, can you not make me regret watching this cameo? Like, I know I get into long-ass tangents, but I hope I don't drag like this when I discuss fucking science.
Power mad, I tell ya!
Oh boy, there was a lot going on here. From misinformation, from making information up, from not taking advantage of actually working together. Seriously, it's something that has actually surprised me. I haven't watched Dobbs in about over a year since my last commentary on him, and that was an issue there too. There wasn't any actual collaboration between the two creators.
Yeah, that kind of cameo just got worked in without much interaction or chemistry between— Hey, wait a minute. I mean, let's not forget that Gale's cameos didn't suffer from this problem. Credit where it's due, right? But I'm surprised that in a video where you just got onto this duo for a lack of synergy, you drag this dude out of your basement, literally, that's actually in the plot, and not even have him work on the same audio level as you. I mean, this could have been his bad, but you didn't fix it in post, so— the hell? You didn't even pull a—
Back again from Manga Common's basement. Hi, won't
Fuck
let me
you.
out.
Or anything like that. Okay, to end this and get into the final thoughts, I have questions. About many things. About life, about how Dead Rising 4 happened, and why Snowy's persona is so adorable. Wait, no, that's not what I meant! But those questions aren't relevant here. I just wanted to say them. What is relevant here is why you didn't come up with an impromptu qualifier for a Pokemon being evil. Yes, it's a human concept, but imagine how much you could have showed up Dobbs and Tricky by getting them on not even anthropomorphizing animals correctly. You'd not only have a metric for something they didn't even say much about, but you'd also show them up by demonstrating how shit didn't qualify as evil according to, say, a definition derived from rudimentary ethics. But would I call this video bad? Nah, fuck that. In case you didn't realize, you got me in my zone back there. And I'm sure the zoological angle was an unexpected perspective on this, because once again, I don't know shit about actual Pokemon. I mean, I know, praise Helix, Diggersby though, don't fight plants with a fire hose, Octillery's a fake mollusk piece of trash, and, there's a lot of porn of trainers. That's about it. So, yeah, I wasn't expecting you, or many people for that matter, to talk about topics like I did. Besides, I've been dealing with other shit lately that's way worse. Let's just say I've seen a crowd that gives the Komodo dragons a run for their money. Pun very much intended. But then again, I need to have long-lasting venom and running off too, if I had to compete with commentators. Ranting community? I heard about you turning on one of your own, and as a commentator, I'm not impressed.
Gwuss, maybe chill a little?
What?
I don't want to see you go all dead video on someone like last time. That was kinda scary.
Don't you worry, Bobby, I'm already done here. Unlike ranting fans, I'm not big on prolonged stuff.
Gwuss, no funny business.
I'm done for real, I'm done.
You didn't even try to stop him.
Yes, I did. I tried, but he keeps getting away with—
Clearly you didn't, because he still got away with being a weirdo earlier. You didn't say a word about it.
What? Okay, look. I heard you and Gwuss talking earlier. I know this is about one thing he's doing in particular. And I think I know what's up. Look, the puppy mill thing isn't the first time he's been brutal with someone's rep, was it? I know he seems kinda messed up for playing judge, jury, and executioner with someone's social standing. He does it without even trying when he's calling people out. But I know him, and I know it has to be coming from a good place. So, what exactly did he do that was so bad anyway?
What are you talking— Bob, this wasn't about him talking shit. And for the record, fuck the puppy mill vid.
Then what did Gwuss do?
You didn't stop him from making those unexplained passing references. The ones that go by quick and don't make any sense. I know what he's up to.
Really? What's so bad about those in-jokes?
I can't tell you because he's not supposed to allude to that in the first place. If you want to know so bad, why don't you ask Gwuss about his Freedom Trail plan? But hey, maybe he'll be all cryptic and keep referencing Fallout 4 instead. God.
What is going on here?
So wait, why did you redo your whole commentary script again?
Well, see, I originally had a script on some video about a chimp, women, and a puppy mill, something like that. But there was just one problem. The source video just didn't seem right with me, so I went off looking for a better video to cover. Something I could proudly talk about with the title of Chimp Off.
Chimp Off?
Yeah, a chimp off.
You're aware that that sounds like a slang for you jacking it, right?
You know what? I'm keeping the title. But anyways, I wasn't in the mood for something that would continuously and furiously disappoint me like...
Oh no, my reputation.
that. So I reserved my judgment for someone that was more decent and could probably take the sentiment better. A deviant weeb, as we call it. We're not getting into trash mob territory with cringe stuff, are we? Maybe? Look, I know this sounds backhanded, but listen. This guy is something of substance for me to talk about in this video. And that's like winning the friggin' lottery for people that talk about odd pieces of DeviantArt content. So let's roll.
Hello guys, SlayerCoon here, and today I'm going to be doing a DeviantArt rant on 2 users at the request of RoughWolf972. Keep in mind that this is a critique of their artwork, and not an attack on them. And I do not encourage any of my fans to go to their DeviantArt page and tell them to kill themselves. That shit is not welcome.
Okay, let me pause. Let me pause real quick. I try not to go, yeah, that's a good point a lot, because that would make the video boring. It would basically just be the boring, albeit nice opening for Face Off.
Why are you still referencing Face Off?
But this right here is what got me thinking, oh hey, you actually give a fuck. A lot of people in this business just say, no harass please, without any passion, and then drop links whenever they make compilations of questionable DA drawings. And no surprise, it never fucking makes the viewers think twice before talking some dumb shit. But I will say this straightforward get fucked approach is a big step up from people just shoveling out a spectacle or two. There is no but then part here. I just wanted to say that this works. The more you know.
With that out of the way, let's get right into the rant. The first user we're going to be looking at is Doom the Wolf. This is one...
Furry! I'm kidding. Wait, I'm kidding. It was a joke. It was a joke, boss. I got no problem with anthros like that, but I stopped here to highlight how this dude is actually giving helpful advice, albeit muddled advice with how he addresses the watermark and name, for someone despite the whole furry thing going on. I want you to keep this good shit in mind for later.
This is a picture of what I assume is a hellhound playing with a giant red ball. Wait, that's not a red ball and that's his stomach? Dear God, that thing needs to get medical help immediately, or else it's gonna fucking die!
No need to be alarmed, bud. While that protrusion from the torso is large, red, and round, it's likely not the stomach. See, it's not tough to one-up the joke that is, I can't suspend my disbelief with cartoony fiction for 1 second. I appreciate the effort to keep this lighthearted, but would you try to take it literally if I told you I could, eat a peach for hours?
Stop talking about Face Off!
So if you can't tell already, this user has kind of a thing for big bellies, which I'm not knocking them for that. Everyone has their kinks, and I can respect fetishes to a point.
To a point? Hold on, where the fuck do you draw the line with this kind of stuff? Is it simply to the point where it weirds you out? Because that sounds like a you problem if you're trying to make a critique with some genuine weight to it. If it's not a joke you're making in good fun, this favoritism comes off as exceptionally trivial. It's like if you were evaluating husbandos in fiction, and you brought everything to a screeching, unexplained halt when you see the swoon-worthy antagonist from Face Off.
Shut up about Face Off!
Socks and sandals, more cock than you can handle!
So, Doom the Wolf gets a SlayerCoon rating of 6 out of 10. The lack of detail in the artwork and the inflation fetish keeps it from having a higher rating. Now, moving on to our second deviant, Ka-Lover, however you say it. I don't know, let's just take a look at this deviant.
It's pronounced Ka... Wait, does SlayerCoon not know about this account's namesake? Hold on, you went into reviewing cartoony DA drawings, and you seriously haven't seen that name before. I mean, even with this video being an old something-something from the archives, you'd think that he would be prepared enough to know about a character from... Actually, I'll save it for later. Maybe I'm barking up the wrong tree.
This is his persona, Toopy. And here's a fun fact of the day. Toopy is actually 2 letters away from being stupid. Funny, huh?
With how easy and predictable that joke is, I wonder what would happen if you'd try something like...
Darling!
Bud, ixnay on the aim game snay before someone tries it with you and gets something a lot worse than stupid.
With that out of the way, why are his eyes shaped like eggplants? Or squash? Or...
Probably because he's doing a worried expression with some big-ass cartoony Garfield thighs. Now give me some La Saga, bitch.
Whatever, moving on. So, if you can't tell, this dude is an adult diaper fetishist. just like Blonde Boy.
Say, you're focusing an awful lot on that dude's rubber pants. Now, are you just lacking comedic timing, or is there something you ain't telling us? Come on. Unlike you, I won't judge.
Yeah, this guy right here. Blonde Boy. My biggest problem with his artwork is that it tries so hard to be cute, and it ends up being creepy in a sort of way. I don't know how he managed to do that, but he passed with flying colors.
I don't know how he did it either. No, I didn't mean that as in, he did it but I can't explain how. I mean that as in, I don't know what exactly is wrong here because you ain't explaining shit behind your largely baseless preconception. All you're showing me is, I don't personally feel for this kink, so fuck you, womp womp. You just got done saying how you wouldn't talk shit about Prego with a good view of the titty, so your judgmental standards are fiercely coming into question right now.
And speaking of flying colors, here are his GIFs of various cartoon characters and furries who look like they're stoned off of their ass. I want what they're having. This is where he shows the true potential of his artwork, which doesn't look half bad. It looks fucking amazing, to be honest.
He didn't know what that was, did he? Okay, this is gonna come back in a big way, but I want to clear the rest of the video before I drop the news on exactly what is up here. We're gonna build up some tension before we get into the real meat and potatoes with this video. You know, the real boat chase here.
No more face-off!
And then we move on to another perverted diaper picture. Dear God, I feel dirty looking at these. Jeez. I mean, if that's what he's into, more power to him, but it'd be best if he didn't waste so much of his talent on this disgusting diaper bullshit.
Fucking excuse me? It's fine and all, but get bent for spending time drawing something you like. Did you not just say...
Everyone has their kinks, and I can respect fetishes to a point.
So the point in which you draw the line is where you can manage a passive-aggressive fuck off when he just applies some talcum powder. Like, what a dick move! Yo, your video's going to jail for this. Your video's going to super prison, like the one in Face Off.
The last time, stop talking about Face Off!
And judging by his older artwork,
hey, look, it's the motherfucker!
Everyone, look, it's the fucker!
What did I betray you?
Here he
I don't remember betraying you.
Here he is! It's him!
What are you talking about?
It's him! It's him!
I know it probably sounds like I'm just an insane old man yelling at birds, but this will come back when I drop the news later on.
So in all seriousness, Lover, however you pronounce it, is a somewhat talented artist who wastes his talent on artwork that is only going to appeal to a niche demographic. I'd recommend this user to anyone who likes to wear diapers in their free time or has dreams about getting tied up by a snake. Seriously, why would you want to get tied up by a snake?
But if I have to explain why being helplessly restrained by a strong set of coils has kink value to it, I'd rather just show you by getting some nice smooth rope and offering to put you in a bondage routine. That sounded really weird, didn't it? Alright, I won't blue ball you people anymore. It's time for the big finale!
You've got it now!
So if you're like Slayer-kun back there and you were thinking, what the hell are you doing when I went bonkers over the name Ka and, you know, the image of the snake back there? Well, prepare for a mindfuck in more ways than one, because guess what this dude just did?
This is where he shows the true potential of his artwork, which doesn't look half bad. It looks fucking amazing, to be honest.
He just got done chastising this Ka lover dude for his diaper fetish art, and then praised him for art with another fetish. No, I'm not kidding. This is fetish art too. The trippy strobe lights in those little furry's eyes aren't from hallucinogens or something like that. They're from mind control. Hypnosis, to be exact. And a snake named Ka is a character from Disney's Jungle Book that became a poster child for this kink. That reptile you saw earlier? That's him. For context, Ka's famous for his little ditty of mesmerizing the protag into a helpless stupor before almost devouring him. Yeah, this is slightly related to Vor too. And you practically gave your seal of approval to the drawings with furries winding up like that.
What? How do you know?
Now once again, I wouldn't judge you if you were secretly into that.
I want what they're having.
Like I said, you can tell me. You could even say you can trust in me. Still, let's get something straight. So art with furries gets your tolerance. Inflation gets, what, a maybe out of you? And you didn't so much as recognize the hypno or prego stuff as a fetish when you saw it. Yet diaper stuff, and snake coils to a lesser extent, had you talking shit purely for the concept. Respect fetishes to a point, my ass. Why should two fantasies or interests have you acting like a judgmental normie, while the others have the line drawn elsewhere? You have something to prove about what you like? Or are you willing to admit each one of these things I just mentioned can be just as odd of a fetish as the rest? I know I sound a bit pissed, but guess what? This video actually wasn't too bad. I mean, did you think it was nearly as bad as the puppy mill thing I mentioned? No! That source video was so shit it made me want to blast my face off.
Oh my fucking god!
But seriously though, there is a happy ending to this. Like, this video had Slayer caring way more than he had to for the subject. What do I mean? Well, let me go take care of this and I'll get back to you on that. On top of this actually being a pretty decent video, Slayer-kun has just recently ended this DeviantArt series of his. I'm legit proud of Slayer-kun wrapping things up here. Not because I want to reverse the whole time-wasting thing back on him like a prick, but because this lets him move on to greener pastures. This bad stuff on DA crap has been going out of style slowly and surely, and there's content out there with better complaints to be made towards certain subjects. I don't know what Slayer's next big break is gonna be, but I figure it's gonna be better than combing through DeviantArt pages, and he's gonna have something real good on his hands. But wait a minute, why did I cover this old thing if it's in the past? Well, from what I've seen, he has went back and looked at his old stuff to see how far he's came. So I figure him going woof at this will give him food for thought in the future. And more importantly, I want to show viewers that the age of going, ew, someone else's fetish, is over. Not enough folks stick out their neck for eccentric people that just do some weird stuff like this. So you know what? Let's all learn to play nice. That goes for discourse and fetish play. So, the deed is done. Will this finally help me let go of the bad shit I've said about oddball artists in the past? Yeah, I think so. It's okay now. Yeah, I know dude'll cover the whole video and shit. I know, you know. But considering my stances, I think it's time I step up for a bit. Roll the footage.
My final message to the commentary community is that if Doodletones keeps on justifying his mentally ill behavior, you commentators need to cut off all ties with him and move forward. Start focusing on things that actually matter rather than making YouTube nobodies a big deal or clinging onto a social justice warrior just because he has 3,000 subscribers.
Berg, since both of us are staunchly against matters of social justice, how did you think this was the right thing to do? Demanding someone be ostracized from a community just because of being allegedly social justice prone? Even when I'm shown footage of things like Trigglypuff at UMass or the Whistle Babies at DePaul, I can't think of a more intellectually bankrupt manner of discourse than shunning someone like it's the excommunication of Charles Darwin. And considering that you act so opposed to something as rationally fucked as social justice can be, I don't understand how you didn't have a second thought towards this toot sweet. In other words, let it be known that this, how you're wanting to deal with the supposed SJW, is not how we do in skepticism. And this seems like a weird time for me to suddenly decide I wanted to do this video. I think the world knew it was meant to be. What's this?
Basically, take a bad video and critique it, it means it's pretty fun, not fun. But why don't you just do it? Because videos are more fun to make, and there's a goddamn lot that says otherwise. Okay, look, I was making this video by myself, but since you're here, I think it's a lot more fun to do a co-op. Look, you're in a community where people just love your goddamn meme, and considering how Ask Me is sort of watered down and a bit more cringe version of what I am now, well, it's 2 ties in one video. What can go wrong?
Really? You're gonna be doing the exact same, type of skit that people like Ryan and Master TP 10 has already done? The whole, oh, I'm gonna co-op with my past self?
Now wait a second.
Not only have you just completely decided, I'm just gonna rip off Ryan, I'm just gonna rip off TP10 or whatever the hell.
Ty was ripping them off, huh? You know what would be really inconvenient for your point? If there was someone that you weren't aware of, some guy that, say, started the work with your past self trend and didn't mind folks doing it. Oh wait, there's this guy! Hell, I encouraged my homies to do this so much that future me did this idea because Year of the Monkey had a sequel. But don't take my word for it.
Okay, let's ignore the fact that by your logic and simplification of the situation, TP is ripping off me, and I'm ripping off Gwuss, as I got the idea from my video by watching Gwuss's commentary that he did with himself, as he was the first one to do the concept in the first place. Let's ignore the fact that people using ideas from other commentators doesn't instantly mean that they're ripping that commentator off, as Ty made his own set of jokes for his video, especially with the added edge of his past self, not even knowing about commentaries, unlike all the other past self co-ops. let's ignore all of that, because the main reason this point bugs me is because from the plot of the video, and with the appearance of the guy who originated the concept in the first place, it's a direct follow-up to TP's video more than a ripoff, as Ty took the concept TP established in his commentary with himself and expanded on it. Seriously, from absolutely no angle does this argument work.
And frankly, I don't know how you didn't think about this or know. I showed up in Ty's video as a cameo. I practically gave him my blessing. Oh, but I spoke at the very end.
When I first watched this video, well, not all of it, because to be honest with you, it was just, in my honest opinion, completely, absolutely unentertaining.
If you didn't see the full video, how would you have known? Well, my man, them Kappa boys throwing out intro exposition should have gave it away. You might recognize us from that TP video you were talking about.
Get out, Joey. Now if I could throw my 2 cents in, as one of the people name dropped in your video, shouldn't my word have a little more weight to it? And my word is, I liked Ty's video. Yeah, it's the same concept, but Ty told me he was doing it before he did the video and I had no problems with it. At least in Ty's case, he came from an entirely different background, that being that of a content maker. But no, let's listen to the fucking comment section of your video and the fucking hardcore kid that's all the same old shit. Forgetting that, you know, how he approached it could be different, or that it's more about the entertainment value than it is the originality, how many of the people in your comment section are guilty of the exact same thing? Including you, Mr. Diet That Guy with the Glasses?
Anyways, call it a hunch, but I think this might be a non-issue.
Gustavo, meet me in private room number 1 at the The what?
Let's get this thing started.
My god. Gwuss, I will fucking kill you. Back ghost girls. Personal space. The nerve of them.
Yeah, I might have an appointment coming up, but hey, I'd definitely be up to continue this some other time.
Gwuss, who are you?
Oh, if it ain't the bad timeline Gwuss himself. You're right on time, Gustavo. So how can I help you?
Gwuss,
Problem, pirate amigo?
Can we talk in private?
Alright then. Sorry, Mookie, I gotta take care of this. You got my number, right?
Of course I do.
Okay, it was great seeing you, dear.
See you later, big man.
Will do, sweetie. Isn't she adorable?
You're something else, you know that?
What? You're not gonna lecture two adults having a pleasant conversation, are you? I mean, that is all we were—
No, I mean this whole deal. You start your Freedom Trail bullshit, you drag me out to this VR chat nightclub nightmare with all those weird anime girls running around, and you get flirtatious right in front of me. You know what I've went through.
To be fair, she was great to talk to, and you talk a lot of shit.
Shut it. I'm shutting your Freedom Trail plan down right now. And with the next obscure reference you make about it, I'm firing my flintlock right in your ear. We clear?
Is that what you think, Gus? Because I had something that I wanted to talk to you about. See, I had this old video.
The Lightbringer?
Oh, you remember this video?
You're bluffing. You wouldn't bring that shit show you did back.
Oh, I would. It's been collecting dust while being unlisted. And I have you to redirect the problems onto since you made this too. So, I think it could be fun.
Gwuss, please don't do it. In my timeline, I published that and got roasted for it. You can't do this to me again.
Really now? Well, let me ask you then. Gustavo, you into self-cest?
What?
Because I'm afraid your cherry is about to be popped. G-dubs.
You little
The truth is out now, Gustavo. So you're either gonna run off, or stick around and try to explain those mistakes you dread so much. Now, are we clear as crystal?
I want to stab you.
Ooh, you want to penetrate me?
I thought, to be honest, that what I call talk video...
Oh no. Did we really have shit audio quality like that? With the music pumped up and the microphone?
That 2-second gap is something that consistently shows up behind most of what he says.
Seriously, someone didn't know how to use Audacity's compressor correctly.
God damn it.
But hey now, you did have a great opportunity to pursue ASMR right there.
What it really is going to come down to is that you're trying your best, and I believe in you. And, you know, you look around you.
I want to die.
But aren't you undead? An undead tryhard in full red attire. Some things never change, do they, Gus?
Fuck you.
Okay, I should probably describe what I'm dealing with so you can see why I decided to cover this. This is a video where a guy commentated on some young-ass kid that was talking about Nickelodeon while pointing a camera at an iPad.
Hey everybody, I am doing a ranty review.
Now I know what you're thinking. That source video didn't seem too bad, right? Surely there's something here that we're missing past this idiot's stunted and unenthusiastic speech patterns, and I am talking about G-dubs. So let's take a look at... Oh, what a surprise! There's no source link available. Yes, because of this ghostly idiot over here. Fuck off! This video is on a lost source. So I'm putting out a bounty for knowing who this guy is. I'm not trying to be an asshole. I mean, hell, you can't fuck up worse than Karthus over there. I just really want to know, and to be honest, G-dubs should have done this shit sooner. However, let's at least give credit where it's due for what was in Lightbringer's video description. Some things really don't change. Now I'm not gonna act like there isn't a time and a place, or a way for that matter, to cover a young person having a say on something. But you're probably gonna see really fast why the situation ends up being problematic. You're fucking kidding. You said problematic in a comm. It's not that bad of a word. After the two sides of political batshit that came years later, I'd say that's poor word choice.
Okay, so right off the back, I'm pretty sure that this person is way younger than me, but I'm not gonna go easy on them because people should learn that if you post something in the internet, it's gonna be criticized no matter what. You cannot stop that.
Okay then, I think it's about time I mention the editing of this video. Remember that this is coming from someone that can bear the editing goofs of Mr. Enter. Time the fuck out. What did you say there? I can explain. No, please. Tell me how you accepted substandard content enough to use him as an example. For context, this was months before that bot video covered him. That explanation isn't good enough. Try again. And I had angsty issues about cartoon schlock on TV. Happy now? There. That wasn't so difficult, was it? You made it difficult, prick.
Just a quick nitpick, but you know you're doing it wrong when you have to rely on your iPad and Google Images in order to show us pictures. I mean, I could do that on my own iPad. You want some proof? I'm sure I've proven my point by now.
Well, let's be real. We could at least show them how you could screen cap this better. Well, look at you, hot stuff. You actually had a good joke. Now, if your video quality wasn't comparable to Nickelback, I hate you.
By his middle-aged 5th grade teacher.
Actually, in the show, you will know that Timmy Turner doesn't really get himself chased because he actually fights back.
Or...
Wow, okay, no, time out. We're gonna do this Bill Mayer new rule style, alright? Damn, I don't know what's more passé. You trying to make a rule for commentating, because that idea has worked so well before, or you referencing a political commentator you heard about once and immediately forgot about. Probably the latter, because Monkey Magic came years later, and thus that example doesn't actually hold. Pretending I give a fuck. It's too funny, so I do what I want. America. You didn't. I might have. When you literally do such an abrupt cut that it looks like your source is interrupting you based on how boring your point is without any punchline or point to be made with said cut, there is no excuse for someone to call your commentary boring. There is no excuse to call this video boring? You are absolutely ridiculous. How did you actually fuck up your phrasing that badly? I could hardly tell what the fuck you were trying to say for a second. You turned no excuse for this boring shit into that? What? Also, from here on out, literally, many of his points placed in between sections of the source footage are some of the smallest possible things he could ever add to the original video. Look, prime example. Was that supposed to be a prime example of poor phrasing? Or step on a Lego. Come on, man. The only way you deliver that more pretentiously is if you quote-unquoted something in text for verbal irony and you did it like this, with all that capitalization and redundancy to boot. You're really sneaking in a ranter jab here? I can and I will, Gustavo, because it's nice to see that some things never change.
Believe it or not, but Squidward is actually a squid. I'm surprised.
Jesus, how the okay, I actually remember that Enter guy. You did that twice? What a time to be alive, ladies and gents. I normally don't like to talk about whether something like one of these videos is necessary, but I think it's reasonable to say that if a substantial number of the points you make in your commentary could be trimmed out and nothing would be lost, then you most likely made a mistake.
What's so funny, motherfucker?
Nothing, bud. I just wanted to remember the nothing is lost point for later.
I'm impressed.
Wait, whoa. Bring that ass here. Did you catch that? That was a video skip.
Squidward is actually a squid. I'm surprised. I'm impressed that you actually know all these shows and remember them.
An obvious skip with no indication of what got chopped out. Well, if I want more context, I could go dig up the original video and... Oh, wait, you didn't do the thing. Good job, LeChuck.
Okay, I don't blame this girl for not knowing how to edit, but seriously, what's with the dog? I mean, you could have, like, made another video on this and, you know, delete this one.
Sounds like a somewhat valid gripe he made, right? Well...
No, really, you need to really know how to edit.
Yeah. I know if you go through scripting your video all linear style, your impression of what you're covering is noticeably gonna change as you go through it. I mean, I've gone through that, of course. But you're really telling me that you never thought this sudden case of whiplash might be a minor problem at best?
Why did you do this?
Hey, Gustavo. Hey.
What the fuck do you want?
How quickly did you get submissive when people told you that wasn't whiplash? You know, when you thought you could have made a redo video was a sharp contrast from learn to edit. Because that wasn't a sharp contrast.
Be extinct.
Oh, so you got subby so quick I could have called you Nail?
I will skull fuck you if you finish that sentence.
Why not let me skull fuck you? Your face is a skull, and your avatar doesn't even have a pelvis.
Hate him.
Do you care to explain why you think all those...
Nope, done. I'm fucking done. This video is not worth continuing. When I hear the subject in question cover a video and go, explain what you mean, this is over. Hey, even back then you overreacted over nothing. It's just like the Freedom Trail references.
Why can't you just die?
Because I'm not your bony ass. I declare the original footage to be over. And you know what? I honestly can't believe that a video like this was made months away from 2015. Bitch, I can't even believe your ass existed and made a video. You have no idea how much I'm looking at my past self right now and thinking, so go ahead, Nibba, talk that shit. I guarantee you're gonna live to regret it. Like, never in my fucking life have I ever thought that I would be a bad example of talking massive shit while being horribly wrong. My god.
Wow, thanks, asshole.
Don't high road me. We all remember Gangplank Galleon.
Point taken.
Seriously, how do you make this many rookie mistakes in a commentary after years of videos being made, and after who knows how many jokes at what mediocre comms are made of? You know, I could continue on how G-Dubs ain't one to talk shit right now. You know, after he just made this fucking video. But how about we just think about this? Yeah, let's wonder how he had so much time to improve between she's an overrated commentator because girl, don't joke too much, and don't make tri-ops. You know, those precedents in the old CC, which didn't help us evolve. Oh, and don't cover trolls, which I destroyed later on. Age isn't everything around here.
Come on, you mean to tell me you didn't get sentimental about your humble beginnings as a commentator?
Well, I clearly don't feel like that when I'm looking back at this inconceivable trash. I would be more forgiving about this, but after all, the guy offered no sympathy when he was picking apart some kid that is so bizarrely hard to take seriously in a manner similar to this that I swear he has a talent. Yo, is this fucker for real? Like, G-Dubs, you seriously said no offense to saying you couldn't take this kid seriously. Christ, you're a condescending mess. The only thing more ill-conceived than that would be bitching about the Freedom Trail.
Eat a dick.
Nah, I wouldn't. But I know that bro.
Not one more word.
I know there's not a lot to work with when you've got some kid looking at an iPad going, real monsters. But at that point, if you're realizing that this is what you're doing, then I urge you to remember that canceling one of your projects, even if it's just one, is indeed an option. How funny is this? The video where I talk massive shit about someone else potentially canceling a project is the video that never saw the light of day. The video's called Lightbringer! How poetic!
God damn it.
Nothing was lost, eh, Gustavo?
Shut up!
Okay, to wrap this up right about now, I just want to say that this is the worst self-cessed threesome I've ever seen. I think it's also the only self-cessed threesome I've ever seen.
Stop talking.
What? Every Gwuss involved here is legal.
Not my point.
Anyways,
go time.
I'd like to say I was extra harsh on this because of the self-depreciation or pissing off Gustavo here, but the Lightbringer actually was a fucked video. Like, it was really fucking bad. You know, it's funny how much G-dubs talk shit about the source showing up around 2014, but that video was a disgrace even at the time! The only way I could have been more of an anachronistic fuck-up than Lightbringer is to use shit memes in 2017 with TF2 footage. No, better yet, the only way to have that fuck-up would be having a guy who's as tolerant of social issues as people are tolerant to his nasally voice. Skadoosh. How's that for a throwback? Done yet? But yeah, Lightbringer's all the more insulting considering Gustavo here made it. Why are you giving me so much shit over this? You made it too! Yeah, but A, I didn't make it public. I knew better at the time even if I didn't realize it. And B, unlike you, I have nothing to hide. See, Gustavo, that's your weakness. You worry about your rep and displace your problems onto other people, while I covered that video. I could have made sure that no one even knew about this. But see, I've been wanting to have more moments where I accomplish things and say, if only my old self could have seen me today. The way I see it, Gustavo, you're not gonna have those moments if you still act weak. To be honest, pissing you off was just a bonus in the grand scheme of my plan. The message I had there was more important. Fuck this, I'm leaving. See ya, don't forget to write. Oh hey, is someone else there? Hey Gwuss, we need to talk. This isn't about the guy that just walked out, right? Nah, it's about the Freedom Trail. What's there to know? You play Fallout 4 and use the dumbass password Railroad to meet the railroad. Mystery solved. Gwuss, that's not it. You said you don't like keeping secrets, so tell us, what's really going on here? Okay, enough bravado. It's time you knew what's happening. Would it surprise you if I told you I was hitting a commentating midlife crisis? Let me explain. I've enjoyed being a commentator, but I've gotten into this rut of trying to one-up myself instead of just having fun with it. Just screwing around isn't enough for me, and that was a problem when I found Encore to be my personal magnum opus. What do you do when you've made your best creation? You can't top it! After that, me making videos just seemed like me finishing up on unfinished business, or doing stuff I didn't get to do sooner. It didn't feel right, so I asked myself, what is it you really want to do, Gwuss? The answer? I want something new. So I've been doing new things to pass the time, and I can't divvy up my time too much, but I knew I couldn't just leave the CC. That's not the way I do things. I like this place. So I decided to finish up my commentating bucket list with this video, and I made those obscure references to keep me motivated. I've been working towards making a video that I'd be proud to have as my last huzzah, just in case I don't come back to solo projects. I wanted to potentially leave on a high note. And spoilers, this video is my high note. I mean, I'll still be around for other people's co-ops or cameos, but I gotta take a walk from doing my own projects. But where have you been, man? And why did you call this plan the Freedom Trail? See, that's just the thing. The meaning of that name is something I'll explain when the time is right. Let's just say I also left those references in for anyone in the new crowd I'm around. I did that so I could potentially let them know that they have an ally in the CC. Cause if someone gets most of those references, they were probably there. And Gwusman was definitely there too. Anyways, my journey is done, and now it's time to head home. No, Gwuss, don't go! It's okay. Just carry the torch for me while I'm gone. Gwuss! No! How am I gonna become king of this CC? I mean, see more of Gwuss now! Well, he sure knows how to make an exit, doesn't he? Oh, hey, there you are. Have a seat, friend. You know, I've been thinking a lot lately. I've been thinking about a video I've made, and frankly, I think I want to go back on what I've previously said. What? No, not my most recent video. That one's pretty solid. Minus the leet speak joke. I figured that would've went better. But it seemed to get extra views and a reassuring like to dislike ratio. So it seems good to me. No, I'm here to talk about the video in which I covered Ashley Mardell. You see, I got onto that person for expecting that content producers do things to keep their fans on the right track in terms of their discourse. That they have a responsibility to keep an eye on what their homies are up to. Now's the time! Round 2! Had a staunch disagreement with it at the time. I had the idea that it was just an excuse to make people sugarcoat things and downplay how they talk about problems. But even though what I said was okay, there's something that I neglected to explain, and a big something at that. Even though one can speak on behalf of their own composure, there is a level of cause and effect based on what you give people. If you're a streamer with video highlights making silly jokes, you can expect that your audience will act like avid meme lovers. If you give people videos questioning what they previously thought through brilliant rhetoric and reasoning, you get a number of people saying profound things instead of explaining the easy way. If you're constantly reaching out and rewarding people for fan contributions, you'll come up with a thriving and active community. And if you put minimal value into holding your audience despite frequent videos, you get a poor reputation to onlookers and average view counts that aren't even a fifth of your sub count. You know, like BuzzFeed. What? So where am I going with this? Well, when one goes after the missteps of other users online with less than a reasonable approach, that may carry a risk of people going below the belt in their behavior, and I have key examples to prove it. Take the pinnacle case of Leafy is Here. He got a big following real fast doing riff videos, but then he riffed on an autistic guy and the guy was broken down to tears. Why? Not strictly because of the video, but because the guy was getting shit from people out of nowhere. Real bad shit. After that, people were pissed and all eyes shifted to Leafy. Combine that with a content cop, and Leafy's career tanked as he's reached a relative mediocrity ever since. And hey, it doesn't end there. Retsupre was a more unfortunate example of something like that happening. Early in their history, they riffed Let's Play kind of videos all the time, hence the English name. But eventually, they noticeably phased out of that and went on to riffing other things, like bad Kickstarters or game playthroughs. Why exactly? Well, their TV Tropes page might give you an idea. Billy MC got a lot more subscribers after the Lots Levels Retsupre. Although he does enjoy his boost in fame, he's not really a big fan of how the fans treat him like a kid, nor their constant referencing of Retsupre memes. This prompted Slow Beef and Diabetes to stop riffing on him, saying how they don't like it when their fans are mean to Billy. And that's not all. In Retsu Talk 17, Slow Beef said in a quiet, friendly voice, "If our Retsupres genuinely hurt you, please, contact us." He then goes on to tell the story of a Pokemon video they removed because the author said, in a very nice and friendly way, he was trying to build a community and didn't want the kind of vitriol Retsupre brings. Damn. Actually, this makes the duo look quite kind. It shows that they're more intent on having fun. Now granted, I wouldn't say harsher criticism is their specialty, and I wouldn't say that their fans did the worst shit possible, but I can't think of many other people that would go out of their way that much to set up some good vibes. So what's the big takeaway here? Well, I'd like to apologize for ignoring this big part of my old point. I've been worrying for some time now that I've made a terrible mistake and I've given people the wrong message. I've taught fans of mine to do wrong before, and I don't want it happening again. So, for what it's worth, Mardell, if you're hearing this, maybe you had more to your point than I initially thought. It's not as black and white as I made it look. And now you're probably wondering what led me to this sudden conclusion. Well, it should be no surprise that I've seen some dumb things as of late. Spamming ineffective retorts over and over again, a ridiculous double standard, being otherwise overly defensive, toting numbers around in pointless ways instead of proving one's ideas right. You know, the works. But one thing made me have a human moment and feel fantastic about what's been going on. None of this stuff I saw came from people that were fans of mine. I saw veteran fans of mine using rhetoric that I would have been proud of if I did it. I saw a guy with history in the CC agree to disagree while still being quite understandable. Even at their snarkiest and simplest, people who have followed me for some time had more tact than I expected. I'm not honored by people standing up for me. I'm glad that they stood up for what they believed, and they did it right. Hell, I feel spoiled since I've been a bit of a troll for the last few days. I admit, I've been tailoring my actions to bait out the worst and most self-destructive behaviors out of people that I knew couldn't be reasoned with. It has been working. Despite that, I felt blessed to know that I wouldn't have to second guess if you guys would go too far or do something I wouldn't. Because one thing that did disappoint me lately was the idea that an audience would outright refuse to follow the teachings of their role models. Or worse, the idea that a content creator would outright not care for the impact he would have on his audience. Hell, I've had a few times over the years where I had to look back and ask myself, what am I doing to these people? What am I doing for them? But, as of late, you folks have made me damn proud that you represented me, and the core ideals I've tried to teach you, so well. Like it or not, I have to admit that stuff like that, or getting to have an insightful text conversation with a fan on Twitter, really does matter. And on a side note, recent affairs have given me a new look on how I ought to make future commentaries. If I see people that I can look at and know that they could listen to what I'd have to say, I'll tailor my critique to entertain while showing what the problems are, just like when I came back to this hobby. And I'll reach out to them while I do so. No more of this "why wasn't I told" crap. But if I encounter people that I know wouldn't hear someone like me out, I make no promises to start a dialogue. It'd be fruitless for at least one of us at that point. Anyways, I've got a project or two coming up. I'll try to keep y'all posted.